Alrighty, we got our first pair coming on into that water box there. Tim Sasbo Jr. coming in, that 2001 Ford Mustang. Going to be running alongside Warren Bourdrine in that lovely dragster there. As they move into, I believe, their second round of qualifiers. And Tim going to get a 14:53 on that run. Warren going to be running a little red there, coming in with 9:39. Ryan Grassel up next in that Scat Pack Challenger. Coming in with Tanya Mozowicz bringing in the Demon. Actually, I believe that is a Hellcat. Might be a Demon Hellcat. Jason Prosler getting a 25 thou. Jason Prosler getting a 25 thou reaction and getting an 11:89 to start off the day. And William Vida getting a 9:26 with a 39 thou reaction in that Mustang. Brian Harlock coming in that 1973 Dodge Sport with Kevin White in the 1971 Duster. Cole Butler getting another 25 thou for our reactions there. Gonna get a 12:09 on the board. Dwight Alfrey, though, in the Barracuda with a near perfect 5 thou. Gonna get 10:25 on that run. All right, I got no data, but I believe that is... Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna make stuff up. Going to be running against Larry Menzel in that 1967 Satellite. $34 thou reaction for the Summit Lane Racer. Chuck Amoyet in the Vega going to 992 with a 14th hour reaction. Peter Doroshenko coming in for Precision Machine Works and Detailed Design Machining, coming in with a 1016, 132 for the mile per hour there. Zach Gates bringing the 1988 Fox body with Jason Talbot coming in the 1980s Malibu. Zach Gates been working on that car. He's been running a lot like very narrow red lights mostly for the last couple weeks, and he's gotten a beautiful 8th hour reaction there. It looks like he might have figured something out for his launch there. Jason Talbot coming in with a 936 for on the board there for his time down the track. Jason Bourne coming in that 1988 S10, coming in alongside Sean in that 1968 Firebird. Jason Bourne getting a 19th hour action, getting 1028 on the board, and Sean in that nice gray and red Firebird getting 1056 on that run for the time there. Bourne getting 1028. I unfortunately don't have data yet for the car in the Summit Lane, but Napa Lane, Brian Schiffner coming in that 1966 Barracuda from Calgary. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can I get Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5? Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can I get Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5? Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5. Once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro lanes 4 and 5. Doug Clausen getting ready to run in that spicy 1996 Grand Am. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA Street, you are on standby. CMDRA Street, you are on standby. All right, moving on to our Super Pros. Tristan Duchesne coming in, that Broggy Roadster. Speaking of Super Pro, second call, second call, Super Pro. That is attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, Super Pro, second call, Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5, Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5. Tristan Duchesne getting 9:17 for the time on that run. Mike McCammon in that 1969 Camaro getting 970 and a 39th hour reaction. Alrighty, white and black dragster getting ready to rip. Unfortunately, my data is missing right now. Going against Mike Mozowicz. Mozowicz, I believe it is either a Challenger or a Hellcat he's got there. Coming in from Okotoks. Perfect reaction for 619X in that summit lane. Quad zip for him there. Well, that's going to be hard to beat. Once again, quad zip for 619X in the summit lane. Getting 709 on the board for that run. Up next, Greg McKellen coming in the 1967 Barracuda, lining up with Corey Newman in the 1965 Chevelle. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro. Greg McKellen on that last run, getting a 7 thou for reaction. Coming with a 10:11 for that run. And Corey Newman going to get 9:08 on the board for the time there. Jason Mercer in the Corvette. Justin Hamelink in the Chevy. And Jason Mercer gonna get a 49 thou for reaction, put 10.70 on the board for time. Hamelink gonna put 19 thou on the board for reaction and 9.67. Ricky Wilson coming in next in that Don Davis dragster, coming in with Tim Bartel in the 1968 Nova. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. CMDRA Street to staging lanes, please. CMDRA Street to staging lanes, please. Ricky Wilson getting 7 thou on, 7 thou on the board and putting 7.87 on for time. Tim Bartel, 93 thou and getting 9.57. Larry Peters coming up next in that Nova with Cody Baker. If you missed that last call, CMDRA Street to staging lanes, please. CMDRA Street to staging lanes, please. CMDRA Super Gas, you are on standby. CMDRA Super Gas, you are on standby. Larry Peters is going to get a 41 thou for reaction and 8.32 on the board, hitting 161 miles per hour. Cody Baker, 9 thou reaction, 7.37 on the board for time and hitting 181 miles per hour. Clint Delavice coming in next in that 1967 Chevy Camaro with Sean Tracy bringing that nice, beautiful 1964 Corvette. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, CMDRA Street. Second call, CMDRA Street. That is, once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. CMDRA Street, CMDRA Street. This is your second call to lanes. On that last run there, Clint getting a 8.89 on the board, and Sean Tracy getting 22 thou reaction and 8.7 on the board. Jerry Brown coming up next in that Demon. 1971 flavor, and Pat Duhaniak bringing the 1927 Roadster. Randy Schmidt in that 1941 Willys getting 8:11 on the board for time. Megan Castle in 75 foul reaction and 7:95 on the board for time. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA Street, CMDRA Street. This is your third and final call. CMDRA Street, CMDRA Street. This is your third and final call. To staging lanes, please. CMDRA Supergas, you are on standby. CMDRA Supergas, you are on standby. Darren Williams coming on in that beautiful white and purple machine alongside Laverne Andrews in that 1966 Chevy. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. CMDRA Supergas, that is Bike Supergas, CMDRA Supergas. To your staging lanes, please. Nick on that lovely Harley coming in from Edmonton on that Welch's sponsored, Welch's Cycle sponsored with Big Nut Mechanical and Mother Mitchell's Customs. All backing him on that machine for the CMDRA Street. And Bruce Romack coming in from BC. Bruce with a nice 45 thou reaction there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Bike Sleds, NHRA Bike Sleds, you are on standby. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Bike Sled Combo, you are on standby. Chris Peddle coming in with Mark Hall. Hall coming in on that Honda for S&S Auto Canmore and Napa Canmore. All right, bike sled combos. NHRA bike sled combo to staging lanes, please. NHRA bike sled combo. NHRA bike sled combo to staging lanes, please. Once again, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. NHRA bike sled combos. NHRA bike sled combo to staging lanes, please. And could I please get juniors? Juniors, you are on standby. Juniors, you are on standby. Garrett Price coming in for that 970 Super Gas run. Coming in from Red Deer on that Harley Destroyer. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors, can I get you to lane 1, please? Juniors, can I get you to lane 1 against the grass? That is attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Juniors to lane 1, please. Juniors to lane 1. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lane 1. Juniors to lane 1. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA V Pro, CMDRA V Pro, you are on standby. You are on standby. Juniors, juniors, this is your second call to lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lanes, please. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Never mind, I'm going to take a minute to think here. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Stock, super stock, stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, looks like our bike sleds are getting ready to rumba. We got Steve Campbell on the 1989 Katana coming in from Airdrie. Dave Toth coming in on that 1989 2X11. Dave coming in for Energy Coil, Medicine Hat Motorcycles, Fast Times Machining, and Spider Electric. Alrighty, Steve Campbell going to get a 19th hour reaction and 874 on the board. Coming in with Dave Thoff. Dave Thoff getting a 32,877. And our third bike sled combo for NHRA is going to be Jay Dudley coming on that 2006 ZX14 from Calgary. And Jay Dudley getting a beautiful 12th hour reaction there. Alrighty. I believe it's Mila Vanderwerf coming on in for in that heavy metal pink dragster alongside Serenity Borden. Coming in that Briggs Junior dragster. Narrow red light for Mila there. Only 31 thou in the red. Going to go at 12:42 on the board. And Serenity going to get a 12:59. Both of them hitting 49 miles per hour. Jackson Vanderriff coming up next in another heavy metal dragster there alongside Sarah Duchesne. Sarah Duchesne bringing that TNT sponsored dragster. Her sponsors unfortunately are not listed on the data right now for this event, but I believe they are on Great Earthwares, Mobile One, High Tower Oilfield, and Blue Water Group. Beautiful 10th hour reaction for Jackson there. Jackson with a 10th hour reaction. Sarah only 21 thou in the red, narrow red light there. Oh, and that's a tight one there. It is only time trials, but 003, that is trip 03, separated them on the finish line there. And Cohen Laprise coming in, I believe, for Iron Wing Racing, if I'm not mistaken. Coming all the way in from Whitecourt. And that 2016 junior looking to take another run for the qualifiers for Junior Lightnings. Attention to the pits, stock, super stock. This is your second call to lane, stock, super stocks to staging lanes, please. That is stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. And attention to the pits. Super Comp, you are on standby. Super Comp, you are on standby. NHRA Super Comp, you are on standby. And unfortunately, my data is not in yet for today, but that beautiful Finnings Cat Junior Dragster getting ready to take a rip. A little bit of red light there. I'm going to put a 909 on the board. Once again, 909 on the board for that run for the junior, and a little bit of a tree blush there. Riker Dupuis coming in from Ardrossan with Brandon Preck. Attention to the pits. Stock, super stock, stock, super stock. This is your third and final call. Stock, super stock, stock, super stock. This is your third and final call to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, NHRA Super Comp, NHRA Super Comp, you are on standby. NHRA Super Comp, you are on standby. You are on standby. Riker Dupuis going to put a 34 thou for reaction in that fine Surfing Swine junior dragster there. And Brandon Peck going to put a 70 thou on the board and 797 for that run. Cole Karin coming on up next to finish off our juniors here for their qualifier. Or sorry, for this round of qualifiers, just to avoid any potential confusion. Narrow red light there. And that'll be a 796 on the board, hitting 81 on the 8th mile there for the juniors. Already those stocks, super stocks, should be in those lanes ready to run. Looks like they might be pulling on ahead and getting sorted on out. Already, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super comp to staging lanes, please. Super comp to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super comp to staging lanes, please. Super comp to staging lanes, please. Once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super comp to staging lanes, please. Super comp to staging lanes, please. Attention the pits, tension in the pits. Can I get our super gas to staging lanes, please? Super gas to staging lanes, please. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA Hot Twin, CMDRA Hot Twin, you are on standby. CMDRA Hot Twin. Oh, never mind. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA Hot Twin to staging lanes, please. CMDRA Hot Twin to staging lanes, please. On the grass, lane 0. On the grass, lane 0. Lane 0, CMDRA Hot Twin, CMDRA Hot Twin, lane beside the grass. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA Hot Twin, CMDRA Hot Twin to staging lane 0 beside the grass. Alrighty, once again, we should have stock and super stock all in their lanes. Super Comp should be on their way to the lanes right now, as well as NHRA Super Gas. And on lane 0, we should have the CMDRA Hot Twin. CMDRA Hot Twin should be going into lane 0, please. Alrighty, looks like safety is just making sure that everything is clean and clear up at that top end. And looks like they're both coming back and heading back up to both the start and finish line. Already, also in lane 0, can I get CMDRA Superbike, CMDRA Superbike, and CMDRA Pro Extreme, CMDRA Pro Extreme to lane 0, that is CMDRA Superbike, CMDRA Superbike, and CMDRA Pro Extreme, CMDRA Pro Extreme to lanes, please. And also attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Comp, NHRA Super Comp. This is your third and final call. NHRA Super Comp, this is your third and final call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Super Gas, NHRA Super Gas, this is your third and final call. NHRA Super Gas, this is your third and final call. All right, Nick racing Curtis Pad on that Fat Bob for CMDRA Hot Twins right now. Nick coming in for Welch's Motorcycle, Big Nuts Mechanical, Mother Mitchell's Customs, going to go 12:31 on the board. And Curtis going to put an 11:31. Alrighty, Kurt Laws coming in that 1967 Camaro. Dial coming in with the 10-10 for this race. Greg McKellen in beside. And with a 17th hour reaction, Kurt Claus is going to get 10-12 for that run there. Once again, they're hoping to shoot as close to 10-10 as possible. Greg McKellen coming in with 10-17. Up next, Dale Dryden coming in from Stettler, 1957 Roadster they're running there. Along with Pat Duhaniak coming in from Seba Beach with that 1927 Ford Roadster. And once again, this is an index class for these Super Gas years. Once again, Super Gas being a 10-10 index class here today. Dale Dryden going to get a 39th hour reaction hit 10-13. Pat Duhaniak coming with 27th hour reaction and 9.66. Attention to the pits, attention to the pitch. NHRA Super Street, NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. NHRA Super Street, NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. NHRA Super Street, NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. That is once again NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. NHRA Top Comp, you are on standby. NHRA Top Comp, you are on standby. Garth Senko in that Fury coming in with a 45th hour reaction hitting 10-28. And Roy Moser coming with a 36th out and getting 10.09. And once again, all our NHRA racers here for these races are going on in the John Scotty Canadian Championship Series here for our 2025 championship. Once again, for John Scotty Canadian Championship Series. All right, CMDRA Superbikes are coming on in. Unfortunately, I don't have the name on the card there, but coming in from Mortonville, Alberta on that Suzuki for Hard Times Racing. Bike number 199. Beautiful green machine. Coming in alongside Cody Miner. Coming in from Redcliffe, Cody Miner, sponsored by Starlight Tech, bringing in that 1986 GS 1150. GS 1150, sorry. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits, second call, Super Street, second call, Super Street. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for Super Street, second call for Super Street to staging lanes, please. And on that last rip there for the Super Bikes, we had those two racers, the unnamed racer, unfortunately for my data, 905 on the board for bike 199. And Cody Miner getting 947 on that run. Chad Griffith coming in from Devon on that 1989 Suzuki GS11, just giving that mutual propane burnout box a little workout there. Mike Hall waiting for him at the start line, coming on that 2001 CBR 929. Already might have been a little trouble there for Chad Griffin. Mark Hall getting a 64th hour reaction and getting 1160 on the board for the quarter mile there. The Logan boys coming in from Calgary in the 1992 Suzuki GSX-R. Coming in with Phil Regular, coming in also into 1989 Suzuki GS. Attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Street, NHRA Super Street. This is your third and final call. NHRA Super Street, NHRA Super Street. This is your third and final call to staging lanes, please. And on that last run, Logan Boy is going to get a 46th hour reaction, getting to get a 10:37 on the board. Phil Regular going to get 117th out and 15.99. Looks like he backed way off there. Hopefully everything's all right. Brad Shear coming on in next from Cochrane. Bringing in that 2006 Suzuki. Once again, we are in our super bikes here for their time trials. And Brad going to get a nice 112 reaction and get 889 on the board for that run for Superbikes. All right, CMDRA Pro Extreme coming on up. Dan coming in alongside, unfortunately, no data yet on that beautiful blue machine. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp, NHRA top comp to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA top comp to staging lanes, please. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA top comp to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA top competition, top comp to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, treat. Alrighty, looks like our super streets are getting ready under the tower to run. This is another index race here. Looks like they're going to be going for 11:10. And once again, our super streets for NHRA are going to be, once again, running for the Canadian Championship Series here. Once again, that is the John Scotty NHRA Canadian Championship Series going on right now, right here at Rad Torque Raceways. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA top comp, NHRA top comp. This is your second call to lanes. That is top comp, top comp. This is your second call to lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp, top comp. This is your second call to staging lanes, please. All right. For Superbike, Carmanel Foreman coming on in on that 1996 Kawasaki. Getting that tire nice and toasty in that mutual propane burnout box.
And Foreman getting 992 on the board for that run, hitting 122 on the quarter mile.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for top comp. Third and final call for top comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for top comp. Third and final call for top competition. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for top comp. Third and final call for top comp. James Elliott bringing in that Ford Maverick from Ford Saskatchewan. And unfortunately, I don't have data yet for car 5510, but that is a beautiful machine. You could practically do your hair in the reflection of that, use it as a mirror. Alrighty, James Elliott is going to get a 22,000 and put 10.09 on the board. Or sorry, 11.09 on the board. And car 5510 going to put a 19,000 on board for reaction and 10.01 in that nap lane. Up next, David Senko coming in that 1990 Ford Probe. Once again, going to be trying to run that 1110, I believe, for this index class. Jason Mercer coming on in alongside him, and I believe that Corvette Roadster. David Senko getting a nice 22,000 reaction, but Jason Mercer even better. Once again, Jason Mercer even better at 6,000, going to get 10.87 on the board in that nap lane. Summit lane, David Senko going to get 22,000 and get 11.06 on the board. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Pro, NHRA Pro, you're on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Pro, NHRA Pro, you are on standby. Krista Dryden, sorry, in that 1972 Vega getting a 19,000 for reaction. And going to come into 11.14 for that run for Super Street. Alrighty, moving on to our top competition, top comp dragsters and other machines running in this class. Cody Baker coming in from High River in that 2006 dragster. Justin Honiak coming in alongside him in that beautiful white and black machine.
Holy moly, great reactions from both. Cody Baker with a 9th out, but even better, Justin Uhaniak, our second quad zip of the day, at least that I've seen. Once again, ooh, pardon me, I got to reset a little bit there. Justin Uhaniak, quad 0. That means Justin was perfect, leaving that light coming at exactly the right time. Up next, Wayne Ringeth coming in from Vulcan, Alberta for Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's, Grimm's, Global Gourmet, and Ann's Table. Going to be racing against Mike Crozier. And once again, these are NHRA brackets here today, and our NHRAs are running in the John Scotty Canadian Championship Series. Dwayne going to get a 14th thou reaction and put 467 on the board for time. Mike Crozier, an almost perfect 2th thou reaction and 469. Mark Bold coming in, that 2008 Mullis Dragster. If you missed my beautiful pun yesterday, I'm going to repeat it here again. That Dragster is for sale, so if you're feeling bold, you should head on down to Mark Bold's pits and see if you can maybe buy that off him. Chris Crozier lining on up against him in that 2014 TNT Dragster. On that last run, only 1 thou separating Mark Bold and Chris Crozier for reactions. 19th thou for Bold, Crozier for 18th thou. Great runs out of both for these time trials here for top competition. Michael or Michelle Scholl coming in, that TNT 2020 Dragster for Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's, Global Gourmet, and Stable. And FDI Conversions, and unfortunately the rest of that sponsor is cut off because we're out of room for sponsors. Coming in up beside him is Tammy Pagault in from Abbotsford, BC, in that 2024 Sunset Dragster. Already, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Cops and Outlaws, you are on standby. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Cops and Outlaws, you are on standby. Already, Brent Long and Willie Oliver were running on that last run there. 28th thou for Brent Long and 463 on the board for time. Willie Oliver getting 33th thou and 463. Stan Esri coming on up next. One of the louder non-nitro dragsters we have here today. One of the louder things outside of funny cars, I think. Coming in with Daryl Baker. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits and in the stands. Attention to the pits, attention to the stands, attention to the pits, and attention to the stands. Jeep Cherokee license Bravo Victory Tango 7266. That is BVT 7266. You are parked in a no parking zone that is required for official use. Once again, Bravo Victory Tango Black Jeep Cherokee Bravo Victory Tango 7266. You are in a parking zone that is required for other uses. You will be towed if you do not move your vehicle quickly. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Joe Graves bringing that Pontiac Grand Am alongside Rob Belsham. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Cops and outlaws to staging lanes, please. Cops and outlaws to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Cop and outlaws to staging lanes, please. Cops and outlaws to staging lanes, please. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. And Cops and Outlaws, that was your first call to staging lanes, please. Cops and Outlaws to staging lanes, please. On that last run, Joe Graves, 38th thou reaction, 501 on the board. And Rob Belsham going to get a 17th thou and 447 for that run. Up next, Jenna Machad, one of the other super loud normal dragsters, well, normal parentheses, coming in with Scott Hearn. Once again, Stan Esri and Jenna Machad are going to be the two loudest things you'll hear outside of like pro mods, jet cars, and funny cars. Jenna Machad going to get a 13th thou and 414 on the board, and Scott Hearn 14th thou and 449. Graham Foster coming on up next in that 2012 Chevy, and Jason Duchesne bringing that TNT dragster. Looks like a red light for Graham Foster there. Going to get 477 on the board. Jason Duchesne going to get also a red light at 10 thou and 475 on the board for that run. Coming on up next, Tanner Gates in the answer, and Cody Graves coming in the TNT. Tanner in that beautiful machine in the Summit Lane. In the lovely Napa Lane vehicle is Cody. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Cops and Outlaws. Second call, Cops and Outlaws. That is attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, Cops and Outlaws. Second call, Cops and Outlaws to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, Jesse Vanderwerth, I believe, coming in and getting ready to run alongside Kristen Groves. Jesse getting 28th thou and 471 on the board. Kristen Groves getting 16th thou reaction and 469 on that run. Morgan Carran up next, coming alongside Randy Moderson in that beautiful split window, 1963 Corvette. Carran coming in from Hyatt River. Randy coming in from Edmonton. All right, both of them are going to make that tree blush. Morgan Carran 76 thou in the red, and Randy Moderson 3 thou in the red. Going to get a 4. Morgan Carran going to get a 498 on that run, and Randy Moderson going to get a 511. Darren Williams coming up next in that dart alongside Dalton Garreau in that TNT. All right, coming on into the water box behind these two racers is Mike Barron. He's going to be doing a little birthday burnout as soon as those two leave the tree. Darren Williams, 20 thou in the red. Dalton 20 and 7 in the green, going 448. Williams, once again, 20 thou in the red, going to go 486. David Wooten coming up next and bringing in that Willie's Coupe. I'm running against Mark Barron. Once again, Mark Barron is the, or Mike Barron, sorry, the birthday boy there, doing his birthday run for qualifiers. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Third call, Cops and Outlaws. Third and final call for Cops and Outlaws. That is attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Third and final call for Cops and Outlaws. Third and final call for Cops and Outlaws. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Alrighty, David Witten on that last run, going red and getting 496 on the board. The birthday boy, Mike Barron, getting a 36th hour action and 492 on that run. Gold SPAC coming up next in the 1963 Stingray with Rebecca Bartel. Bartel coming in from Sylvan Lake. Gord coming in from Saskatoon. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro to staging lanes, please. That is NHRA Pro to staging lanes, please. Once again, attention to the pits. Attention. Attention in the pits. Pro to staging lanes, please. NHRA Pro to staging lanes, please. And Gord SPAC getting that Stingray in with a 467 on the board, hitting 150. Bartel in the most dragster, 32th hour reaction, 461 in that Napa. Up next, Darren Butler coming in from Crooked, Saskatchewan, I believe. And that 1941 Willys Coupe. Looking to get that time trial done for a top comp. Nice 24th hour reaction on that run for Darren Butler. And going to get a 468. I believe that is it for our top comps, unless there's one more hiding under the tower there. Coming up next, we should have our Outlaws versus Officers, Cabe Borhart, coming in from Calgary in that 1968 Dodge. Pardon me, speaking of Officers versus Outlaws, the lovely people from, I believe, Blue Line Racing came up and gave me some information. Sounds like they're going to have an awesome Hot Wheels giveaway going on. Anyone ages 3 to 10 can enter to win Hot Wheels tracks and so much more. Make sure you're heading on down and checking them out, the Blue Line Racing pits. Once again, that is the police pits. Make sure you're entering to win there. Once again, if you are between the ages of 3 to 10. That draw will be happening later today to decide the winner after about at the end of the first round of Pro Show, meaning they're probably going to close somewhere around the start of that round of Pro Show. Once again, if you are looking to get into that Hot Wheels giveaway, you're between the ages of 3 to 10, and you're looking to get some awesome Hot Wheels stuff, make sure you're heading to Blue Line Racing's pits and entering there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call pro, second call pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. All right, our officers and outlaws are getting ready to rip here. Kay Borton from Calgary in that 1968 Dodge looking to see if they can get away from Scott Graham coming in from St. George, Utah in that beautiful 1967 machine. Alrighty, Scott Graham overtaking heavily as it looks like there might have been a little bit of trickiness for Kay Borton there. Scott Graham getting 552 on that 8th mile and hitting 125 miles per hour. And a big thank you to all the officers coming out from all over to race here today. And a big thank you to Blue Line Racing as well, helping to keep our racing off the streets and on the track. Once again, if you are looking to enter in for Hot Wheels or you're just interested in racing in general, they are great people to talk to. They can be found, once again, in the police pits, the Blue Line pits. So make sure you're making your way on over there. Also, I believe our lovely food vendors should be open. Hopefully. Yes, they should be. Okay, it looks like they are. So make sure if you are feeling perchance a little bit peckish, you're making your way on over to those and maybe purchasing some poutine. Or if you're hankering for a hamburger or you're looking to lay hands on some hot dogs, make sure you're heading on over. Once again, there is going to be the concessions in the pits. You can see that truck across the way as well. And there should be the main concessions in Thunder Alley as well, ready to go and help serve you and get you fed up. Additionally, there are a ton of other booths available if those strike your fancy. So make sure you're checking them on out, as I believe we have Daryl's Donuts as well as Daryl's Foods. There should also be the Lemongrass Grill and a few others all available there, cooking, getting things going. Mini donuts for sale there. So many other things. All if you go around, check out the pits in Thunder Alley. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for pro. Third and final call for pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for pro. Third and final call for pro. Once again, this is your third qualifier for pro. Third qualifier for pro. Third qualifier is going on right now for NHRA and CMDR. Blah, blah, blah. I gotta wake up. CMDRA as well, once again. So if I could get, once again, our final call for pro round 3 of qualifiers. Final call, round 3 of pro qualifiers to your staging lanes, please. And Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. And also coming in for Officers versus Outlaw, Tyler Stamler coming in from Rocky View in that beautiful Chevy truck. Alrighty, that double-headed dragster, 2 Fun from, I believe, Bridge Construction. Getting ready to rip. Twisted Racing. That is the best possible way you can get the experience of going down that drag strip without having to drive a dragster or buy one yourself. If you're interested in that, make sure you're running on down and checking out their booth. I do know that they have gotten quite a lot of bookings, but it's still worth running on down and seeing if you can slip on in either today or tomorrow. Ryan Grassel bringing in that Scat Pack Challenger, coming in against Jason Bourne in that 1988 S10. Jason Bourne brought to you by Lordco. Ryan Grassel going to get a 990 on the board, hitting 142 on the mile per hour, and Jason Bourne going to get a little bit of a red light there and coming at 1179. Sean, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name. Genji coming in with a 1968 Pontiac Firebird, beautiful machine, with Tanya Mozowicz. Mozowicz bringing in, it's labeled as a Demon. I believe that is a Hellcat though. And Tanya getting a 990 on the board, with Sean getting a 1057 in the summit lane. Kevin White bringing that beautiful yellow 1971 Duster from Stony Plain. Larry Menzel coming in from St. Albert, coming in with that 1967 Satellite. Super narrow red light for Larry there in the snap lane. Larry will only be 4th out in the red, 10-24 on the board. Kevin White, 55th out and 11-12. Zach Gates bringing that 1988 Fox Body Mustang, getting ready to rip against Jason Prosser in that 1970s Chevy Chevelle. I do not have the sponsor information for him, but I believe Zach Gates is sponsored by Helena Farms. Zach Gates, 21th hour reaction, going to get 1044 on the board. Jason Prosser, narrow red light, near perfect red light at 5th out, coming in with 1187. Next pair lined on up, getting ready. William Vita coming on in that Mustang with Brett Andrews in that Chevy 1500. And on that last run, coming in, Brian Schiff and Peter Durenko coming with a 1978 Camaro. Pete going to get a 10.17 on the board. Brian Schiffer in the Barracuda getting a 10.59. Mike Sand coming in the 1970s Nova. And Charlie Curry bringing in that 1966 beautiful Cobra there. On that last run, Mike Sand getting 15th out, 10.26 on the board. Charlie Curry coming with a 6th out and 10.43 on the board. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to staging lanes, please. Super Pro to staging lanes, please.
There's a Rad Gates member.
Jason Talbot coming in the 1980 Chevy Malibu. 9.39 for the quarter mile, and Warren Boardreed. Red light. Already sounds like it'll be a little bit of a moment of break as we clean up. Second call, Super Pro. Second call, NHRA Super Pro to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Second call, NHRA Super Pro. Second call, NHRA Super Pro to staging lanes, please.
What's the username?
Well, while we have a little bit of downtime, I'd like to say a big shout out to a couple of our live drag suite holders here. A huge shout out to Charlie Corey for Right Track Mechanical and Mach 1 Diesel. Kurt Thomas for Milron. Ron Hodgson for Ron Hodgson, Chevrolet Buick, and GMC. You can see the trailer over there for that Bubble Up Funny car with his name on it right across from you guys on that return road. Jason Deshane for Finning Cat. Robert Klein for Londonderry Dodge. Jason Racknell and Raj Balsingham for Cooper Equipment Rentals. Eugene Durr for Napa Auto Parts. Tim Sasbo for Who's Your Tires. And Rob McCartan for Alberta General Contractors, as well as Brandon Fisher for Barbaric 4x4 and Jay Ems for Prime Movers. Thank you guys all for coming on out. And a big thank you to some of our sponsors here. Napa Auto Parts, one of your major sources for all the auto parts you could possibly need. Summit Racing Equipment Rentals, having a massive, massive selection of parts to keep you in the best racing shape possible. Already attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for Super Pro. Third and final call for Super Pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for Super Pro. Third and final call for Super Pro. And to lane 0, can I get CMDRA Street and CMDRA Super Gas to lane 0, please? CMDRA Street, CMDRA Super Gas to lane 0. And in with them, NHRA Bikes and Sleds, NHRA Bikes and Sleds, lane 0. That is CMDRA Street, CMDRA Super Gas, and Bike Sleds to lane 0 beside the grass. Ed Matajewski bringing in that black and green Nova. $27 thou reaction for Ed there. And 12-14 on the board. Chuck Amiat in the Vega going to get a 2 thou for reaction and 993 on that run. Near perfect for Chuck there. Coming up next, Brian Harlock in that 1973 Dodge Sport. Getting a little sunshine on those tires. 44 thou for reaction. Tim Sasbo Jr. coming on in. Bringing that Hoosier sponsored orange Mustang. Cole Butler coming up next in that beautiful El Camino. Already, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA Street, CMDRA Super Gas, and NHRA Bike and Sled to lanes, please. Already, Doug Clausen coming in that Grand Am at 19 thou. Alrighty, that Twisted Racing doubleheader dragster ripping on down that road. Once again, that is the closest you can get to running down there without buying a dragster yourself or driving yourself. And just make sure you bring your brown pants. Jason Mercer bringing in that Chevy Corvette. Gonna get a nice 29th hour reaction for our Super Pros. Once again, all these NHRA racers are going to be in the John Scotty Canadian Championship Series here. Going on here at Rad Torque Raceways today and tomorrow. Line up next, Cody Baker in the A&E Dragster. In the summer lane, in the Napa lane, Mike McCammon in that 1969 Camaro. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Final call for CMDRA Street. Final call to lane 0. CMDRA Super Gas, final call to lane 0. And NHRA Bike Sled Combo, final call to lane 0. Final call to lane 0 for CMDRA Street. CMDRA Super Gas. CMD Bike and Sled. Once again, NHRA Bike and Sled, final call for all 3 of those classes. Juniors, you are on standby. Cody Baker, 4th hour reaction, 7:39 on that last run. Up next, I have no name, but 619X. Ripping on down, along with Greg McKellen. Greg McKellen, 29th hour reaction. And then at Summit Lane Racer getting a 6th out in the red. Going to get a 7:09 for the quarter mile. Tristan Duchesne going to get a 20-foul reaction. (9-10) on the board for Duchesne, and for Ricky Wilson, 9-foul reaction, almost perfect. 784 on that run. Tim Bartel bringing in the Chevy Nova. Pat Johaniak bringing in the Roadster. Corey Newman coming on up next in the 1965 Chevelle with Darren Williams. Corey Newman going to put a 24th foul on the board, 9-11 for that run. And in the nap lane, Darren Williams getting caught sleeping at the start line there, 7:55. Justin Hemling bringing the 1972 Chevy, and Clint Jalovice coming in that 1967 Camaro. Justin Hemling, 15th foul reaction, only 4th foul slower Clint with 19th foul in that Camaro. Up next, Sean Tracy coming in the 1964 Corvette. Larry Peters bringing in that 1969 Chevy Nova. Sean Tracy on that last one, 37th out and getting 869 on board. Larry Peters on that last one, 29th out and 834. Up next, Jeff Talbot bringing in that beautiful red 1971 Chevelle from Olds, and Randy Schmidt bringing in that 1941 Willys from Sherwood Park. Jeff Talbot coming in with only 13th hour red light on that last run in 862. Schmidt getting 25th hour in 809 up next. Oh. Laverne Andrews up next in that 1966 Chevy from Lloydminster. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Bruce Ramek for coming in from BC 59th hour reaction 13:10 on the board. Curtis Peddle coming in on that Harley Fat Bob 73th hour reaction 12:36 on the board. Coming in next, Nick coming in with a Welch's Cycle and Big Nuts Mechanical and Mother Mitchell Custom sponsorship. Mike Hall on the Honda coming in for S&S Auto Canmore and NAPA Canmore. Alrighty, Phil Regular coming on up. Looks like he's in a 970 index for CMDRA Super Gas. Coming in from Calgary. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. CMDRA hot twin. CMDRA hot twin to staging lanes, please. CMDRA hot twin. CMDRA hot twin to staging lanes, please. To lane 0. That is CMDRA hot twin to lane 0. CMDRA hot twin to staging lane 0. And attention to the pits, juniors, this is your final call for juniors, final call for juniors. Attention to the pits, final call for juniors, And Garrett Price on that last run getting 10:37 and hit 103 on the quarter mile. Looks like he did back out, so maybe we'll expect to see him going faster in some other runs. Jay Dudley coming in next on that ZX14 with Steve Campbell. Campbell bringing in the Katana. Steve Campbell drops triple zips on a bike. That is 000. Perfect reaction for Steve Campbell. 8:78 on the time for him. And Jay Dudley coming in next, 9:97. David Toth coming in for bike sleds. Brought to you by Energy Coil, Medicine Hat, Motorcycles, Fast Times Machining, and Spider Electric. And 26th out for Dave Toth. And he's going to get 8:78 on the board. And we are moving on to our juniors. For our NHRA Junior Thunder is going to be coming up first. Mila Vanderwerth coming in, that heavy metal equipment sponsor dragster there. Heavy metal equipment is also one of our facility sponsors here too. So a big thank you to them for helping us making these races happen. Serenity Borden coming in the Napa lane in that Briggs Junior Dragster. Mila going to get 12:34 and Serenity 12:50 on that run for their third qualifier here. Sarah Duchesne coming on up next in that TNT Dragster alongside, unfortunately that data is not showing again, alongside that Finning Cat Dragster. Sarah Duchesne going to get 26 thou for reaction there. Going to put 9:09 on that time trial there. And the Finnings Cat Dragster going to get a 9:09 as well and hit 153 for reaction. I believe Cohen Laprise coming in for Iron Wing Manufacturing. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMDRA Hot Twin, CMDRA Hot Twin. This is your second call to lane 0. CMDRA Hot Twin, CMDRA Hot Twin. This is your second call to your lane 0. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. And on that last run, Cohen Laprise is going to get a 9:03 on the board. Next, Brandon Peck coming in, getting ready to run alongside Riker Dupree. Alrighty, Brandon Peck, 48 thou, going to get 799 on the board, and Riker Dupuis, 74. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for CMDRA Hot Twin to lane 0. Third and final call for CMDRA Hot Twin to lane 0. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. This is your second call for stock, super stock. Alrighty, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. A reminder, there is a speed limit on the return road. You can go no faster than 30 kilometers per hour on that return road, so make sure we are not blazing on through there. Alrighty, our CMDRA Hot Twins getting ready to rumba here. Nick coming in on that 2006 Harley for Welch's Cycle and Big Nucks Mechanical, as well as Mother Mitchell's Customs, with Bruce Romack coming in from Fort St. Something in BC on that 2016 victory. Alrighty, Nick gonna get 13:28 on that run there, and Bruce gonna get an 89th alpha reaction and get 13:08 on that run. Leinster coming on in next on that Sports Glide Harley, alongside Curtis Petty on that Fat Bob. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, stock, super stock. Final call, stock, super stock. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, stock, super stock. Final call, stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. And can I get super comp to staging lanes, please? Super comp to staging lanes, please. That is final call for stock, super stock. And super comp to staging lanes, please. Super comp to staging lanes, please. And that last back there, no data, unfortunately, but getting a 35 thou reaction and getting a 15 flat on that run. The two fun doubleheader getting ready to rip on down that road. Speaking of fun things, that one's labeled as fun, too fun for the car number. If you are looking to enter the Hot Wheels giveaway going on, anyone ages 3 to 10 can enter to win a trip. Or sorry, win Hot, my bad. And it can enter to win Hot Wheels track, and they will be there at the Blue Line Racing Group ready to help you enter. Make sure you check them on out over there, as that draw will be happening later today after the first round of Pro Show, meaning that though the entries will be ending sometime around the time we start the Pro Show here. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, super comp, second call, super comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, super comp, second call, super comp. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for Super Comp. Second call for NHRA Super Comp. Alrighty, Michael Pruss coming in that 1967 Camaro with Norm Laponte coming in that 1967 Camaro. Both of them are beautiful in red. I wonder which one is it going to be, the red 1976 Camaro or the red 1976 Camaro? This is about as mirror a matchup as you can get. Pruss in the Summit lane, going to get a 10, 67, and 66 thou for reaction. Norm going to get 15 thou and 11, 17 in the Napa. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Comp. Final call, Super Comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, NHRA Super Comp. Final call, NHRA Super Comp to staging lanes, please. Can I please get Super Gas to staging lanes, please? Super Gas to staging lanes, please. Whoa, Clarence Bidniak in that beautiful red and blue machine, or sorry, yellow and blue machine. Getting a fantastic 10 thou reaction. Going to put 1074 on the board for that time trial. And James Kwan getting a 1186. Up next, Berkey Taylor bringing the 1996 Camaro from Spruce Grove. Doug Mitchell coming in from Fort Saskatchewan in that 1969 Nova. Alrighty, Berkey Taylor getting a 1047 on the board, hitting 126. And Doug Mitchell in the Nova red lighting there, getting 1160. Alrighty, I can see the 50-50s going on down there. I believe there was a almost $5,000 that went to the winner of that on last night's Rotary Club 50-50. So if you're looking to get in on that and hopefully win yourself a big chunk of change and also do some work for charity, make sure you're heading on over to them and catch them there. Once again, they're in the 50-50 Rotary Club vests. So make sure you check them on out down there. I see them wandering on down through the sands right now. Alrighty. Alrighty, that tractor is coming on out. Big thank you to Key Ag Kubota for sponsoring us here at Rad Torque Raceways. Going to go and make sure that track is nice and dragged, so it is good for our next series of machines to come on in and have a proper bonding experience with the track there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, super gas. Second call, NHRA super gas. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, NHRA super gas. Second call, NHRA super gas. Already, our NHRA Super Comps should be coming on up next for, I believe, their third and final time trial here today. Before we move on to our next round of eliminations, they are going to be going, once again, they're all racing in the John Scotty Canadian Championship Series. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for Super Gas. Third and final call for NHRA Super Gas. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Third and final call for Super Gas. Third and final call for NHRA Super Gas. Can I please get CMDRA Superbikes, CMDRA Pro Extreme to lane 0, that is CMDRA Superbikes and CMDRA Pro Extreme to staging lane 0, please. That is CMDRA Superbike and CMDRA Pro Extreme to staging lane 0, please. All righty, Jenna Mashad and Stan Essery coming in and getting ready to rip. Jenna Mashad got that Mashad Motorsports Dragster and Essery bringing in that AFD machine.
Did you guys not hear?
These are once again Super Comp, and they are shooting for 9-10. As they will be index racing. Once again, doing their final time trial. Make sure you have your earplugs ready, as these are two loud dragsters. Alrighty, Stan doing exactly what you're supposed to do. You can see he's pulled over to the side, making sure that any cleanup or anything else that is going on is going to be to a minimum. And if you are looking to get yourself some lunch, it's probably now is a great time to do so. There are a ton of food vendors all over here. If you're looking to make your way on over there to get yourself some grub, make sure you're checking them on out. We got the Rad Torque Raceways concessions all over the place. There's also that truck you can see over by those stands on the return road. Make sure you're checking them on out over there. And there are, of course, the one in the pits and the main concession as well. Or if you're looking for something else, if you're just looking for something to drink, that Sip Vodka Lounge on the second floor of the tower. It has a great view of the strip and is air conditioned. Also, Daryl's Cookhouse and Snack Trailer is also around here too, and Dar's Donuts, Cole's Mini Donuts as well as the Lemongrass Grill, Mr. Cappy, and Scotia Food Truck, as well as kettle corn providers out there, and the Big Softy, I believe that's ice cream. Ice cream sounds fantastic for this weather. Alrighty, CMDRA Superbike, and CMDRA Pro Extreme. This is, I believe, your second call of the staging lanes, please. Second call of the staging lanes, please. Lane 0, CMDRA Superbike and CMDRA Pro Extreme to lane 0. This is your second call. Alrighty, attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call for CMDRA Superbike and CMDRA Pro Extreme to staging lane 0. That is final call for CMDRA Superbike and CMDRA Pro Extreme to staging lane 0. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Super Street, NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Super Street, NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, coming up next for Super Comp. Corey Newman in that CP Inspection sponsored red machine there, dialed once again, Index Racing, so it's 9-10 on the board. That is what they're shooting for when they eventually go into their eliminations. Looking to get a third round of qualifiers done here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, this is your second call to lanes. Super Street, this is your second call to lanes. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Super Street. Second call, NHRA Super Street. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, NHRA Super Street. Second call, NHRA Super Street. To staging lanes, please. Already our Super Gas racers coming on in. Rory Moser coming in that 1927 Roadster, and Kirk Laws bringing in that Camaro. This is another index class. They are indexed at 10-10. So when they move on into eliminations, that's what they're going to be shooting to hit. Double red light there. Rory going to be 45 in the red, and Kirk going to be 19 in the red. Rory going to get 10-12 on the board, and Kirk going to get 10-11. The next pair are lined up. Lee Leons in the 1991 Daytona. Coming in for Budweiser's The Strip Shop and Alfaro's Auto Buddy. Coming in with Greg McKellen. Greg McKellen bringing in that 1967 Barracuda. Greg getting a good reaction there at 52 thou. Tension the pits, tension the pits. Final call, Super Street. Final call, NHRA Super Street. That is attention the pits, tension the pits. Final call, NHRA Super Street. Final call, NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. That is, once again, final call, NHRA Super Street. Final call, NHRA Super Street. Top comp, you are on standby. Top comp, you are on standby. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Top comp, you are on standby. Dale Dryden bringing in, it looks like a beautiful roadster there. 1957 is the year. I don't have the make. And that will be 10-13 on the board, hitting 154 for that run. All right, Mike Hall on that last run there, getting backing off a lot, coming in with a 1497, and Burke Green coming in with an 894. Cody Miner coming up next for Starlight Tech, and Carmelin Foreman coming in alongside on that Kawasaki. Also, anybody in the stands or anybody in the crowd wandering around the pits, in about 5 minutes in front of around the front gate, they're going to be doing the Harley Stunt Bike Show. So if you want to check that on out, make sure you're heading on over there, as that'll be starting at 1 o'clock. Once again, if you are looking to check out that Harley Stunt Bike Show, that'll be starting in about 5 minutes near the front gate. So make sure you're heading on over there if you want to see that. Attention to the pits, attention to the attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top competition, top comp, top comp. To staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. That is top comp to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, on that last one, Cody Minor getting a 971 on that run, and Carmelo Foreman getting running back and way off there. We'll expect to see them running faster when we see them in other runs. Brad Shear coming on up next from Cochrane on that Suzuki against Logan Boyles on that GSXR coming in from Calgary. Building dramatic tension as they're both pre-staged. It's like one of them might have de-staged. Logan gonna get in at 10:24 for that run, hitting 124 for the mile per hour. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp, this is your second call to lanes. Top comp, this is your second call to lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp, second call to lanes. Top comp, second call to lanes. NHRA top comp, NHRA top comp. This is your call to lanes. Chad Griffith coming in from Devon. Pulling on out of that mutual vein water box, coming in with Garrett Price. Garrett Price on that lovely orange 1999 Buell SS. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Garrett Price, 30,000 reaction. And 9:19 on the board. Great run there. Alrighty, it looks like up next will be our CMDRA Pro Extreme coming on into that butyrylpropane burnout box, getting those tires nice and toasty. Dan Bodum coming in from Edmonton on that 1994 machine. Unfortunately, I don't have data for the exact type. And Will Ellie coming in on that 2015 Harley in the Napa lane. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, top comp, final call, top comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for top competition. Final call for NHRA top comp. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Final call, top comp, final call, top comp. blazing fast. Dan putting 122 on the quarter mile and 821 on the board. And Will on that blue Harley putting 775 and hitting 174. Alrighty, coming up next, Super Street for NHRA. Once again, we are in the John Scotty NHRA Canadian Championship Series here. Looks like this is an 11:10 index class. And Christian Dryan getting 11:11 and hitting 121 miles per hour on there.
Check. All right. So I just want to let everybody know that we got the Street Outlaws guys back there. Murder Nova, Gucci, the Gucci Nova, Nate Sailor. We got Ryan Martin, David Mendez, and Carson Baker back there, and they got a bunch of merch available. So if you want to come back, now's a great time before things get rolling at the pro show. Go wander over to the pits, go say hi. The guys are out there doing autographs, so if you're interested, swing on by into the pro pits here and have a look and check out all the visitors there, as well as we got all the Nitro Funny Car guys. They got some merch on sale as well. So come down and do some autographs and check it out.
Alrighty, coming in for top comp, Chris Crozier with Dwayne Ringeth. Dwayne Ringeth coming in for Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's, Grimm's, and Global Gourmet, as well as and Stable in that Napa lane. Up next, Jenna Mashad coming in with Jason Duchesne. Mashad and the Summit lane, Duchesne in the Napa lane.
Well, 2,000 separating between the reaction times. Jenna Michaud, let's go 004. Runs a 4:16 with a 0 at 170 miles an hour. That thing is quick. 170 mile an hour in 660 feet. Put that in its perspective. Jason Duchesne not far off with a 006 light. Runs a 4:73 with a 1 at 146, and that'll bring up Gord Spack out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, right-hand side. The beautiful 63 Chevy Corvette split window. Quick door car in the right-hand side, and Willie Oliver out of Mission, BC. The 2012 M&M chassis dragster with a little baby blower sitting on top of the big block. We got 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Willie, let's go just a little late. 68 up front, runs a 4:63 with a 9 at 149. And Gord, 26 at the let-go and 4:67 at 154. Rebecca Bartel, left-hand side at a Sylvan Lake. The 03 Mullis chassis dragster. And Michael Scholl out of Calgary, the 22 TNT dragster. Very, very nice car on the right-hand side. Car is for sale in the right-hand side. So if you want to spend an arm and a leg, you can get yourself into a brand new TNT dragster. Absolutely gorgeous car by any measure, though. Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's, Global Gourmet, and Stable, and FTI converters on board with Michael. 2 bulbs lit. Who's going to flicker number 3? Three and 4. 22 thousandths of a second between them in the reaction times. Michael Scholl, let's go 30. Runs a 4:51 with an 8 at 154. And Rebecca Bartel, 52 at the let-go and a 4:61 with a 1 at 148. And that'll bring up Scotty Hearn, right-hand side, out of Sherwood Park. The newer Mullis chassis dragster. DC Signs, heavy metal equipment rentals on board with Scott Hearn and Mike Barron out of Edmonton. The very long hardtail in the left-hand side. Things like 50 feet long. Two bulbs lit. Mike goes in and Scott follows. Scott, 14 up front. Mike, a reaction time that started with a 1. Mike runs a 4:99 with a 7 at 144. Something may not be right there, as Mike's car usually a mid 450 car. Scott Hearn runs a 450 with a 5 at 154. That'll bring up Brent Lawn, right hand side, out of White Court. The 2010 Pontiac GPX, I think. Doesn't say on the screen. Pretty sure it's GPX. I might be wrong. Beautiful top sportsman car in Dalton Giroux out of Leduc, the 09 TNT in the left-hand side. Brent inching the top sportsman car into the beams. Two, bulbs lit, 3, 4. Separated by 20 thou in the reaction time side of things. Dalton, 449 with a 7 at 154. Let's go 11 up front. Brent Lawn, 31 and a 461 with a 7 at 153. And that'll bring up Mark Bold out of Red Deer, the 08 Mullis on the right-hand side. Car is also for sale. So if you want to get yourself into a beautiful Mullis dragster, turnkey ready to rip, it is for sale in the right-hand side. And Dale Bristow out of Fort Sask, the 08 Mullis, also. Couple of 08 chassis Mullises going down. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Round 1 eliminations for pro. Round 1 eliminations for pro. Roll on into the staging lanes, please. Mark, 30 at the let, going to 486 with a 7 at 140. As Dale Bristow turns it 2. Thou Red, 455 with a 9 at 151. That'll bring up Kirsten Groves out of Alder Flats. The 2014 American Chassis Dragster and Daryl Baker out of the Foothills County, Alberta. The little Chevy Pro Stock S10. Pretty sure that was a real truck at one point. Runs like 520s and he rolls the windows down coming into the staging lanes. So still has factory roll up and down windows. Pretty neat little truck in the left-hand side. Daryl been doing this a hot minute. Has built some beautiful hot rods in his time too as well. Very, very, very well-skilled chassis builder and race car builder. Waiting on Daryl as he rolls the S10 in, and he is in. Here we go. Separated by 8 thousandths of a second between the reaction times. Kirsten, let's go 19, runs a 472 with a 2 at 146. As Daryl Baker, for some reason, I think the cone was out there at the 8th mile marker. Daryl not getting a time. So we'll shut the cars down and go take a look at that really quick. As Daryl loses all time at the 8th mile an hour and time.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call for round 1 eliminations pro. Second call for round 1 eliminations pro to the staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Second call, round 1 eliminations pro. Round 1 eliminations pro to staging lanes, please.
Next pair up, Tammy Peugeot, left-hand side, out of Abbotsford. Beautiful, beautiful TNT dragster in the left-hand side. And Joe Graves, out of Sherwood Park, the 05 Pontiac Grand Am. Little door car. Joe, a very well-seasoned racer, been doing this a long time. The 2022 top Eliminator points champion. Very, very good racer in that car. Two bulbs lit. 3 and 4. Here we go. Joe Graves, let's go 40 up front. Problems for Tammy up front as reaction time started with a 1 before the decimal. Joe Graves 5:04 with a 3 at 138 and Tammy 4:70 with a 2 at 147. And that'll bring up Randy Moderson, left-hand side. My Uncle Randy out of Edmonton, the 63 Chevy Corvette. That car has been around a very long time. Randy, the reason my dad is into racing, the reason pretty much that I'm into racing. Car has turned on a lot of win lights. And Morgan Karen on the right-hand side. The American Chassis Dragster out of High River Country Chrysler, helping her out. Morgan also a very good racer. Has and does, turns on a lot of win lights in that dragster. Separated by 19 thousandths of a second between the reaction times. Morgan, let's go 15, runs a 497 with a 0 at 139, and Randy, let's go 34 and runs a 510 with a 9 at 135. That car is absolutely deadly this weekend. That car has moved like 7 thousandths of a second between 3 runs, which is very good. Jesse Vanderwerf, right-hand side. I can never pronounce his last name correctly, even though I've been told it many times. Out of Sherwood Park. Heavy metal equipment rentals on the side of that dragster, along with Sip Vodka. Cody Graves in the left-hand side of Sherwood Park, the 07 TNT dragster. Mr. Graves Digger. Four thousandths of a second between them and the reaction time side of things. Cody, let's go 20 and runs a 469 with a 5 at 146 as Jesse 24 at the let go and a 469 with a 1 at 146. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call and final call. If you are not in the lanes, we need you in the lanes. Perot, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Perot, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Madison Morton, right-hand side out of Edmonton, the 2012 TNT dragster.
Buddy, I was actually just looking.
NT Gates left-hand side, flickers the bulb. My man out of Medicine Hat in the 03 answer. Tanner, let's go 9 up front. Madison 32. Tanner a 455 with a 4 at 153. And Madison 479 with a 4 at 142. Tanner looks like he spun a little bit off the line there. Rod Belsham, right-hand side, the 22 TNT dragster out of Prince George, and Mike Crozier out of Leduc, the 08 TNT. Very, very, very consistent car on the left-hand side. Outlaw Addiction on board with Mike. Rod, let's go 1 thousandth of a second away from having a perfect light. Runs a 451 with a 6. At 153 miles an hour, and Mike Crozier, 25 at the let-go, runs a 471 with a 4 at 145, and that'll bring up David Wooten out of Foothills County. The 41 Willies blown. Beautiful car in the left-hand side. And Graham Foster out of Fort St. John, BC. The 68 Chevy Camaro. Couple of door cars going at it. Graham, let's go 45. David, 17 up front. Runs a 496 with a 1 at 139. They are getting that car dialed. Graham, 45 and a 477 with a 2 at 146. That'll bring up Darren Williams out of Calgary. The brand new build Dodge Dart has like 10 passes on it. Beautiful, beautiful car. Darren had an unfortunate incident in 2021. Had the hot August weekend where in the final round, unfortunately he lost control, and well, things got very hairy after the quarter mile. Upside down into the wall and all kinds of crazy. Very happy to see him back out in his brand new car, making some laps, getting it dialed in, and shaking the dust off. Darren slowly rolls into the stage beam. Darren, let's go 35 up front, runs a 484 with a 5 at 144 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Darren Butler out of Crooked, Saskatchewan, the 41 Willys. Very, very cool blower car on the right-hand side. Takes it to the 330 cone in the burnout. Darren Butler rolling on in. Turns on one bulb. Darren, let's go 1 thou red. Runs a 480 with a 0 at 143. Got a little out of shape at the 60-foot cone, but got it gathered up and made his run. That'll bring up the 2-seater dragster. If any of you in the stands would like to feel what it's like to make a, pretty sure an 890 run at like 150 miles an hour, well, there's your chance. Go on down to the Twisted Motorsports pit and book a ride. They supply all the gear and everything, and you jump in and make a lap in the 2-seater dragster. A lot of fun. My mom did it some years ago, and well, I don't know if she'll ever do it again, but she says it was fun. .884 with a 6 at 140 miles an hour. So, go on down to the Twisted Motorsports pit and go make a lap in the dragster. here we go. First round eliminations for pro. Jason Bourne, left-hand side at Airdrie, the 88 Chevy S10. 10:25 on the board. So he will leave first and be looking out the back window of that S10 to try and find Tanya Mosowich out of Okotoks. The Demon in the right-hand side. Rolls right in. We got 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. First round. Jason Bourne is 14 thou red. It is over before it starts as Tanya. 344 up front. Jason puts it 26 thou above. And Tanya 19 thou above. Somebody go give Jason a hug or a beer or something. Jason Prosler, right-hand side out of Stony Plain. The 70 Chevy Chevelle, 1184 on the board. And Ryan Grassel out of Devon, the 2022 Dodge Challenger, 989 on the board for Ryan. Ryan, 63 thou red as Jason is 314 up front. Jason puts it 30 thou above the predicted ET, and we'll turn on the win light as Ryan clicks it 63 thou red, runs a 991 with a 5 on the 989 dial, and so 25 thou above, no good. And that'll bring up Kevin White in the right-hand side of the Stony Plain. The 71 Duster with an 1113 on the board. He'll be looking over his left-hand shoulder, trying to find the 1028 of Dwight Alfrey out of Sherwood Park, and the 74 Barracuda. Both drivers are red, but a true start win will hand over to Kevin White. Kevin, 8 thousandths of a second red, puts it 25 thou above as Dwight, 20 thou red, and 14 thou above, no win light. Chuck Amniot, right-hand side of the Millet, the 71 Chevy Vega, very cool car, a little small block with the blower, 994 on the board for Chuck. And Larry Menzel out of St. Albert, the 67 Plymouth Satellite, 1024 on the board for Larry. Separated by 3 hundredths of a second between the dial-ins. Larry's gonna leave first, and Chuck gonna try and run him down in that Vega. Larry, major reaction time advantage. Can he turn it into a win light? Yes, he can. Larry, 60 take 38 to be 12 thou above. Will turn on the win light as Chuck Amniot, 167 up front, and lands it 600 under, no good. Sean Jean out of Stony Plain, the 68 Pontiac Firebird, right-hand side. 1057 on the board for Sean. And Zach Gates, otherwise known as Zay Gates, to the Rimby announcer, out of Medicine Hat, the 88 Ford Fox Body Mustang. 1047 on the board for Zach. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Separated by a bunch up front, Zach Gates has some work to do here. Or sorry, Sean does. Zach's gonna be doing some work at the throttle cable. And Zach turns it into a win light, 36, take 166 to land it, 43 thou above. Locks out Sean, who is 219 at the let-go, and 27 thou above, no good. And that'll bring up Big Ed Menadewski, right-hand side. 12-13 on the board for that 72 Nova, the winningest driver in Rad Torque Raceway history. Ed been doing this a very long time and a very successful driver. And Warren Bodefred out of Sherwood Park, the 97 hardtail dragster, and it is over before it started as Warren is 171 red. Ed, 33 on the tree, and a 1236 with a 7 on the 1213, getting out of it early as Warren, 978 with a 0 on the 930 dial-in. I know, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Pete, right-hand side. I do not know how to pronounce his last name. I'm not even going to try because I am going to embarrass myself. The 78 Chevy Camaro Precision Machine Works detailed design machine helping him out. 1018 on the board, and Jason Talbot out of Calgary, the 80 Chevy Malibu with a 937 on the board, but it is over before it started as Jason is 22 thou red. Pete, 374 up front, runs a 1020 on the 1018 dial-in. Will turn on the win light. Jason, 939 with a 5 on the 937 dial, puts it 25 thou above, no win light. That'll bring up William Vita, absolutely laying a heater in the burnout box. The 05 Mustang out of St. Albert, 930 on the board for William. and Tim Sabot. The 01 Ford Mustang, 14:30 on the board for Tim. Major reaction time advantage by William Vida by 400 thousandths of a second. Can he turn it into a win light? Yes, he can. William, 10 take 317 to be 12 hun above. Will turn on the win light, locks out Tim, who is 410 up front. Get behind 317 to be 4 hun above. No good. Charlie Curry out of Fort St. John, I'm pretty sure. The 66 Cobra, very cool car in the right-hand side. 957 on the board, and Brett Andrews out of Lloydminster, Alberta. The 03 Chevy pick-em-up truck, the Cat-Eye with a single turbo. Charlie clicks at 138 red. Brett, 114 up front. Runs at 1202 on the 1185 dial-in. 121 mile an hour. That is a very high mile an hour turbo truck right there. Charlie, 972 with a 6 on a 957 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call for Super Pro, second call for Super Pro. If you are not in the lanes, we need you in the lanes. Super Pro, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Roll on up. Well, I guess I'll give a little brief explanation for those of you in the stands who have never watched bracket racing, or this is your first time here. This is a handicap form of drag racing. So it is not fastest car wins, it is giving the slower car an advantage to win. So the drivers will make 2 hits in the morning and see what their car runs and then predict what their car is going to run after. So you see a 1207 on the board for Cole Butler out of Starbuck, Manitoba, 68 El Camino. He predicts he'll run a 1207, but if he goes faster than that, it's a breakout loss or he loses, and he loses. Or if he goes red, he also loses, but neither driver is red. Advantage to Brian Schiffner out of Calgary in the 66 CUDA. Can he turn it into a win light? Yes, he can. Brian, 16, take 110 to be 42 thou above. As Cole, 79 and 8 hun above, no good. That'll bring up Gary Nelson. Gary says, I'm going to run a 1025, but Gary is not here. So this looks like a competition single for Mike San out of Calgary, the 70 Chevy Nova. 1025 on the board for Mike. Mike, a very good reaction time. 008 on the tree. So basically in bracket racing, you want to have the best total package, which is how far off your dial in time you were and how good on the tree you were, added together. Winner is the one with the smaller package, so the less number. It's the only sport where you want to have a smaller package than your opponent.
Oh, Holden. Just hold it down today on the brackets, buddy. I love it.
Just hanging around. I like to do math. You know, my math teacher once told me you can never, you'll never be able to do math looking at a screen. Well, here I am.
Well, there you go, right, bud? Hey, we're gonna have some fun later tonight. We're gonna get down on the line. We're gonna do some, get some betting action going on there. So if anybody's on the stands wants to throw some action, we're gonna have some stuff going on down there. So make sure you come check us out. Holden, let's go.
Doug Klassen, left-hand side on a Medicine Hat, the 96 Grand Am on a single here. In round number 1, let's go 32 on the tree. And runs 16 thousandths of a second off of his dial-in time. So he predicted he would run a 10.00, and he ran a 10.01. Brian Howerluck, left-hand side. Looks like Colton Fedorovich could not make the call. Brian going to take a competition single out of Edmonton, the 73 Dodge Dart Sport. 10.22 on the board. Brian, 165 on the tree. As he heads down the quarter mile, he will run a 10.22 with a 1. So he ran dead on his number. He predicted he would run a 10.22, and he ran a 10.22 with a 1. So his total package was 166. His light was 166. Add that together, or 165. Add that together with his dial-in and how far off he was, which was 1,000ths of a second. 166 total.
Looks like we got some dragsters coming up here.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call for Super Pro. Final call in the for Super Pro. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Final call for Super Pro. Justin Dehaniak, left-hand side. The beautiful TNT dragster. With a 7:10 on the board. Looks like he will get the bye run in round number 1 here of Super Pro. Justin 30 at the let-go. Looking for that 7:10 number. And he will run dead on with a 4. Justin makes 34 total work and moves on in a round number next on the bye run. Kelsey Dufresne, right-hand side, out of Grand Prairie. The 83 Chevy Camaro with an 854 on the board. And Mike Mahanan out of Edmonton, the 69 Chevy Camaro with stack injection on it, 890 on the board. Little door car action here going on first round of Super Pro. Something in my sixth sense tells me that a Camaro might just win this. I don't know, though. $100 in my wallet. I'll bet it with anybody a Camaro will win this. Take my bet, please. Even though nobody may take that bet, you can take my bets later when me and Mr. Damo here are standing on the starting line, announcing the big show. I'll be placing bets with everybody who wants to. Kelsey, major reaction time advantage here. Can he turn it into a win light? Rip, 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 win light. Give it to Kelsey. Kelsey 39, take 45 to be a bunch above as Mike falls off. 73 up front and a 913 with a 3 on the 890 dial-in. A little bit above. Thank you. And that'll bring up Corey Newman, right-hand side out of St. Albert, the 65 Chevy Chevelle 908 on the board for Corey. And Cody Baker out of High River, the 06 A&E dragster with a 739 on the board. Door car on dragster action right here, right now in round number 1. I like door cars, but I like Cody, so. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bike sled combo, bike sled combo. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Bike sled combo, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Bike sled combo, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Win light will flicker on for Cody Baker. Cody, 9 takes 65 to be 20 thou above, 29 total. Locks out Corey Newman, who is 130 at the let-go, and runs at 14 thou above to be 144 total, no good. And that'll bring up Jeff Talbot out of Olds, the 71 Chevy Chevelle, very cool car on the right-hand side. 862 on the board for Jeff, and Tristan Duchesne out of Beaumont, the 2000 Bogey Roadster. 910 on the board for Tristan. So the door car going to be chasing down the Roadster here. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. 52 thou separate them. Advantage right-hand side door car. Can he turn it into a win light? No, he cannot. Tristan Duchesne. 54 dead 4. Lays down 58 total. Will turn on the win light as Jeff. 2, but break it out by 12 thousandths of a second. Tristan moves in around number 2. Laverne Andrews, right-hand side of the Lloydminster, Saskatchewan, the gorgeous 66 Chevy 2. 828 on the board for Laverne. Spraying the house down, a lot of nitrous on that little Chevy 2 as far as I know. And Randy Schmidt out of Sherwood Park, the 41 Willys. 809 on the board for Randy.
Their coating does not work for that.
2 bulbs lit. Laverne goes in first, and Randy follows. 8 thou separate him up front. Advantage left-hand side. Randy Schmidt, can he turn it into a win light? No, he cannot. Laverne Andrews 25 get their 16th thou to be dead to 27 total as Randy 17 and 27 thou above. No good. Laverne moves in around 2. Pat Dehaniak out of Seaby Beach, the 27 Ford Roadster, 907 on the board for Pat. And Megan Caston out of Edmonton, 794 on the board for Megan. Dragster, Roadster. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Megan Caston is 17th, thou red. Pat Dehaniak gonna turn on the win light. Let's go 42. And runs a 911 on the 907, so 400 above. Megan breaks it out by 2 thou, but that did not matter as that 17th thou red light will turn on Pat's win light. Mike Mosowicz, left-hand side at Okotoks. The 70, oh, that is not the Duster. Looks like he is running his Challenger here. And Sean Tracy, the 64 Chevy Corvette in the right-hand side out of Sherwood Park, 869 on the board for Sean. Very cool car here on the right-hand side. That was originally a real Corvette from Chevrolet. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bike sled combo, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Bike sled combo, we need you in the staging lanes, please.
Alrighty, Justin Hamling, 3 thou reaction. Oh, oops, I should not have done that, sorry. Justin Hamling going to have a 3 thou reaction, big reaction advantage there. That'll get him that win light. As Tim does break out there by 15 thou in the red. Up next, Ricky Wilson dialed 784 in that dragster, coming in with Larry Peters. Larry Peters bringing that 1969 Nova, dialed 835. Ricky going to be trying to chase Larry around down, and Larry going to be trying to keep him in that rear view. Building some dramatic tension. Ricky Wilson, deep stages first. Tree is down, a little bit of a hook for Larry Peters there. They're both running. Great reactions out of both. Let's see who takes it. And that will be with the reaction advantage, Ricky Wilson. He will take the stripe by 0005 on a double breakout. That reaction advantage will mean that he only breaks out by 5 thou. Super tight race there, and it will be win light. Ricky Wilson up next. Clint Dalachev coming in that 1967 Camaro, dialed 892. In the center lane, in the Napa lane, Darren Williams. Darren Williams dialed. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lanes, please. Juniors to lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Juniors to staging lanes, please. All right, sorry. Once again, Clint Dolchev dialed 892, going to be trying to stay ahead of Darren Williams. Darren Williams, 755. Only 1 thou separated them and Darren Williams with the reaction advantage of that 1 thou. 25 thou reaction. Gonna take it as he gets Clint to break out by 6. Darren Williams, once again, will get that win. Light total package of 37 on that run. Greg McKellen come up next. This is a pair of them together. 10-10 for Greg and Williams on the Barracuda. Jason Mercer in the Corvette dialed 10-11. Oh, this might come down to reaction advantages here. And it does. Greg McKellen only coming 8 thou off dial, but he was caught sleeping at the start line by Jason Mercer, and Jason Mercer will lock him out and take this stripe by 56. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, juniors to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for juniors to the staging lanes, please. Second call, juniors to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock, you are on standby. Stock, super stock, you are on standby. All righty, it looks like Jay Dudley dialed 968. Once again, sorry, Jay Dudley coming in 968 on that ZX14. Gonna be running alongside, I believe, should be Dave Thoth there, coming on alongside him. Dialed 877. Looking to see who will be going on into the finals for our bike sleds. And a big reaction advantage for the Napa lane. I believe that is Dave Thoth getting that win, a light locking out his opponent Jay at the start line there. He will be moving on into the finals. Steve Campbell will be coming on in against him, and Dave Campbell doing his bye right now as he gets ready to face in the final. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for juniors, final call for juniors to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call juniors, final call juniors. Oh, I know the 2 Fun is going there, but Steve Campbell on that last run, total package of 42.3 on that last run. 2 Fun dragster ripping on down there. 72,000 reaction, 88.73, hitting 141 miles per hour on that quarter-mile strip there. Once again, that is Twisted Motorsports running there on that beautiful doubleheader machine. Make sure you're checking them out in their pits. Alrighty, attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Sarah DeShane running against that 907 dial and going to get a 910 and only be 37 off dial. Taking the stripe by 1/10 of a second. And that'll be win light for Sarah DeShane there. Next pair coming up, Cohen Laprise and Emily Bent getting ready to run. Cohen dialed 893, going to be trying to chase down Emily with that 920 dial in. Alrighty, and they're down that lane. Unfortunately for Emily, that will be a red light. Win light will go to Cohen Laprise. Running 9 seconds flat, getting a 65 reaction, 71 off dial. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, stock, super stock. Second call, stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Second call, stock, super stock. Second call, stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. And up next, Serenity Borden coming in with that 12:48, getting ready to try and stay ahead of Jackson Vanderwerf with that 890.
Well, this might be decided by reactions. We will see here. Ho ho! It is, but not in the way we thought. With a huge reaction disadvantage, Serenity will get that win light and take the stripe by 1/10 of a second. And we will now move on to our junior lightnings for this evening. Starting us off will be Riker Dupuis and Brandon Peck, racing off to see who will be in our finals here. Again, we are in the John Scotty Canadian Championship for NHRA. That is the John Scotty NHRA Canadian Championship Series going on right now. They are in eliminations for the Junior Lightnings running here. Riker dialed 824 and Brandon Peck dialed 797. Looking to see who will be facing off against Cole Caron in the finals. $30,000 separate them, and it will be Brandon Peck taking it, getting that stripe by only 14 thousandths of a second and getting that win light. He will move on to our finals for our juniors Lightning. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, stock, super stock. Final call, stock, super stock. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, stock, super stock. Final call, stock, super stock. Cole Caron getting ready to run to the bye. Narrow red light there at 9,000 as he is running on into those juniors Lightning finals. Gonna come in only off dial by 9,000. Alrighty, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, NHRA Super Comp to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Super Comp, NHRA Super Comp to staging lanes, please. NHRA Super Comp, NHRA Super Comp to staging lanes, please, for your round one of eliminations. And after those juniors have just run, it's a great time to do a reminder that the Hot Wheels giveaway is going on at that Blue Lion Racing's police pit, so make sure you are heading on over there if you're between the ages of 3 to 10 for your chance to win a Hot Wheels track. Make sure, once again, you're heading to Blue Lions Racing pit in order to enter. The draw will be later today after the first round of the pro show. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, super comp. Second call, super comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, super comp. Second call, super comp.
Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Super Comp. Second call, Super Comp to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for Super Comp. Third and final call for Super Comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for Super Comp. Third and final call for Super Comp. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for Super Comp. Third and final call for Super Comp. Super Gas, you are on standby. Super Gas, you are on standby. Alrighty, Michael Pruss and Ed Matajewski getting ready to line up and face against each other. Pruss 10.69, Matajewski 12.17. Only 9 thou separate them. And a double breakout, it looks like here. It looks like the win light did go off for Ed Matajewski there. Up next, for our super stock racers, looks like it should be James Kwan getting ready to race with that 1187. Going against Clarence Bedniak with that 1075. Red light for James. That'll be win a light. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong pair. There, wait, what? Oh, yeah, different ladder. Never mind. Red light for James. That'll be win a light for Clarence there. Up next, Berkey Taylor, 1050 on the board with Darcy Clark. Darcy Clark dialed 1063. Only 13 thou separating them on the start line. And that'll be win light for Darcy Clark. As both come off the dial, and once again, win light Darcy Clark. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Mike Rice to the tower, please. Mike Rice to the tower, please. That is attention, attention. Mike Rice to the tower, please. Mike Rice to the tower, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Supergas, NHRA Supergas, this is your second call, NHRA Supergas. Second call, NHRA Supergas to staging lanes, please. And another call for our Super Gas. Another call for Super Gas. NHRA Super Gas to staging lanes, please. NHRA Super Gas to staging lanes, please. This is your second call. Second call. NHRA Super Gas. Second call. NHRA Super Gas. NHRA Super Gas to staging lanes, please. NHRA Super Gas to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. NHRA Super Gas to staging lanes, please. NHRA Super Gas to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, looks like this will be our, sounds like, I better double check, but it sounds like this might be our final for our Super Comp. This might be our final for our Super Comps, as it sounds like it might be some engine trouble for the other competitor. I will confirm that 1 second. Jenna Mashad going to be going against Corey Newman, looks like. They're both getting ready to go against that 910 index. Alrighty, looking to see who will be taking home the prize here for Super Comp. Once again, Jenna Mashad coming in that TNT for Mashad Racing. And the mind games being played here as they both try and shoot for that index. Corey Newman had a massive reaction disadvantage, but he was able to get way closer to that dial in. And that means that will be a win for Corey Newman. He will be our Super Comp champion this evening. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for Super Gas. Final call for Super Gas. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Gas. Final call for Super Gas. And can I start getting Super Street to staging lanes, please? Super Street, NHRA, Super Street to staging lanes, please. That is NHRA, Super Street to staging lanes, please. Greg McKellen coming in for Super Gas here alongside Rory Moser. Both of these guys are looking to see if they can hit that 10-10 on the board. You can see it there. The Barracuda and the Roadster were dueling it out to see who they thought was closer, trying to fake each other out. But Rory Moser will take the stripe by 40, coming in only 14 thou off that 10-10 dial in, and he will be moving on to the next round for Super Gas. Up next, Gareth Senko. Gareth Senko going to be facing off against Kirk Laws. Kirk Laws coming in that Chevy Camaro. Gareth Senko bringing in the Fury. And the mind games carry on. Only about 5 thou separated them on the start line there, but it'll be Gareth Senko with the win light there as he manages to only come 9 thou off dial and take the stripe by 15. Up next, Dale Dryden. Dale Dryden coming in with that 1957 Roadster against Lee Leon. Oh, that'll be a red light for Dale there. That'll be win light for Lee Leons. Lee with a 16 thou reaction and 10-14. Sponsored by Budweiser, the Stripe Shop, and Alpha Rose Auto Body. Pat Duaniak going to be racing the by here as he moves on to get ready for the semifinals. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Super Street. Second call, Super Street to staging lanes, please. NHRA Super Street. NHRA Super Street to staging lanes, please. Top comp, you are on standby. Top comp, you are on standby. That is, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Super Street. Second call, Super Street. Top comp, you are on standby. Top comp, you are on standby. Pat Duaniak getting a 22 thou reaction and taking her easy on the bye there. And he will move on into the semifinals for our Super Gas NHRA. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for Super Street. Final call for NHRA Super Street. That is, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Street, this is your final called lanes. Final called lanes for Super Street. Top comp to the staging lanes, please. Top comp to the staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, our super streets should be making their way under the tower, getting ready to run. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp, second call. This is your second call for top comp, second call, top comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, top comp, second call, top comp. To staging lanes, please. Alrighty. Well, we have a little time before those super streets get ready to run. As a heads up, if you're looking to get in on that 50-50 draw, they're already at $7,500 in the pot, and it seems like it's going up by $500 every 15 minutes or so here. So if you are looking to make sure you get in on that draw, make sure you're going out there hunting them down in those lovely vests and buying yourself a ticket, as they will be doing their 50-50 draw at 4 o'clock here. So make sure you are getting in there if you want to win it. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for top comp, final call for top comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is your third and final call. Third and final call for top comp. Third and final call for top comp. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for top comp. Third and final call for top comp. Jason Mercer going to be going against the buy in this 1110 index class here for Super Street. A very narrow red light there at only 8 thou. And a narrow breakout there by 22 thou, but it does not matter against the buy. All right, next pair rolling on in. David Senko coming in that lovely Ford probe. Once again, they are in the 1110 index, coming in alongside Christina Dryden in that 1972 white Vega. one. They are off. David Senko with a big reaction advantage there. Going to come in and take it as he will lock Christina at the start line. He will lock her out at the start line, sorry. Once again, win light, David Senko, and he'll move on to the next round of our Super Street for our John Scotty Canadian Championship Series. James Elliott, 16th thou reaction. Going to be taking that, getting that win light as he will lock out Fred Senko at the start line. James will be getting the bye next round and be looking to see who will be facing off after he makes his way through those semifinals. And Top Comp, if you missed it, you've already had your final call. Top Comp, this is your fourth call beyond the final call.
Here we go, round number one of eliminations for Top Comp, the fast bracket class. How about a father-son duo to start it off? Cody Baker, left-hand side of the High River. The 06 A&E dragster with a 471 on the board. He'll be chasing down Daryl Baker, his dad, out of Foothills County, Alberta. Also, 520 on the board for Daryl in the pick-em-up truck. Funny enough, they did this a couple weeks back in Mission. Had to race, drove all the way to Mission, BC to have to race first round with Daryl being the winner. So I think Cody wants a little bit of revenge here. Two bulbs lit. Who's going to go in first? Dad rolls in first. And son rolls in after. Here we go. 23 thou separate them. Advantage to the dad and win light to the son. Cody, 26, get behind 38 thou to be dead 5, 31 total, as Daryl Baker is now left with 28 thousandths of a second of room to work with and breaks it out by 11 thou. Needs to take 27 or less to turn on a win light there. Cody moves in around 2 and gets his revenge. Dwayne Ringeth out of Vulcan, the 06 Mullis, Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's helping him out, Global Gourmet and Stable. 471 on the board for Dwayne in the 06 Mullis. And Morgan Caron out of High River, the 08 American Chassis Dragster. 497 on the board for Morgan. So Morgan going to be looking over her right-hand shoulder, trying to find that 471 of Dwayne Ringeth. Morgan says, let's go. Lights her first bulb, and Dwayne follows. Morgan in and set. And so is Dwayne. Here we go. 11th thou, separate him at the hit. This is nasty. Win light, give it to Karen. Morgan, 12 get behind 23 to be dead sevens, 19 total. Leaves Dwayne Ringeth with 18th thou room to work with, but he breaks it out by 6,000ths of a second. No good. Morgan moves in around 2. Kirsten Groves out of Alder Flats. The 2014 American Chassis Dragster, 470 on the board for Kirsten on the right-hand side. And Dalton Giroux out of Leduc, the 09 TNT, 449 on the board for Dalton on the left-hand side. Dalton going to be doing the chasing here as he tries to run down that 470 dialed American Dragster. Kirsten says, I'm ready, let's do this. Turns on her first bulb, Dalton rolls in slowly, turns on his first bulb. Flicker, flicker, Kirsten's in. Flicker, 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 Dalton's in, here we go. Separated by a bunch on the starting line, win light, give it to Kirsten. That's gonna be a rerun. 660 cone went out, looks like. Dalton not getting an ET. Had the advantage on the tree by 13th thou. Kirsten let go 36 and put it 27th thou above, but turns on the win light by default as no time for Dalton. Willie Oliver, left-hand side out of Mission, BC, the 2012 M&M Dragster, 463 on the board for that little baby blower car, and Mike Barron out of Edmonton, 495 dialed, 2010 Spitzer Dragster. Separated by a bunch on the starting line, and win light will turn on for Willie Oliver. Willie, 106 and 37 thou above will turn on the win light as Mike, 31 and 1 thou under. Somebody give him a hug. Darren Butler out of Crooked, Saskatchewan, the 41 Willies, 467 on the board for that blown door car in the right side, and Joe Graves out of Sherwood Park, the 05 Pontiac Grand Am, 503 dialed. Little red Pontiac. Couple of door cars going at it here in round number 1. For those of you who are new and didn't hear me earlier, give a little rundown. Bracket racing is a handicap form of drag racing where the slower car will leave first and the faster car will try and chase them down by the drivers predicting the ETs of what their cars are going to run. Joe has a 503 dial, and Darren thinks he'll run a 467. If either driver goes faster than this predicted time, they will lose, or if they red light. But if it's a fair race, then the smaller total package, whoever has the best light and or is closest to reaction time or closest to their dial-in and or both, will turn on the win light. We got 2 bulbs lit. Who's gonna roll in first? It's gonna be Graves. Butler follows. Here we go. 5 thou, separate them out front, advantage. Graves, win light, give it to Butler. Darren, 13 get behind 40 to be 30 thou above as Joe Graves 18 or 008 take 40 to break it out by 5 thou, needs to take 35 or less to turn on a win light, cannot get it done. Darren moves in around 2. Michael Scholl, right-hand side out of Calgary, the 2022 TNT Dragster, Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's Global Gourmet, and Stables and FTI Converters helping him out. 451 on the board for Scholl. And Jason Duchesne out of Beaumont, the 09 Mullis. 473 on the board for Jason. Michael's car is for sale. So if you're looking for a really nice TNT dragster, go head on over to the TNT pit and go take a peek at that car. Very nice car. Three bulbs lit. Here we go. Scholl rolls in. 21 thou. Separate him up top. Win light. Give it to Duchesne. Jason 8. Dead 7. Take 24 to be 15 total. Locks out Michael Scholl by 14 thousandths of a second. As Michael 29 and 11 thou above will not turn on the win light. 30 or 40 total. No good. Jason moves in around number 2. Madison Morton, right-hand side at Edmonton, the 2012 TNT Dragster with a 480 on the board. And Dale Bristow out of Fort Sask, the 08 Mullis with a 455 on the side. Going to be doing the chasing as Madison will be about halfway to the 60-foot cone by the time Dale Bristow's green light turns on. Dale rolls in, waiting on Madison. She is in. Here we go. Separated by a bunch on the starting line. A lot of numbers. 49 thou. Win light's going to shine for Bristow. Bristow 31. Get there 10 thou in front to be 27 thou above. Locks out Madison Morton, who was 80 at the let-go, and puts it 1 thou under. No good. Dale will move on in around number 2. Scotty Hearn, right-hand side out of Sherwood Park. DC Signs Heavy Metal Equipment Rentals on board with Mr. Scotty Hearn. 449 on the board. He'll be chasing down Tammy Peugeot out of Abbotsford, BC. The 24 TNT Dragster with a 470 on the board. Two bulbs lit. Flicker, flicker. Tammy's in. Scott rolls in behind him. Separated by 11 thou up front. Advantage. Hearn, win, light, Hearn. Scott 8 get behind 15 thou to put 50 or be 15 thou above. 23 total. Leaves Tammy with 4 thou to work with. Cannot get it done. Tammy puts it 11 thou under. No good. Needs to take 4 or less. Justin Dehaniak out of Spruce Grove, the 06 TNT Dragster, 451 on the board for Justin, and Chris Crozier out of Leduc, the 2014 TNT Dragster, 473 on the board for Chris. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Pro, we need you in the staging lanes, please. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Oh, Chris Crozier is 45 thou red. Justin, let's go 37. Puts it 2 thou under. Will turn on the win light. Chris Crozier, 29 thou above. No good. Jesse Vandermeer out of Sherwood Park, 470 on the board for the Heavy Metal Equipment Rentals. Sip Vodka Dragster in the left-hand side. And Rod Belsham out of Prince George, the 2022 TNT Dragster, 451 on the board for Belsham. Two bulbs lit, 3 and 4. 1 thou, separate them up front. This is nasty. Win light, give it to Vandermeer. Jesse, 4, take 15 to be dead 7, lays down 11 total. lets Rod Belsham have 6 thou, room to work with. Rod puts it 21 thou above, 26 total. And Jesse says go back to the trailer. Jesse moves in around 2. Stan Essery, left-hand side. On a bye run. Out of Sherwood Park, the pro-charged AFD dragster. 397 on the board for the Maddox chassis dragster. Yes, 397 in a bracket car. Absolutely moving. One bulb lit. Stan gonna try and chase down that 397 dial. Stan puts it a 10th above. Runs a 407 with a 7 at 3 on the 397 dial. Let's go 003. But it doesn't matter as he will move on in around number next. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call for pro, second call for pro. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Pro, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Mike Crozier, right-hand side of the Leduc, the 08 TNT Dragster, Outlaw Addiction sponsored car. 470 on the board, and Jenna Michaud's going to be doing some heavy chasing here out of Edmonton, the 22 TNT Dragster with a Pro Charger on the front of a big block Chevy. This thing is nasty. 416 dialed car. Jenna flickers the top bulb. Flicker, flicker, Crozier's in. Jenna follows, flickering her bulb as well. 3 thou, separate them up front. Wind light's gonna shine for Crozier. Mike Crozier, 24, get there, 8 thou to be dead. 6, makes 30 total work, leaves Jenna with 9 thou room to work with as she puts it. 17 thou above, no good. Mike Crozier moves in around 2. David Wooten out of Foothills County, the 41 Willies, 496 on the board for that little blown coupe in the right-hand side. And Cody Graves, my man, Cody Graves Digger. Out of Sherwood Park, the 07 TNT Dragster, 459 on the board for Cody Graves. So the Dragster going to be chasing down the door car. Yeah, now thinking of it, Cody's dial I don't think is 459, and it is not. 469. There we go. Didn't think that Cody was throwing a whole bottle at it yet, but you know, you got to spray, I guess, sometimes. David rolls right in. Cody rolls in ever so slowly, finds that pre-stage beam, and the stage beam, here we go. David Wooten is 38th out red, Cody Graves 007. David runs a 491 with an 8 on the 496 dial. Cody Graves moves in around 2. 7 and 11 thou above, 18 total, makes it work. Left-hand side, Rebecca Bartel. Out of Sylvan Lake, the 03 Mullis Dragster. 461 on the board for Rebecca and Mark Bold out of Red Deer, the 08 Mullis Dragster. Dragster is for sale, by the way. If you are looking for a very nicely kept up 08 Mullis, it is there in the right-hand side. 487 on the board for Mark, very competitive car. Him and his daughter, McKenna, been running that car for quite some time. McKenna, also a very, very, very good racer. Oh, there we go, perfect. 3 bulbs lit and 4 now, here we go. Rebecca Bartel is 40 thou red, Mark Bold 11 and 8 thou under. Will turn on the wind light. Rebecca puts it 57 or 54 thou above. No good. Mark moves in around 2. Man, I'm starting to think this is rigged. Why is every door car racing each other? Well, anyways, Brent Lawn, right-hand side. The 2010 Pontiac GPX. 463 on the board. Will be chasing down Darren Williams in the brand new built Dodge Dart out of Calgary. 485 on the board for Williams.
Alrighty, as a reminder, if you see those folks in the lovely 50-50 shirts, make sure you're heading on over and hit them up, as that 50-50 last time they came up here was at $7,500, and it's been going up by $500 every 15 minutes, and that will be drawing that ticket and announcing who's the winner at 4 o'clock. So make sure you're getting in on that 50-50 before it closes.
2 bulbs lit. Which one's going to go in first? They go in at the same time. Here we go. Major reaction time advantage to left-hand side, Darren Williams. Can he turn it into a win light? Yes, he can. Darren Williams, 13 and 21 thou above, will turn on the win light. As Brent Lawn, 135 on the tree and 16 thou above, no good. Sounded like he had a little problem there on the starting line. So Darren Williams moves in around 2, and this is the battle of the 63 split windows right here. Gord Spack out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, 467 on the board for the 63 split window on the right-hand side, and Randy Moderson, Uncle Randy out of Edmonton, the all-blue 63 Corvette, 510 on the window for Randy. Randy, the reason I'm into racing, got my dad into racing a couple of stone ages ago, and well, here I am. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, first call, we need you in the staging lanes, please. 2 bulbs lit, who's gonna go in first? Randy rolls in, wastes no time. Gord follows, here we go. 46 thou separate him, advantage goes to Moderson, and so does the win light. Randy, 20, get behind 48 to be dead, 727 total. As Gord locks out Gord Spack, who is 66 up front, and breaks it out by a 10th. Graham Foster, right-hand side, 477 on the board for the 68 Chevy Camaro. And Tanner Gates, my man, out of Medicine Hat, the 03 Answer Dragster. 455 on the board for Gates. Beautiful, beautiful 03 model car in the left-hand side. This is the final pair for top comp. Door car, dragster. I feel like we're gonna hear some pedaling here about at the end of the track from the left side. No, Tanner not gonna be happy with that one. Graham Foster, let's go 33 up front, drops it to be dead, 941 total, but Tanner Gates over before it started. Let's go 3 thou red. Puts it 9 thou under. No good. Graham Foster moves in around number 2.
Alrighty, it's 3 o'clock, so if you are looking to see some bikes run and do some awesome tricks, make sure you're heading on over to that entrance there, as they will be having tricks going on there. That is the Harley Stunt Bikes. Once again, they are going on at the front entrance here, so make sure if you're interested in that, you're heading on over there. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, this is your second call to lane. Second call to lane, Super Pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call to lane, Super Pro. Second call to lane, Super Pro.
Well, while we got a little lull here, now's a great time to get on down to the concessions. We got all sorts of vendors down there on the midway. We got corn dogs. We got mini donuts. Mini donuts, yeah, right? If anybody hears you out here, the guys at the start line are salivating already over the idea of having some mini donuts, so feel free to throw any our way. But don't forget to check it down. If you're down in the pits over on the pro pit side, we do have a concession by the South Grandstand. You can just pop over there and get smokies, hamburgers, some good stuff down there. So yeah, make sure you go check it out. We also got some cool vendors on there selling some merch and some other items. The Street Outlaws guys are out in their pits there. You can go see Chevy and the Yeti, Murder Nova. You got Nate Saylor, Ryan Martin, Carson Baker. David Mendez is here too in the Sublime Lime car, that really lime green. I mean, it is like the lime green of lime green. If you remember those lime green hatchback ads for that one thing on TV, it's that lime green. But yeah, David Mendez car down there, that beautiful Challenger looking good. So feel free to go down and see the boys, get some autographs. They got some merch. It's pretty cool. So we'll have the things going up here as we get ready to run a few more classes in just a few minutes. So get loaded up, grab a bevy, and stay cool out there, guys.
Alrighty, I have our final call for Super Pro. That is attention to the pits, Final call for Super Pro, That is attention to the pits, final call, Super Pro. Also, the 50-50 gentleman just came on up and he told me last time I heard that pot was at $7,500. It is now a $10,000 pot and it's still going up by about $500 every 15 minutes. So if you're looking to get on that, make sure you're hunting on one of them on down, as they will be drawing at 4 o'clock here, so not much time left before they will be finished taking their buy-ins. So make sure you are hunting them down and getting near 50-50s from the Rotary Club and getting in for a chance to win that $10,000 pot. Alrighty, coming in for round 2 of Eliminations for Pro for this John Scotty Canadian Championship Series. Jason Prosler in the 1970s Chevy Chevelle, dialed 1184. Going to be racing Brian Schiffer in the Barracuda, dialed 1059. Going to be trying to keep Brian in those rear views. That is unfortunate. Red light for Brian there, and that'll be win light to Jason Prosler, and Prosler will be moving on to the next round of eliminations for Pro. Coming on up next, Brett Andrews, dialed 1185, coming in that Chevy 1500. Going to be racing against Ed Matajewski. Ed Matajewski going to be trying to keep him in the rear view with that 1210. I think we're going to see a lockout here. And we do. Ed Matajewski going to lock his opponent out, locking out Brett at the start line there. Ed Matajewski with a great 14th thou reaction. Up next, Brian Harlock. Brian Harlock dialed 1022. Coming in against Pete Doroshenko, coming in with a 1978 Camaro, and brought to you by Precision Machine Works and Detailed Design Machine. And that'll be an unfortunate red light for Pete. Win light will be up for Brian Harlock there. And Brian not taking it easy even on the red light. Total package of 28 thou for Brian there. Coming up next, Kevin White. Kevin White bringing in the 1971 Duster, dialed 1117. Tanya Mozowicz going to be trying to chase him down, dialed 989. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors. Sorry. Correction, attention to the pits. NHRA bike sleds. This is your first call to lane 0. NHRA bike sled combo to lane 0. NHRA bike sled combo to lane 0. On that last run there, Kevin White getting that win light lit up and taking the stripe by a full 1/10 of a second. Zach Gates, unfortunately, will red light it by narrowly at 28 thou. That'll be win light for William Vida. William Vida in the Mustang. Going to be moving on to the next round for our pros. Up next, Mike Sand. Mike Sand coming in with a dial-in of 1027. Going to be leaving barely before Doug Clausen with that 1001 in that Pontiac Grand Am. And unfortunately, that'll be a red light for Mike San Giorgio. That'll unfortunately be all that, and it'll be a win light for Doug Lawson. He will be moving on to the next round. All right, Larry Menzel looking to finish off our class for our pros. All those super pros should already be in the lane. All right, attention to the pits. Bike sleds. That is NHRA bike sleds combo. To your staging lanes, please. This is your second call. Second call to lane 0. Second call, lane 0. NHRA bike sleds. NHRA bike sleds, lane 0. And can I also get attention to the pits? Juniors to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Juniors to staging lanes, please. Once again, NHRA bike sled combo to lane 0 and juniors to lanes. Already starting off our Super Pro. Looks like we had a double breakout. 1 thou separated the reactions between for Kelsey Dufresne and Sean Tracy. 44 for Kelsey, 43 for Tracy, but Sean Tracy will only break out by 8 thou and get that win light. Up next, we will have Tristan Duchesne coming in that Broggy Roadster, dialed 910, going against Jason Mercer in the Corvette, dialed 1110. Going to be trying to keep Tristan in that rear view. And win light to Jason Mercer. And Tristan Duchesne will unfortunately break out once again. Win light Jason Mercer as he locks him out at the start line and takes the stripe by 83. Cody Baker coming in with the bye. Dialed 740. Cody Baker with a lovely. Cody Baker with a fantastic 34th thou reaction. Looks like he will back off, though, at the quarter mile and take her a little easy. Justin Hamelink coming in against Laverne Andrews. Hamelink dialed 971. Going to be trying to stay ahead of Laverne with that 828. Win light to Laverne Andrews as there's a double breakout. He will take it and move on to the next round, locking Justin Hamelink out. Mike Crozer coming up next, dialed 710. Pat Duhoney dialed 910. Full 2 seconds are going to separate them on the tree there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for CMDRA, sorry, not CMDRA. Final call for NHRA bike sleds. Final call, NHRA bike sleds. To lane 0, second call for juniors, That is attention to the pits, second call juniors. And final call for NHRA bike sleds. Final call for NHRA bike sled combo. Stock, Superstock, you are on standby. Stock, Superstock, you are on standby. Oh my goodness, Pat Duhoniak and Mike Crozer having a red light off. Double red light. Pat Duhoniak breaking or red lighting by 7 and Crozer red lighting by 3. It will be win light Crozer. And he'll move on to the next round. Coming up next, Ricky Wilson dialed 783 going against Darren Williams with that 756. Darren Williams bringing in that lovely door car. Ricky Wilson bringing that 2005 Don Davis dragster. They're both pre-staged. Couple mind games going on. Darren Williams pre-stage or deep stage. Tree is down. Incredible. Only 1 thou separated them on reaction. Darren Williams had a 5 thou, but that wasn't enough as Ricky Wilson will get a 6 thou and take the stripe by 12. Such tight runs from both. Once again, win light Ricky Wilson. Total package of 38. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, juniors, final call, juniors. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, juniors, final call, juniors. Alrighty, we are moving on to our bike sleds. They are getting ready to rip. Dave Thoth coming in for Energy, Coil, Medicine Hat, Motorcycle Fast Times Machining, and Spider Electric. This is for all the beans in the bathtub going against Steve Campbell. Steve Campbell is separated by only 1 thou for their tree there. And that'll be 881 on the board, and he is going to take the stripe by 13 thou, and I think he actually locks out. He has locked out Steve Campbell, and it'll be Dave Toth getting that win light and being our champion for the bike sleds for our John Scotty Canadian Championship Series. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors, this is beyond your third and fourth, the final call. This is your fourth call. Juniors. Make sure you're in those staging lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, Super Stock, you are on standby. Stock, Super Stock, you are on standby. As soon as those juniors get moving forward in the lanes, you guys will be getting called into the lanes, so make sure you are ready, as your first call of lanes is imminent. It's just about to happen. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, Super Stock, Stock, Super Stock. To lanes, please. Stock, Super Stock, to lanes, please. All right, taking a rip on down the road, Serenity Borden. Racing the bye before they go into their finals here for the Junior Thunders. Serenity going against that 12:55 dial-in, breaking out narrowly there by 61 thou. Alrighty, Sarah Duchesne going to be running, dialed 907. Beautiful reaction at 11th thou. And going to come in at 904, breaking out narrowly by 24th thou. Going to be facing off against Serenity in the finals for the Junior Thunders. Up next, speaking of finals, our final for Junior Lightning's coming on up. Cole Caron going to be racing against Brandon Peck. Only 3 thou separate them on the tree. Cole Caron 795. Going to be trying to chase down Brandon Peck with that 798. And we're coming closer and closer to that 4 o'clock. So if you are looking to get yourself into that draw for the Hot Wheels, make sure you're making your way on over to that police pits. Red light for Cole Caron. That'll be win light for Brandon Peck. Brandon Peck will be the John Scotty Canadian Championship Series winner. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. This is your second call, second call. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, rolling on forward. Dalton Garreau coming in with a 450 dial-in. Going to be racing against Kristen Groves. Groves dialed with 472. Going to be looking to try and keep Dalton behind her. Ooh, red light for Dalton there. Kristen Groves with a 10 thou reaction is going to take that top comp race. 473 on the board and going to get a 15 thou. Total package of 20 thou on that run for top comp. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. At cars for X275, X275 cars to lanes 8 and 9, X275 cars to lanes 8 and 9. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. X27 cars to lanes 8 and 9, X27 cars to lanes 8 and 9. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. X275, X275 cars only, to lanes 8 and 9, to lanes 8 and 9. And attention to the pits, final call for stock, super stock, final call for stock, super stock. And if you missed it, they're going to be doing that Hot Wheels draw very soon here. So if you are looking to get on that and get a chance to win that Hot Wheels track, if you are between the ages of 3 and 10, I believe, make sure you're heading on over to those police pits and getting yourself entered on in, as they will be doing their draw pretty soon here before we have our show starting proper. So make sure that you are getting in on that. Also, if you're looking to get on the 50-50, make sure you're also going on around, hunting them down, as they got those lovely Rotary Club 50-50 accoutrement on. And they are, last time they came up a while ago, at $10,000 already. So it sounds like they've been going up by about $500 every 15 minutes. So that pot should already be quite a bit bigger. If you're looking to get your name in there, make sure you're doing so, as they will be doing their draw at 4 o'clock. Michael Pross coming on in the 1967 Camaro, dialed 1068. Coming with Norm Leponte, dialed 1118. Looking to run for the stock, super stock here. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. X275 cars, X275 cars to lanes 8 and 9. X275 cars to lanes 8 and 9. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super gas to lanes, please. Super gas to lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super gas to lanes, please. Super gas to lanes, please. And up next for our stock, super stock, Clarence Benek. Oh, pardon me. Apologize for that. Racing against Darcy Clark, but that will be, it looks like a red light, and win light will go to Darcy Clark in the Fury, as unfortunately it looks like either trying to keep the engine cool or having maybe some engine troubles, but looks like probably engine cool. Darcy Clark once again, win light, moving on to the next round. And if you missed that last call, that is super gas to staging lanes, please. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Well, if you missed those two previous Harley stunt bike shows, there will be another one happening at 5 o'clock here. So make sure you're keeping an eye on the clock, as once again, 5 o'clock, we'll be having our next Harley stunt bike show going on. That'll be close to the front gates over there. Make sure you check them on out. Second call for Super Gas. Second call, Super Gas. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Super Gas. Second call, Super Gas. And third call for X275 cars. Third call for X275 cars to lanes 8 and 9. Once again, X275 cars to lanes 8 and 9. Alrighty, well, we have a little bit of downtime. We'll wait for the next class to get all sorted out. We're going to say a quick thank you and a big shout out to some of our live suite holders here, or some more, sorry, as we've already shouted quite a few out. Big thank you to Leslie Webb for Webb's Motorsports and Lesco, Mike Dyma for Mountain Corp. Or sorry, nope, you're not here today, my bad. Jay Marshall, you're here today. Cal Norwick and Jesse Vanderwerf for Heavy Metal Equipment Rentals. Brian Dorfushin for Shocker Racing. Shane Magadan for Altavac and Rob Reeps for Global Power Systems. Ryan Brewster for Obsessive Compulsive Diesel. Tim Boychuk for Boychuk Ventures Incorporated. Mario Monette for Mario's High Performance Diesel. And Colton Federovich for Colton Construction Incorporated. Thank you all for coming on out and being our live suite holders here at Rad Torque Raceway on this beautiful Saturday, Rocky Mountain Nationals. Third and final call for Supergas. Third and final call for Supergas. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Third and final call for Supergas. Third and final call for Supergas. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is a bit of a rapid call, but super fast call for any of you Super Street, NHRA Super Street to the lanes as quickly as possible. NHRA Super Street to lanes as quickly as possible. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRA Super Street to lanes as quickly as possible. NHRA Super Street to lanes as quickly as possible. Alrighty, our Super Gas racers. Once again, this is a 10-10 index race here. Rory Morriser coming in with that 1927 Roadster from Red Deer going against Lee Leons. Lee bringing in that Dodge Daytona from Silton, Saskatchewan. Lee Leon's brought to you by Budweiser, the Stripe Shop, Alfa Rose Auto Body as well. Ooh, a double red light, but that'll be win a light. Win light for Rory Moser there in that 1927 Roadster, as once again, that is a double red light, but Rory only red lighting by 3, while Lee red lights by 13. Ultra narrow LED lights from both. Once again, win light, Rory Moser. Up next, Gareth Senko coming in the Fury, dial 1010, or sorry, not dial 1010 index. Pat Duhaniak coming up next. Tension to the pits, tension to the pits. Super Street, second call to lanes. That is second call to lanes for Super Street, second call to lanes for Super Street. Once again, attention to the pits, second call, Super Street, second call, Super Street. And that'll be win light Pat Duhaniak, as unfortunately it looks like he had to back off, but Gareth Senko will break out by only 1 thou. He is going to be not happy on that return road. Tension to the pits, Super Street. Make sure you're in those lanes. Super Street. Make sure you're in those lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, Super Street. Make sure you're getting in those lanes, Super Street in those lanes. Only about 10 minutes before they start calling that 50-50. So if you're looking to make sure that you are getting available for that, at least last I checked, it was a $10,000 pot, but they were going up by $500 every 15 minutes, and it's been quite a while since they last told me that, so it's probably up by quite a bit now. If you are looking to get in on that 50-50, make sure you are finding them and getting in, unless they've already closed it down, as once again, they will be drawing at 4 o'clock for that 50-50. Also, if you were looking to get in the draw for that Hot Wheels giveaway at the police pits, once again, that is the Blue Line Racing pits, make sure you're heading on over there. Anyone ages 3 to 10 can enter to win, and that draw will be starting before too long here. And they will be announcing the winner of that at the end of our round 1 of pro shows. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Street. Final call, Super Street. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Final call, Super Street. Final call, Super Street.
All right, just getting ready here, just getting the final track prep. As we get the track prepped up, it's the X275 class coming up next year. So that's a 275 radial tire. And let me grab my other mic here. I got a guy up here who knows a little bit about X275. You can start telling us a little bit about what we going on here. Since I know his poor car hasn't made the trip yet to be out here. All right, now that I finished getting chirped over here for not putting the batteries in the correct way in the radio, Kevin Pierce over here, and we're just talking here about the X275 cars. So we're prepping the track a little different than we do for the rest of the classes. What's different for X275? Why do they like it a little different?
Yeah, we're going to get VHT down here in both of the lanes. As you can see, it's happening right now. The radial, once these guys do their burnouts, really reacts well with the glue on the track. So it's very important that that once these cars get staged, that they are put in the glue to ensure a nice straight A to B pass.
Excellent. So what makes it a 275 class? Like they're running a radial tire. Is that different than what the rest of these guys are running out here?
Yeah, most of the cars we've seen this afternoon and into the evening will be running a full slick bi-supply slick tire, where this is, radial, so definitely a stiffer sidewall and obviously a little bit different compound.
Excellent, nice. So are they pretty fast?
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the X275, I think you're in for a real treat. These cars are capable of making north of 2,000 horsepower, and it turns into a tuner's game at that point to make sure that we can get all that power down to the track, put on a show for you guys.
Sweet. Well, we'll get these guys up here quick. It looks like we got the glue going down there. They're going all the way down the track. Is he going all the way down to the 660 for that, the glue? Yeah? Nice. And they just spray it on now, right? They're not going to drag it again, right? They'll drag it down after they're done? All right. Oh, no. We left the door open. Holden's down here. Holden, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not a whole lot. I'm just here to ask here, who's excited to see some of this X27? This is X275, right? It's 275. Who's excited? And then we got we got the Outlaws going down later in Pro Mod. Who's excited to see that? That's what I like to hear. It's going to be a good night tonight. Chip draw is at 6 for that?
6 o'clock.
Roughly. Should be a very good time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I say, we got these X275s, and I believe we're going to go to Nitro Funny Cars after that. And then we're going to do, I think that'll bring us almost to 6 o'clock. So, and then 6 o'clock will be the opening ceremonies. We'll have that fun chip draw. So that'll be kind of cool. We'll see what happens. Down 2 drivers. We had Tony Moretti last night blew the front end right off his car, right in front of us. That was pretty crazy. It is a beautiful 55. And right over here is still some of the, you can actually see on the carbon that was like a beautiful cherry red color. And literally, yeah, I'll be listed on the website later, damo.com. And
$5 right here, right now. $5.
Yeah, we need to raise some money up for our betting pool for later on, right? So,
well, I figure with my luck, I might lose a lot of money tonight, but I do have some money in my back pocket, and I'm willing to bet with you fans on some racers here. We're not doing that again. I'm going.
All right, we're going to fire up the 275s here. In the left lane, we got Matt Robert in a brand new build, an S10, twin turbo setup. And in the right lane, we got Chris Gould in the Predator. He's looking to put down a new PB today.
Joe, the water's going down. That is the sign. That makes my day every time I see that water getting sprayed. It means we're going to fire these boys up. Who's fired up? Rex 275 action. There we go. It's nice and hot out. This should be good. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys lift them front wheels, just carrying them out there, you know, get right on that tire and hang it out. Where he's like way back, he just gets about tires. It's like the boost gets his own extension. What's up? All right. Yeah, no more yawning there, photo. I'm just waiting here. I thought we were getting a green. Colin's here now, so we can officially get things going. You know how it is. Every time you come up here, we slow things down, right? It's good times. Do we have red flashing lights still? No, we should be going.
Just a quick check at that 330 sensors, what we got track doing here, and we're going to get these cars fired up right away.
Oh, he's ripping back. I like to see that. Heads up in the lanes. You never know when Eric's out there in the quad. Out in that rider's quad. Making sure good old Eric's got a fancy mobile to get going on. All right, here we go. Firing up the X275 cars. Kevin, who do we got?
We got in the left lane again, Matt Robert in that beautiful twin turbo S10. And in the right lane, we got Chris Gould in that new Camaro known as the Predator. Chris put us on a wild ride yesterday, so let's look for something special from him today.
There we go. Chris Gould in the near lane. Who do we got in the outside lane there? Out in the summit lane?
We got Matt Robert, twin turbo S10. Matt, this is a new build for him as well. He was in a 78 Camaro last year.
He was in that Camaro last year. So Chris Gould, what's he got? Is that thing a is that a Pro Charge? Is he single turbo?
Yeah.
Single, what'd you call it yesterday? You called snails?
Big single snail. You got her.
Nice. Get the first group up. So there we go, guys. Getting them up in the beams there. Matt Roberts first into the pre-stage there, waiting for Chris to light up the first bulb. Gets on in there as they get up on boost. Two turbo cars waiting to see who's going to get in there first as they're both up on the pomper. As the tree goes down, right lane gets off to a good hole shot. Matt Roberts, unfortunately, stutters a bit getting off the line there. So there you go. Chris Gold whipping down to 456 at 169 mile an hour.
Next up in the left lane, we got Jordan Brandon.
Absolute lap by the
Inside money.
Beautiful.
And in the right-hand lane, we got Bob Cook in China White.
Told it. That was pass
F-150
number
truck.
7 on that car. A brand new build. Beautiful ride. And we got Jordan Brandon rolling into the left side now. And the beautiful White Lightning in the right-hand side.
Brandon going a little conservative with the burnout on that one. Must have got some feels from that first pass with Matt in front of him. Who doesn't like an OBS Ford F-150 running zoomies? Jordan Brandon's going to give that burnout another go. Sponsors Bob Cook, KC Mechanical. Jordan Brandon, HPS Solutions or Horsepower Solutions. We got Neil backing him into the As Jordan gets some fresh air into that car, we're going to get Bob Cook here up on the pre-stage. Jordan following him up. Jordan takes the first bulb. Brandon in. Let's get these boys on the chip. Jordan spins the tires at about 150 feet, just comes in with a 605, and Bob Cook takes the win with a 519 in that right-hand lane.
There we go. That was a show. That's what I love about this X275 class. Sometimes pulls in a bit of a pedal fest there as soon as they blow that tire off. But, man, getting back into it and laying it down.
All right, we got in the right lane, John Cuglietta in that beautiful Mustang. All Service Truck Upfitters helping Mike with this, helping John with this car. And in the left-hand lane, we got Bree Flagg and a brand new build for her. And just, we got a Mustang on Mustang crime here. It's going to be good.
There we go. Two shot-by burnouts, a bunch of Mustang on Mustang crime going on here. These guys are going to beat up on each other. So here we go.
He's going to get in that groove just
John
perfectly.
Cougs over here. Getting ready to run. He's going up against Bree King over here in the Summit
Bree says,
racing
"Get it
lane
on
there.
up
As
here,
these
let's
guys
get
get lined
this
up.
on."
We're just waiting for John to get up in the line here.
You got Bree taking that first bulb, waiting for Mike, bringing John in. Here we go. John into the pre-stage. Two great A to B passes. Goes to the right lane at a 454. John Cuglietta. And Brew with a 474. Amazing job for her in the left-hand lane. She's going to be happy with that one.
That was a great race there. Just went around up at the top end there. John Cougs really got the power down in that there Mustang. That thing's got some horsepower.
Firing up next in the left lane, we got Chris Houston in the car, Little Merm. We got a lot of Mustangs today.
I'm just saying, Fox bodies just seem to come out of everywhere.
But I'll tell you what, in the right-hand lane, we got Trevor Kinsey in a beautiful 70 Chevelle.
So it looks like just waiting to clear top of the track there potentially here as we get ready. All right, here we go. Going to run up with our next grouping here.
You betcha, yeah. Like you're saying, Chris Houston in the right-hand lane. Sorry, left-hand lane with the teal Fox body. Single turbo. And in that right-hand lane, we got Trevor Kinsey, beautiful Chevelle. Chris in the left lane, he's taking that first bulb. Trevor's coming in, walking into that first bulb. There we go, getting these boys on the chip. Oh, and Chris makes a nice pass here. We had some few issues with Trevor, but Chris goes 497 at 143 miles an hour.
Unfortunately there.
And that's all our 275s, everybody, but be sure they're going to be back a little bit later, and they'll be turning these things up as they get some data.
All right. Somebody over on the side there. Man, that sounds like one angry bike getting up on the two-step. All right, so we got 2 more coming up here. I think we're moving on into a different class. Are these 275 guys here? All right, here we go. Looks like we're moving into a couple more cars coming up here.
That'll bring up Super Street. Right-hand side, Jason Mercer out of Chestermere, the Corvette Roadster. This is 1110 Index Racing right here, right now. Dave Senko out of Regina, Saskatchewan, the 90 Ford Probe, left-hand side. Both drivers trying to find that 1110 index, so you'll hear them leave, and their cars sound like they'll die, which is called a throttle stop. As soon as they leave, they'll go into the throttle stop, and then about half track, you'll hear them come off and try and chase each other down. So basically, they are purposefully slowing their cars down to 11.10 seconds. And problems for Dave as he leaves before the tree activates. Jason Mercer, let's go 15 up front. And runs an 11.16 with a 3 at 128. Jason moves on in to the next round, which I'm thinking is the finals against this man right here, James Elliott out of Fort Saskatchewan. The Ford Maverick in the right-hand side. James Elliott slowly rolling into that stage beam. Here we go. James Elliott, let's go 16. So Jason Mercer, by 4/10,000ths of a second, will have lane choice in the final round. James runs an 11.22 with a 3 on the 11.10. So either way, Jason will have, I don't know if it goes off of reaction time or time in that class, but either way, Jason Mercer has lane choice in the final. So we will see James and Jason back for the final round of Super Street here in the next few hours.
All right. How many people out there got a 50-50 ticket? Anybody? Is everybody ready for that 4 o'clock ticket draw number? Who's ready? Come on, I'm not going to read it out unless you guys make some noise for the 50-50. All right. So, the winner, the pot right now is $15,955. So that means your half is going to be $7,977.50. Let's just call it $8,000. We'll round it up. It'll sound cooler to your friends and reading all those numbers. Ticket number, D is in drag, 3, 5, 2, 8, 1, 7. Anybody got that number? 3, 5, 2, 8, 1, 7. Anyone? There we go. Head on down to the Rotary booth to collect, or you can go online and you can find out where the ticket is, make your claim. Congratulations to whoever won. Always helping to support the Rotary Club down here at Rantork Raceway. Now it's time for some Nitro Funny Cars. So we got Cal Teb in the right lane, the Napa lane in that Arctic Traveler car, the Ken Sicko car. Left lane, we got the Riders Racing car, Jason Bussey. There we go. Jason Bussey laid it down at 592 at 239 mile an hour to Cal Teb 616 at 209. Pretty good run out there. Oh, what's going on here? Are those tears of joy?
It was such a beautiful thing.
She was telling me just 5 minutes ago, she's like, you smell that? Oh, that's a smell of fun. So here we go. We got another two up here. Who's going to be next? Let's see. Can anybody see? All I see is a sea of heads. You're good, bro. There's way more out there. I think we got, I think that's the Bardall car in the left lane, right? All right, Shane Westerfield, that beautiful Bardall car, 69 Camaro. And in the left lane, you got Tim Boychuk's happy hour as these guys come up to do their burnouts. So here we go, Shane Westerfeld on the way back. Tim Boychuk making his backup girl just hustle. He doesn't like to mess around when he's backing up. There they go, as they've got their cars lined up, getting ready to go on the beams. Crew chief's doing their final adjustments. Oh, and Tim Boychuk looks like something broke. Shook extremely hard out of the hole, and he's just wobbling down there. As Shane Westerfield rips off a 583 at 252 miles an hour, hauling down the back end of the track there. Whew. That's a rip. All right, so we got a couple other cars lined up here. It looks like the War Chief in the left lane. Sorry, right lane will be War Chief. Let's see who's in the right lane. I believe that. Who's in that blue car there? Is that the Arctic Traveler already ran, right? Cal already run? So that's got to be Donovan Bussey there. I believe that's Donovan Bussey in the right lane. Let me just see if I can get... All right. So we got Dylan Bussey in the right lane, sorry, left lane. That'll be the Summit Racing lane. Then the Napa lane is going to be the one, the only David Brandt driving that beautiful War Chief car. Normally he has his powwow dancers, but surprise, there's a powwow over at Enoch today, so they're all over there. So I am not going to try to do the powwow dancing. I've not going to get out in the sticky stuff and fall on my face. That's probably what would happen, not going to lie. Might be a good time. The crowd probably enjoy watching me in the... I watched already, they accidentally dumped a bunch of glue down early in the box there, and somebody got stuck in it and they went for a tumble, so... Yeah, lost her soul, and I missed it with the camera, which is double the insult. Couldn't even have evidence. But yeah, just waiting for things to tidy up, so... Looks like we just got to get Tim's car off track there, and we'll get things rolling. All right, here we go. Firing up the motors. We got Dylan Bussey in the left lane, the Summit Racing lane. And we got David Brandt in the War Chief. They're going to come up here and put the boots to it.
I smell nitro right now, folks. Here we go.
Here we go. Nitro funny car action. And there we go. Wind light turned on for Dylan Bussey at 596 at 246 mile an hour. David Brandt laying down at 655 at 227. Not quite the run he wanted, but Dylan Bussey going out and laying down a fast pass.
Both cars now are in the next round.
All right. So there we go. Both Bussies into the final round. So let's see. What do we got next? I think we got the Bubble Up Funny Car. That's the Ron Hodgson car. Nathan Sitko at the wheel. And then beside him is going to be, is that Cal Tebb in the Arctic Traveler? No. Nope. Oh, that's the team from Hawaii. That's Derek. So there we go. Derek Morea in the left lane, going to be in the Summit Racing lane. And then the right lane, the Napa lane, going to be Nathan Sitko driving Ron Hodgson's beautiful Bubble Up Funny Car, 68 Firebird. We'll get these guys up here quick. Pretty cool to see we got some of the guys up on the line here. I know Ryan Martin's out there. Oh, Cal Tebb. How was your run, Cal?
That was good. I did my job. I beat him on the light, and he had more car than we did.
Well, hey, sometimes that happens. I mean, at least you got him out of the hole this time. And you didn't push through the beams. I'm so proud of you. Ed was like, Cal's on his game today.
Yeah, you bet. My job is to drive the car and cut a light, and that's what I did.
Attaboy. So are you ready to get the Pro Mod ready to rock again?
Yeah, it's ready to roll. We'll be out in a couple hours for the chip draw and then ready to go.
Couple hours, but it's not a couple hours away. What time is it now? Let's look at the time here. About an hour and a half-ish. We'll be out here for the chip draw. All right. So that's pretty good. Let's see here. Hey, you know what? Why don't we go talk to Gary? Gary, come on over here. Gary from that track channel been out here filming. You're out here for Diesel Day. You enjoyed it here at Rat Torque so much, decided to come out for the Rocky Mountain Nationals?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great place and always have a great time here in Edmonton. Back here, obviously, for Rocky Mountain Nationals. Going to be back for Hot August night, smoked out. You know, as much as I can in Western Canada, I want to be here filming.
Well, that's awesome. So, guys, make sure you go look up that track channel on YouTube, Instagram. Go check it out. But on the YouTube channel, subscribe it, like it, and you'll get to see all the racing action if you don't get to come down here. Gary doing a great job. Thanks for coming down, Gary. Appreciate you, bud. What else going down here? Who else fun here? Is this Carson Baker just hanging out on the line?
Yeah, man, watching some funny cars.
All right, hey, hold it. Bring me that other mic here. We got a question. I've been dying all weekend to ask. So what's the fun story on how your car got the name Speedo Cheeto? I feel like there's a story behind that.
Where's Ryan? We got to get Ryan over here.
Oh, he's in the middle of doing something there. We might have to give him a minute. He's got his camera rolling.
I feel like Ryan tells the story better.
Ryan tells the story. Okay, so I came up here asking him, I go, Carson, you got to tell me, how did Speedo Cheeto get the name? Because, like, with a name like that, there has to be a fun story behind it.
Yeah, there is. I think the best, look, we went out looking for a car for him, and what? You said, I want a 6-gen Camaro. But he did not ask for orange. However, orange is the only color we could find at the time. So my buddy Derek Minholt had built that car from Jerry Bickle, and it was one of the cleanest ones out there, and we wanted a really nice car. So we snatched it up, and it was orange, and the very first thing he said was, I really want to paint that car. And so, but, you know, at the time he had a boat that was orange. He really likes Harleys. There's a lot of orange there, you know. So it's one of those colors that he's trying to run away from it, but it's sticking with him through and through. Yeah. So then we just kind of thought of all the funny names that we could call it. We were all sitting on I think it was a plane ride one day. We were all sitting on a plane ride headed back home. Yeah, and everybody was coming up with the best orange names we could possibly find. And one of the best ones was Speedo Cheeto, and that's how it stuck.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, here we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. As we spin up the cars, we're going to get going here. We got Derek Maria, and we got Nathan Sitko in that beautiful bubble up. Ron Hodgson, 68 Firebird.
I tell you what, in the right-hand side, that bubble up funny car been around for a long time. The name has stuck. Terry Cap first drove it way back in the day, and it's stuck, now owned by the Hodgson team. Very, very, very cool story behind that car.
There we go. Getting the third blast of nitro in the eyes. It's like just squeezing that onion into your eye every single time, man. Gotta love it. Nitro methane. These Heritage funny cars are always good to see. Great to have such a large crowd this year at the Rocky Mountain Nationals. Oh boy. Nathan Sitko definitely had something happen on the line there. a little bit of a trail as he's going down there. A 586 for Derek Morea at 254. Running hard there. Man, I had my headphones almost blow right off my head. That hurt, not gonna lie. I took the full Brent of the Nitro right in the face. So there we go.
Hey guys, keep it up.
All righty. What do you think? How was that pass? What do you think there, Holden?
Well, an unfortunate turn of events for the right-hand side. But I tell you what, I was just about crying on the starting line. Well, I was. But a very good lap there in the left-hand lane for the Nitro Junkies. And they'll move in around number next.
All right, well, we'll take a minute there while they go down and do a quick little cleanup. Uh-oh. Here we go. Hold it over here. Getting some action in the stands there, seeing what he's going to do. Looks like he wants to get some action on some races here.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. That is top comp to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you missed that call, top comp to staging lanes, please. Top comp to staging lanes, please. As fast as you possibly can. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Can we get in behind top comp? Pro, in behind top comp, pro. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to staging lanes, please. Top comp to staging lanes, please. This is your second call for top comp to staging lanes, please. In behind top comp, can we please get pro coming into those lanes? In behind top comp, can we please get pro coming into those staging lanes, please? Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All NHRA classes that have not already been called, you are on standby. All NHRA classes that have not been called yet, you are on standby. Top comp to stadium lanes, please. Top comp to stadium lanes, please. In behind them, pro. In behind them, pro. That is top comp to stadium lanes, please. Top comp to stadium lanes, please. And pro in behind them. Pro in behind them. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Third and final call for top comp. Third and final call for top comp. And second call for pro. Second call for pro. Pro, you are coming in behind those top comps. And can I get Super Pro starting to come in behind pro? Super Pro starting to come in behind pro. Pro coming in behind top comp. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you are an NHRA class that has not yet been called in that last little batch of calls to lanes, you are on standby. You are on standby. We're bringing all of you into the lanes as fast as we can. So once again, you had your final call for top comp, final call for top comp, second call for pro, second call for pro, and Super Pro, your first call. Super Pro, your first call. That is pro coming in behind top comp, and in behind pro will be Super Pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, final call pro, final call pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, final call pro, final call pro. Second call Super Pro, second call Super Pro. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits, second call Super Pro, second call Super Pro.
Well, I hear race cars rolling up. Dale Bristow, left-hand side out of Fort Saskatchewan, the 08 Mullis. 455 on the board for Dale, and he'll look over his right-hand shoulder, try to find that 470 of Cody Baker out of High River. The 06 A&E Dragster. Well, just a quick reminder here, if you guys are hungry or thirsty, head on down to the concession. Pretty sure both concessions are still open. Make sure you are staying hydrated today, as it is a hot one out there. Both drivers rolling into the pre-stage beam. Dale lights the first bulb, waiting on Cody to roll in. Cody is in. Who's going to go in first? Here we go. 7th thou, separate them up front. Advantage, Baker, win, light, give it to Baker. Cody Baker, 10 dead, 9, get there. 13th thou to be 19 total, leaves Dale Bristow with 2 thou, room to work with. Dale puts it 16th thou above, no good. Cody Baker moves on into round number 3. Willie Oliver, right-hand side out of Mission, BC, the 2012 M&M Dragster. 463 on the board for Willie and Kirsten Groves out of Alder Flats. 473 on the board for the 2014 American Chassis Dragster. 1/100th of a second going to separate them here. Sorry, 10 hun. Don't know what got into me there. Willie going to be doing the chasing here as Kirsten looks over her right shoulder to find him. Willie flickers it and he's in. Here we go. 27th thou, separate him up front. Advantage, Groves, win, light, give it to Willie. Somebody please go get Kirsten a beer. Kirsten Groves, 001 and breaks it out by 1/10,000th of a second. Nearly lays down 1 total, but takes 63 and cannot get it done. Willie Oliver, 28 and 35 thou above, no good. Or sorry, and good. Turns on the win light. Somebody please get Kirsten a beer. Second call, attention to the pits, second call for Super Pro. Attention to the pits, second call for Super Pro. Mark Bold, right-hand side, out of Red Deer, the 08 Mullis. 486 on the board for Mark. That car is for sale, by the way. Beautiful Mullis dragster on the right-hand side, and Stan Essery in the Maddox chassis dragster. Very fast pro-charged car in the left-hand side out of Sherwood Park. 407 is the dial, so Mark going to be looking over his left-hand shoulder, trying to find that 40-mile-an-hour charge of Stan Essery. 2 bulbs lit. Who's going to roll in first? Flicker stands in, Mark's in. Here we go. Stan Essery is 12 thou red. Runs it through to be 12 thou above. Mark Bold, 35 at the let go and 16 thou above. Makes 51 total work. He will move on in around number 3. Darren Butler, right-hand side, the 41 Willies out of Crooked, Saskatchewan. Beautiful blown door car. And Jason Duchesne out of Beaumont. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, bike sled combo. Second call, bike sled combo. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Bike sled combo. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Jason Duchesne out of Beaumont, the 09 Mullis. 473 on the board. The door car are going to be doing the chasing here by 3/100ths of a second.
Yeah, just tell him to come to redeem it.
Jason says, I'm ready. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bike sled combo. Bike sled combo. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Bike sled combo. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Waiting on the door car here to light the 4th bulb, and he is in. Here we go. Separated by 12 thou up front. Advantage Duchesne, win light. Door car, how about that? Darren Butler, 27, get behind 18 thou to be dead. 5 makes 32 total work, leaves Jason Duchesne with 17 thou of room to work with and cannot get it done. Jason needs to take 15 or less to turn on a win light. Darren moves in around number 3, and that'll bring up Cody Gravesdigger, right hand side. And Justin Haniak out of Spruce Grove, the 06 TNT in the left hand side. 450 on the board. 0.2 of a second. Gonna separate them between the dials. Both drivers in the pre-stage, both of them into the stage. Here we go. Separated by a bunch up front. Advantage, give it to Graves. Win light, give it to Graves. Cody, 23, take 32 to be 3 thou under as Justin. 56 at the let go, very uncharacteristic, and also 3 thou under. That went to the 10,000ths of a second right there. Very tight race, but Cody moves in around next. Graham Foster, right hand side for 77. That cannot be right. But I think he's going to take the tree. Are we able to? And Randy Moderson out of Edmonton, the 63 Chevy Corvette. Ron Dial, or pretty sure that's. Oh no, never mind. Randy Moderson gonna take the win light on that one. 39 and 21 thou above. I had a little mess oopsie there. I thought Graham had the wrong dial. Graham 55, dead 7, no good. Randy moves in around number 3. Scotty Hearn, right hand side, out of Sherwood Park. 450 on the board for Scott and Morgan Karen out of High River. The 08 American Chassis Dragster, 498 on the board for Morgan. Gonna be a good race here. DC Signs Heavy Metal Equipment Rentals Sip Vodka on board with Scott Hearn. High River Country Chrysler on board with Morgan Karen.
Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. CMWA Street, CMWA Supergas, CMWA Bike Sleds to lane 0, to lane 0. This is your 4th and beyond final call.
Oh, sorry. 2 thou separate them up front. Advantage to Karen, and so is the win light. That was flat, nasty. Morgan Karen, 5, take 2 to be dead 1. Lays down 7 total exactly to the 10 thou and locks out Scott Hearn by 1/10,000th of a second. Scott, dead 7, dead 2, 9 total. No good.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lane 0, juniors to lane 0. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lane 0, juniors to lane 0. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lane 0, juniors to lane 0.
Sorry, I had the mic off there. Jesse Vanderveer out of Sherwood Park, left-hand side. 470 on the board for the Heavy Metal Equipment Rentals Sip Vodka Dragster. And Darren Williams out of Calgary, the Dodge Dart, brand new build there in the right-hand side. I think this is past like number 9. This car is brand new. 486 on the board for Mr. Williams. Gonna be a good race here. 2 very good racers. One bulb lit for Jesse. Darren follows him in. Door cart, dragster. action right here in round number 2. Jesse not going to be happy with that one as he lets go 7 thou red and 12 thou above as Darren Williams 272 and dead 0. A let go number that started with a 2. So Darren Williams will move into round number 3. Mike Crozier out of Leduc, the 08 TNT Outlaw Addiction sponsored car, 470 on the board for Crozier. Looks like he will have a bye and roll on into round number 3. Mike, let's go 10 up front. And runs it to be 3 thou under. So Mike rolling into round number 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, Junior Dragsters, second call. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Lane 0, please. Junior Dragsters, we need you in lane 0, please. Left-hand side, Brian Howerluck. Out of Edmonton, the 73 Dodge Dart Sport, 10:22 on the board for Brian. It's time to do some lawn track racing. And Jason Prosler out of Stony Plain, the 70 Chevy Chevelle on the right-hand side, 11:82 on the board for Jason. So Brian going to be doing the chasing here by 1.6 seconds. Four thou, separate them up front. This is gonna get nasty. Advantage, right side, Jason. Win light, give it to Jason. Jason 10, take 4 to be 43 thou above. We'll turn on the win light as Brian is 14 and 43 thou above as well. Difference was in the reaction times. Win light belongs to Jason Prosler. William Vita out of St. Albert, the 05 Ford Mustang, 933 on the board for William. And Larry Menzel out of St. Albert also. The 67 Plymouth Satellite, beautiful car there in the left-hand side, 1026 on the board for Larry. Been doing it a long time in that car. 4 thou, separate them up front, advantage. Mustang, can he turn it into a win light? No, he cannot. Larry Menzel. 60, get behind 24 to be 22 thou under as William is 56 at the hit and breaks it out by a bunch. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock combo, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock combo, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Doug Klassen, left-hand side on Medicine Hat, the 96 Pontiac Grand Am. 10 flat on the board for Doug. And Ed Manadewski out of Sherwood Park, the 72 Nova, 12-10 on the board for Big Ed. Ed Manadewski in the right-hand side is the winningest driver in Rad Torque Raceway history. He has been doing this a long time in the same car, same combination, same everything. Ed made more laps down this racetrack than I can imagine and turned on more win lights than I'd know what to do with. Very bad dude in the right-hand side. But he's got his hands full with Doug Klassen, who's also very good on the tree. But he misses it here. Advantage, right side, Ed Manadewski. But gives it back, Doug Klassen. 68 and 10 thou above get their 16 thou as the Big Ed Manadewski 35 And 60 thou above, no good. Doug moves in around number 3. Kevin White, left-hand side out of Stony Plain, the 71 Plymouth Duster, 11-17 on the board for Kevin White. Kevin rolls in. Let's go 99 up front, trying to find that 11-17 dial.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, stock, super stock. Second call, stock, super stock. And also, can I get coming in behind them? Super gas coming in behind that stock, super stock. And coming in behind super gas. Can I get super street? Super street in behind super gas in behind stock, super stock, please. Alrighty, coming in for our juniors. I believe this is our Junior Thunder Finals. Serenity Borden coming in with Sarah Duchesne, looking to race off to see who'll be walking home with the prize tonight. Serenity dialed 1246. Sarah Duchesne dialed 901. They've been racing off a few times before in the last couple of weeks here, looking to see who will be the winner and walk home with the prize. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, stock, super stock. Final call, stock, super stock. Yeah, stock, super stock. Final call, stock, super stock. This is your third and final call. Third and final call, stock, super stock. Third and final call, stock, super stock. Super gas to staging lanes, please. Super gas, this is your second call. Second call, super gas. Second call, super gas. Second call, super street. Second call, super street. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, super street. Second call, super street. And after a blazing hot run from both in there, Serenity Bourdain will unfortunately break out. That will be win light to Sarah Duchesne. Sarah Duchesne finishing off strong. 60th hour reaction, 18th hour off dial for a total package of 78. Coming up for a grudge race, Cole Caron dialed 792 with Brandon Peck, 795. Only 3 thou separate them at the tree. Alrighty, and on that grudge race, we had a double red light and a double breakout. Only 9 thou for Brandon Peck on that red light. But Cole Karn, looks like he got that win light. I'm not sure if that's how that works. But once again, that was their grudge race for the Junior Lightnings. For our John Scotty's Canadian Championship Series. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, Super Gas and Super Street, Super Gas and Super Street. This is your third call to lanes, Super Gas, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Street. This is your third call to lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, Super Gas and Super Street to staging lanes, please. Super Gas and Super Street to staging lanes, please. Alrighty. Stock, Super Stock are running right now. Norm Laponte coming in that 1967 Camaro. Darcy Clark coming on in beside. Alrighty, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars, and Pro Mod. 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars, and Pro Mod. You are on standby. You are on standby. We'll be calling you to lanes right away here, so make sure you are getting ready as we are about 5 minutes away from calling you to lanes. Once again, 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars, and Pro Mods. 690 funny cars and Pro Mods. You are on standby. Alrighty, Norm LaPont gonna get in there, and let's see how Darcy Clark does against him. It's a very tight one, but it will be Norm LaPont coming in with a 59 margin. Gonna take that finish line by only 59 thousandths of a second, getting that win light, moving on to the next round. Coming up next, I believe it is our Super Gas Finals. Yeah, our Super Gas Finals, Pat Duhaniak coming against Rory Moser. Rory and Pat, once again, shooting for that 10-10 index. They're going to be doing their best to see who will walk home with the prize today. Once again, we are in the John Scotty Canadian Championship Series. Pat, pre-stages first. Roadster versus Roadster. 1927 flavor for both. And Rory Moser with a 000 is gonna get the win there. And that is an awfully tight race. However, Pat Duhaniak goes a little too fast. 29th thou breaking out by 91. Once again, Rory Moser getting that win light. He will be our winner for the Super Gas tonight. Up next, James Elliott coming in for that 1110 index class Super Street. And he's going to be joined by Jason Mercer in just a minute here. While we're waiting for them to come on up, if I could please get 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars to staging lanes, please. That is 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars to staging lanes, please. And in behind them, can I please have our Pro Mods to staging lanes, please. Pro Mods to staging lanes, please. That is our 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars to staging lanes, please. 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars to staging lanes, please. Followed in behind Outlaw Pro Modified. Outlaw Pro Modified, this is also your call to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, once again, our 690 final coming on in. James Elliott coming in beside Jason Mercer. Jason Mercer bringing in that beautiful red, I believe that's a Corvette. And James Elliott bringing in that beautiful Ford Maverick. James Elliott getting that pre-stage lit. Jason Mercer in there too. And they're off as the mind games begin. Once again, this is Index. They're both shooting for that 11-10. Ooh, and with the reaction advantage, it will be Jason Mercer. Looks like he might have even locked him out at, oh, not quite. 1 thou off of locking out James Elliott at the start line there. That will be win light and the championship for our Super Street to Jason Mercer tonight. Congratulations, Jason. Tension of the pits, tension of the pits. 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars, and Outlaw Pro Mod, Outlaw Pro Mod. Make sure you're making way on those staging lanes. This is your second call. Second call. Nitro six, or sorry, not Nitro. 690 funny cars, 690 funny cars, and Pro Mod, Outlaw Pro Mod to staging lanes, please. In behind those 690 funny cars. Tension of the pits, tension of the pits. 690 alcohol funny cars, 690 alcohol funny cars to your staging lanes, please. 690 alcohol funny cars, 690 alcohol funny cars to staging lanes, please. And in behind them in those staging lanes, could we please get Pro Mod, Outlaw Pro Mod to staging lanes, please? That is Outlaw Pro Mod to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. Alcohol 690 funny cars, alcohol 690 funny cars. Looks like a few of you guys are already in the lanes. Thank you so much. And Pro Mod, I need you guys in the lanes as well, as you guys need to be in there and ready as your chip draw is going to be coming up right away here, and we'll get you laddered as soon as possible. Once again, Pro Mod, make sure you make your way on down to those lanes as we need you ready for 5:45, and we'll get you guys all set up for the Pro Show. That is, once again, Alcohol Funny Cars 690, Alcohol 690 Funny Cars to staging lanes, and Pro Mod to staging lanes. And we are wanting to have you in there and ready to go for 5:45.
One, two.
Well, Ron, thank you for coming on up to the tower here. I was wondering, what happened to that Bubble Up Funny Car of yours? You're looking to set some records, and you're looking to conquer some of your own, I think.
Well, it'll be pretty hard to set a record here today. But yeah, we were pretty pumped. We're all excited about it. A very simple thing happened that's never happened to us since 1972. The main fuel line came off the barrel valve and shut the engine off. No damage. And what happened, the fuel line was not crimped. And we never caught it because we've been racing like that for quite a while with that fuel line. So anyways, we caught it, we fixed it. We're going to come back and make a run against one of these no prep cars a little later on this evening. Yeah, we're happy to be here. It's a great crowd. We're really excited about that new museum in the Ron Hodson Pontiac GMC building over there. If you haven't seen it, it's the history of drag racing at Edmonton. From the starting of drag racing when Richard Chevalier put the races together, the Nemeo Air Base, and on Highway 16. All about Speedway Park, all about Rad Torque, all about Castrol, all about the people that grew up and made this sport as great as it is in the Edmonton area. So stop in there, and when you're over there, grab some mini donuts and let me know if they're any good. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ron, for coming up and keeping us informed. And that sounds amazing. Once again, it is unfortunate for that fuel line. We're looking forward to seeing that Bubble Up Funny Car run later today. And a huge thank you for keeping us all in the loop. That is awesome to hear that you are hoping to be able to have it running again today. Also, Really cool to hear about that new museum for the history of drag racing. Once again, History of Drag Racing Museum. It should be going up around Highway 16. That will be awesome. I'm going to have to maybe check that out sometime this summer.
Well, thank you, everybody. It's Chevy here with Rad Torque Raceway, and man, we are excited to bring you an awesome and exciting show tonight. We've got 690 alcohol funny cars. We are joined by the stars of Street Outlaws, such as Ryan Martin with the Fireball Camaro, Sean Ellington with the Murder Nova, and a few more. Man, we are excited to get this underway. Of course, we got nitro, we got alcohol, we got some of our stateside friends outside the Outlaws have joined us in the Pro Modified ranks and the General Exhibition ranks. We got a few teams from the States, such as Randy Bradford coming in with the Nitro Alter, as well as Scott Graham in the LASD police car in our Officers versus Outlaws. That's just a few things that we got exciting and awesome in store for you guys. I mean, heck, you don't want to miss this. So we are about 15 minutes away from our opening ceremony, so come on in, grab your seats. We are very, very close. All right, we should have all of our 690 alcohol funny cars in the lanes and prepared. That means Outlaw Pro Modified. Make your way into the lanes if you haven't already. Come on in. We are going to start our Outlaw Pro Mod chip draw in approximately 10 minutes and commence with our opening ceremonies. All of our Outlaw Pro Modified drivers in the lanes, please give yourself a little bit of space. So as soon as we are done chip draw, we will pair and get ready to rock. If you haven't already, make your way up to the grandstand. Start grabbing your seats because we are only moments away from our opening ceremonies and the kickoff to Pro Show number 1 of the night. We do have 2 Pro Shows scheduled. We are going to start with our 690 alcohol funny cars, followed by the Outlaw Pro Modified. They are going to do a very, very cool special introduction on the start line and a chip draw, which is going to be very, very exciting. We are then followed by elimination round number 2 of Nitro Funny Car for the NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series Legends of Nitro, as well as joined by our Nitro Altereds. Following them, we're going to have some Pro Fuel Harley action, some alcohol dragster action. What else we got? We got Officers versus Outlaws. We got a Blue Line Police. That's the Edmonton Police Department, Oklahoma State Highway Patrol, and we also have the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department in the house. If you walk the pits, you would have noticed we have a couple very special diesel trucks in the house. Dave Stewart, who is now our world record holder, diesel semi. He ran an 11 flat yesterday and matched his current record. So we're going to see if he can pull a 10 out of his hat today and really put on a show for you guys. And then, of course, to conclude each Pro Show today, we are going to feature 2 jet cars, the Volcano jet car driven by Tyler Haynes, as well as the twin-engine jet truck titled Hot Streak 2 by Hayden Profit. You'll get to see that action twice today. It's going to be awesome. So if you haven't, head on up, grab your seats. We're going to be starting momentarily. We're just putting the final touches on our drag strip so we can get the best performance, the fastest passes, and the most exciting show you guys have ever seen. Can I get all of my Outlaw Pro Modified drivers to the base of the tower in the center? We are going to gather, have a quick drivers meeting, and get going for our chip draw. All Outlaw Pro Modified drivers, head on to the center of the tower. Thank you. any Outlaw Pro Modified drivers who we are missing, please meet under the tower as we are going to start chip draw. All right, how's everybody doing today? All right, that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear it one more time. How's everybody doing today? That is awesome. I see a lot more people here than I did last year, and I am super, super excited about it. Now, I'm going to take a quick poll because I like hearing you guys scream. Who's here for the first time ever for Rocky Mountain Nationals? All right, now who's been coming here for a couple years? Let's hear it. All right, okay, so you guys are going to have to teach the first-timers what's up because this is going to be a good show. Now, we're going to jump into our opening ceremonies here, but we decided, hey, you know what we're going to do? Something special, something a little different for the Rockies this year. We're bringing some of the stars of Street Outlaws up to Canada ourselves. We're going to run it, and we're going to have a blast. So let's give it up. We're going to do some introductions with our Street Outlaw guys, so let's hear it. All right. Now, someone who you guys might know, he's been on the show since day one, Sean Murder Nova Ellington.
How you guys doing, man? Like I said yesterday, we appreciate it so much. We appreciate the fans coming out. We understand that we're not the absolute reason you guys are here, but that doesn't matter to us. We got, thank you, buddy. Chevy made it happen. Chevy got us up here, and we had a great time last year, and it's something that we wouldn't mind making a yearly thing. So we appreciate you guys coming out. We appreciate you guys supporting, and let's watch some badass racing.
All right, that's awesome. I mean, hey, it doesn't stop there because we're going to introduce the next guy. Give it up for Mr. Ryan Martin.
What's up, guys? Hey, just like Sean said, we're happy to be here for the second year in a row. You guys showed out this year just like you did last year. We appreciate you guys, and hopefully we'll see you guys again next year.
All right. Now, we do have another stateside guy, but he's not that far from us. He's right out of Montana, and the car he's driving is out of California, so they didn't have to make the craziest trek. But let's give it up for Nate Saylor driving the Gucci Nova.
Hey guys, we're super excited to be in Canada. You guys are my neighbors to the north, so we appreciate you. These guys told us that this track was awesome and the fans were outstanding, and honestly, seeing all of you guys here is a lot to us. I mean, we travel all this time, all over the country, and we basically do it for you guys. So we appreciate all of you guys showing up.
All right. Now we got another gentleman we would like to introduce. He's the newcomer into the Outlaw Series. He was up here last year for the Canada event helping Ryan Martin. He's got a very similar car, but he's in the Fireball camp. Let's introduce Carson Baker.
What's up, guys? The weather's been great. The track's great. We're having a great time here. We appreciate y'all having us, and there's a huge amount of fans here, so we really enjoy that. So we appreciate y'all having us and looking forward to coming back.
Awesome, man. We are excited to be here. I'm going to do a quick round introductions with all of our local Pro Mod competitors and a couple West Coast United States competitors here real quick. Let's give it up for Cal Tebb. We got Tom Riethmeyer in the house. Mr. Dan Boak. Mike Gonziola. We got Scott Blake. Rick Barnhart, Garrett Richards driving a crazy blown Mustang, and Ray Layton. All right, Kevin, if you can come on up here. We got 13 drivers. Let's do a nice outlaw style chip draw. We got 13 drivers, which means we're gonna have 12 pairings and a bye run. So drivers, if you guys wanna step up to Mr. Kevin here when he walks forward, let's draw some chips.
All right, guys, red chips are right lane, and we're looking at the label. All right, label number. All right, come and get him.
Shit, I have to bend. What are you talking about? I have to like lower him a little bit. I can't even get my hand in there.
You got the bye run.
We have a problem. Somebody grab two.
Two. Oh, God.
Ryan Martin grabbed 2 chips.
All back in.
He's new to this, guys.
All right. It's those fat fingers. He's grabbing too many chips. We got 1 chip left. Who doesn't have a chip? Okay. All right. Now I'm going to pass the mic over for Kevin. He's going to introduce our first pairings.
All right, guys. Like I said, red chips are right lane. We're looking at the labels on the chips. Where are my number ones? Come on, don't be shy. Chevy right off the trailer. And Rick Barnhart.
I got right.
Chevy in the right lane. Where are my number twos? Twos. We got Voight and Carson Baker. Carson, you in the left or the right? Carson in the right. My number threes. Number threes. Sean Murnernova, Cal Tebb. Cal, what lane you got? Cal in the left lane. My number fours. Nate Saylor and Mike Gonziola. Nate, what lane you in? Nate in the left lane. My number fives. 2 local. All right. Scott Blake and Garrett Richards. And my number sixes. Ray Layton and Tom Riethmeyer. And who was the right lane on that one, Tom? Sorry that? You got the right? Okay. And Ryan Martin coming in on the bye. All right, I'll turn it back over to Chev.
All right, our ladder is set for this grudge match. All of our drivers, let's head on over to our cars to start getting paired up. I'd like to bring up all of our rad team here, as well as Dan Provost from Rad Torque Systems. If I can get Rob, Vav, Damian, Kevin, Doug, and everybody else up here, let's start off our opening ceremonies and anthems. All right, we are nearing the start of race day. I want to have a quick introduction to someone who makes this race happen, someone who, puts his name on the facility. Who does that, man? Who puts their name on a racing facility? I'll tell you what, it's going to be this guy, Dan Provost, #1 drag racing supporter of all time. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Rad Torque Systems. Maybe the craziest, most powerful technology you'd ever seen in industrial tools. This guy is a genius, a certified genius. He's looking at me like, no way, but I'm saying he is. He has been such a crucial part in drag racing. He's come on board as a partner with our facility, but he's also in the NHRA ranks with his pro stock driver, Dallas Glenn, who is he #1 in points right now, or is he he's #2. Oh, he's getting there. So let's give a big warm welcome for Dan Provost.
Thank you. Thanks, Chevy. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we've been, I guess, part of the team here for going on 5 years, and it's been really, really good for us. We've got a lot of publicity, and Edmonton in particular is our busiest place in Canada for our tool sales. So it's been a privilege to be here and try to help out the crowd, I guess, and help out the track, and it's been really, really, really good for us. So you guys are in for a real treat tonight. It's pretty loud. Get ready to block your ears. Thanks, guys.
All right, give it up for Dan Provost. So next up, we've got Glenn Stenenbaugh, the owner of our facility here. Glenn, did you have a few words?
Yeah, thanks again, everybody, for coming out here for Rocky Mountain Nationals #2 day of 2025. Very nice crowd. A lot of friends and families, and all get together for a special event out here, right? So I want to give a big thanks to all the sponsors, Dan, Minus Muffler, Ron Hodgins, and the list goes on and on and on. All these signs you see, they support us. If it wasn't for these dudes, we wouldn't be where we are. So we'd never have a chance to have, honestly, between me, you, and the fence post, I think we have one of the most premier racetracks in Canada, if not the best track. So you guys, we all have to work together as a team to keep this going. It's a real cool thing. And again, I want to thank all you guys for coming out tonight. I want to thank all my staff, all these guys running around these red shirts. Look a little bit like clowns, but whatever, it is what it is. So I think we've, passed this down the line, and you guys have done a great job for us, all of my staff. And, we look forward to keeping the wheels on it for a long time to go, you guys. So little steps as we keep fixing things, but hopefully we'll get to the point where we can relax. Okay, thanks, dudes. Have a good day. Let's race hard.
All right. So pass on down here. We got Rob Vavrick. Or no, we're going to go straight to our invocation. We're going to do with Rav? You're speaking, Vav, I guess. Vav, marketing and business development guy here, right?
Okay, well, welcome. I didn't know I was speaking, so this is a just impromptu. Thank you very, very much to all of you, all of our sponsors, everyone that supports the organization and the facility. We can't thank you enough, and we're going to just rock it tonight with a hell of a show.
Excellent. All right, well, here, hang on to that. All right, so we're going to go now here, and we've got Doug here who's going to lead us in our invocation here.
Please stand and remove cover, please. Heavenly Father, we pause mindful of the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. Please watch over the racers, crew, staff, and spectators. Please make all passes down the drag strip straight and true. We are grateful for this wonderful facility and the beautiful weather you have graced us with. We pray this in Jesus' name, amen.
Wonderful. Thank you, Doug. So next, I want to introduce our anthem singer today. Our singer is here to perform the national anthem. Is no stranger to sporting events. She has sung in front of thousands of fans at baseball, basketball, football, and sold-out Edmonton Oilers games. And she's sung many national anthems at our events here many times over. We want to welcome back Amanda Mitchell.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Give it up for Mandy Mitchell, everybody. All right. Well, we are going to get a couple things dialed up here, and then we are going to give the call to start your engine, so stand by. All right. Who out here wants some T-shirts? We got the War Chief team here. They brought a product. Hey, where's where you're pointing that thing? Look at the size of this T-shirt cannon they've got. I heard a rumor. We're using NOS to fill that. We got some nitrogen oxide in there, like get some extra velocity.
No, just we got regular air. So
just some regular air. All right. So this is a prototype. So you all stand it up at the top. Watch out. We don't need a Maud Flanders incident here, but we're gonna have a go here. So let her rip. 3, 2, 1. Look at the heck. Oh. Okay, hang on. We got plenty of shirts, so I think we need to aim a little bit less. We need to get some good hang time over the stands here, so we'll point out a little straight. We'll get reloaded. There we go. Look at that. Somebody get the Patriots over here to hire this guy. The guy had a spiral like nobody's business. Or maybe, you know, better in the CFL. We can send him over to the Rough Riders. What? Okay. All right, we got one more blast here, so quick. All right. We're going to come back to this. It's time to run. We're going to get things going. So we're going to start off with our 690 alcohol funny cars. And then when they're done, we'll come back and we'll do some T-shirts. Let's go. Start your engines. Here we go, Natasha Turk in the Summit Racing lane. We got Craig Borden in the right lane there in the Napa League. So here we go. As these guys back up. This is our 690 alcohol funny car class. They run a 690 index time, so they got to basically get as close to 6.9 flat as possible. So looks like they're pushing back. All right, so unfortunately they're pushing Craig Borden's car back. So Natasha Turek gonna get herself a buy run here. You can see a little bit of fuel or something drop down there. But here we go, Natasha getting in the lanes. Who's ready for some alcohol funny cars out there? Oh yeah, lays down a 696, 196 mile an hour. What do you think they're holding?
I'm thinking it was a pretty good run for Natasha Churuk in there, in the right or left-hand side. Ran 600 above the predicted index for these funny cars. Really nice lap. Unfortunate turn of events there in the right-hand side, but you know.
Well, They got the lid up, and we got an odd number of these cars right now, so we might get a 2-car run here.
You thinking so?
I'm hoping. I see Chicken getting under there and starting to have a look and see what's going on. My boy Kevin working on the team, trying to make sure things are going. So we got them going, and we got another pair coming. All right. We got War Chief coming up. Come on, let's go. We're going to go around again. You guys ready? We'll see if we can get all the way over there. 3, 2, 1. Look at the hang time. Well, hey, on the bright side, we didn't catch anybody off the top there. So, you know, we're doing all right. No Mod Simpson yet. So we'll get a refill. I'm liking this thing, though. It's got some pretty good hang time, right? What do you think, Holden?
I'm thinking that if he aimed that any lower, he would have just taken out somebody in the 3rd row.
That's what I'm saying. We're getting it. I mean, it's a prototype, right? So, you know, we got to get the trajectory right.
Just getting the
How we doing here?
Right out of it.
What?
We'll be back.
All right, here we go. We get our next set up. All right, here we go. Scott Borden coming up in that beautiful blue SS. And we got the slightly twisted dragster there. Woo! Scott laying down a bit of a lick there, putting a nice burnout.
And I like burnouts.
So there we go. He doesn't waste any time backing up.
In high gear, in reverse.
So here we go. Scott Borden on the line there, lined up against a slightly twisted dragster. Both vehicles run at 690. And there we go in the right lane. Scott Borden runs at 697. Hey, Kevin. Anyways, my boy Kevin there running on the Borden team there says he had a bit of fuel leak there. So they may come up on the next run there and they'll have that all tied up. So who's ready? Who's ready for a T-shirt? We're going to go again. Let's get War Chief out there, throw another T-shirt. Let's see if we can get this through the crowd. 3rd time's a charm.
Aiming a little lower this time.
Oh, there we go. He's got some goggles on now. Oh, he's got some of them fancy goggles like that other guy that's got those. Here we go. That's not help. He's got a heads-up device here. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Woo! I like that. We're going to use that more often there. So we got a successful one. We'll be back. We'll be doing some more. We got 2 more funny cars here with the hoods up there.
I don't think anybody got injured after that shot, so watch out for falling T-shirts today.
I like the spin it gets, and then it gets so much hang time. It's pretty cool. So.
You know, I'm small enough. I think we could load me into that T-shirt cannon there.
All right. So we got Alan in the right lane. We got Daryl in the left lane. Alan in the right lane. Both
of them are in
I can't even tell what lane's what.
Are both of them in
summit
the right lane? Something up here? Are you good?
I'm not doing so hot here. Left lane is that intensity racing car of Alan. Right lane is going to be Daryl. Dang. Some spicy tune-ups in those rods.
Left-hand side nearly takes it straight to the 8th mile-an-hour cone. Pretty wicked burnouts from both sides. Who's ready?
There we go. We got Daryl Pelride in the second chance racing car, although he's turned it off. So they're done. It's just Wild Al doing a single. Wild Al in the rapid fire car gonna do his solo pass here. It's the bad attitude car going back. They broke. Unfortunate. But here we go. Wild Al gonna lay down a wild pass. Wild Al drawing a good run there. Turns a 7:01 at 198. Nice and clean. Too bad that the bad attitude car there seemed to have broken the line. Rolled back, took a look at the dash, and said, something ain't right. I'm going to shut her down. Nobody wants to run with a fuel leak.
Smart decision there. Best to pack her up before you break it more.
So I wonder what we got over there next. All right, so we're going to run Max Remco. As soon as we get the car cleared out of the way there, we'll get Max Remco up here. He's our last 690 funny car to go. And then I think I see some Pro Mods hanging out back there. Who wants to see some Pro Mod action? Really? We roll the Pro Mods back. They don't want to see him. Come on.
You can do better than that. You can do better than that. Come on.
We got Pro Mods coming up here.
Pro Mods. Who wants to see some Street Outlaws? I want to hear you guys.
There we go.
I got money in my wallet ready
Looks
to bet.
like they're getting ready to fire up Max Remco. We got our last 690 fuel, alcohol car here. I see them put the starter on there. There she goes. All right, Max Yaremko, they lower the body down. Pretty certain that's a fire chicken. So here they go. I don't know where Matt Lamont is, but he's our video guy for the dirt track. Wherever you are, Matt, give me a wave. There we go. Max Yaremko doing a nice little Bernie, giving me that nice raw rubber smell, taste.
With a tang and nitro behind it.
There they go, bringing him up to the line. Beautiful Firebird. Giving the drivers the last touch. Throwing the switch, turn data logger on. There we go, 698. Not too bad for Max Yaremko out there. Laying down a nice pass. Looks like we're gonna get a two-seater dragster sliding in here. Do a quick run.
Well, if you guys just showing up and haven't seen the two-seater dragster yet, any of you can go down to the Twisted Motorsports pit and go book a ride. And I think there is an age limit. However, you know, be fun, experience an 890 dragster, and feel what the quarter mile feels like right here. You just got to be careful once you get into this car because, well, you might get a race car yourself.
There they go. Somebody getting the ride of a lifetime in that two-seater. Hitting 141 mile an hour in 880. That's getting out of there. So it looks like we're going to get our first matchup here for the Pro Mods as they get fired up.
Who's ready to see some Pro Mods? I see Chevy Reeves rolling under the tower.
That's
Rick Barnhart. I tell you what right now.
Where's your buddy?
Like Chevy for $100.
Chevy for $100.
Chevy for $100.
I'm gonna take Rick. I'll take Rick on that action.
$100? $100 says Chevy Reeves gets to the 8th mile marker first.
There we go. Holden taking the hometown boy.
Who's ready? Let's hear it.
I'm hoping we get some better lineups. I don't want to be losing. There we go. As they get up onto the line there, Chevy already in the pre-stage. Rick's in. Rick's going to get up on the popper there. Chevy goes in. Oh, and Chevy's got to get out of it. Rick Barnard getting up against the wall there in the left lane, and Holden. That's 100 already on the Dabo side. So we'll see. We got lots more to go.
I'll send you some via the credit card in the next coming weeks when I feel like it.
Just Venmo me. It's okay.
Yeah, I got PayPal.
I'll be all American and stuff. Be like, just send me a Venmo.
Can we just change that? We didn't actually bet, eh? We didn't shake on it.
Yeah, we shook on it, bro.
I think you're lying. I think you're full of it.
Here we go. Where's that guy you were betting with last night over here?
No, we don't talk. Doug Groves, he's sitting right there.
Oh, it was Doug the whole time?
Doug the whole time.
Oh, man. Doug.
A little bit of Tanner.
We're going to get some action.
Doug.
More action here.
I see we got a pair here, and I say, you know what? I like Carson for $500. You to take it? Good? $500. Locked in.
Oh, man. Let's see here. We got Don Voigt there in that beautiful 63 Chevy. That's a nitrous car.
Mr. Vogt there in the 63 Chevy Corvette.
He's going to drop his 12th kit because, a Ryan Martin car.
I'm really praying here because, Doug Groves, I'm going to have to e-transfer you $500 here if this don't go my way.
Attention to the pits. Nitro altered to staging lanes, please. Nitro altered, and Nitro funny cars. Nitro funny cars to staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Nitro altered to staging lanes, please. Nitro altered to staging lanes, please. And Nitro funny cars to staging lanes, please.
So here we go. Carson Baker up on the line, just waiting for Don Voigt to get back here.
$500 on the line for me right now.
Nitro altereds, fuel altereds to the lanes, please. Fuel altereds to the lanes. Nitro fuel altereds to the lanes, please. So Don Voigt getting up under the beams. Nitrous Power versus Proline Pro Charger. Well, there we go. Don Voigt stumbles on the line there.
And I'm $500 richer.
All right. Next up, we're going to have Cal Tabs Cal Teb, the local boy with the Willies over there, going up against Murder Nova. That's a steep one there. Cal rocking the handbrake on this one. No trans brake in that car. He's got that hand clutch brake set up. But I don't know, you know, this looks like there's a bet getting lined up over here.
Doug Groves
I was
here.
betting on Cal last night, but I'm not sure right now.
Doug Groves here wants to go double or nothing with me.
Give it up for Murder Nova coming through the water box.
I think I like my chances. But I'll take it, Doug. Locked in for $1,000 right now. I got CalTab. Let's do it. Okay, so I might have just screwed myself as I just put $1,000 down on this race. But it's always a 50-50 shot.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Nitro altered to lanes, please. Nitro altered to lanes, please.
Here we go, CalTep coming up with that beautiful Willys there with Murder Nova in the right lane. That Napa lane. Pretty certain that Sean's ready to rotate Earth right now. That was quite the run. But yeah, those back tires were wobbling pretty hard there on the Murder Nova. Still takes some wind. But knocked that cone out down yonder. He was getting out of it there right at the top. Sean not one to lift. All right, so we're going to go down there and get that cone replaced. No big deal. We'll get that fixed up real quick, and then we'll be back to the action. I believe our next pairing is going to be Nate Saylor against Gonzi there in that beautiful C7 Corvette, C7. So far we've had 2 wins in the right lane, left lane with only 1 win so far. That was Rick Barnhart after Chevy had to get out of it.
Okay, so I've been putting a little bit of coin down here. Started off at $500, and suddenly Doug Groves wants Gucci Nova for $2 grand.
Dan.
And I took it.
You know, you were talking earlier about how, you know, you sold your car and you were thinking about getting another one.
This is how I'm doing it right here.
Right?
This is how I'm doing it right. Or truck parts, or you know,
Or truck
for a future
parts.
divorce.
Have you seen the ladies he's been chasing? He's going to be out of money in no time if he's chasing divorces.
I got Mike Gonziolas in the right-hand side for 2 large right now. $2,000.
Man, that's going to be a tough. That's going to be a tough run there. The Gucci car runs fast.
Alrighty, attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call for Nitro Altered. Final call for Nitro Altered to those staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Final call, Nitro Altered. Final call, Nitro Altered to staging lanes, please.
Hey, Matt. Matt, check that thing out.
All right, I'm a betting man. I have to ask Mr. Ryan Martin here. Who do you got? I'll do $5 Canadian right now.
$5 Canadian.
You know what?
Is
I'll
that
go
like, is that like $2.50 American?
I don't even think it's that even close. You know what? You know what? 20 Canadian, and I'll do half of it in loonies and toonies.
Okay, deal. That is actually a bet.
Okay, who do you want?
I'm going to have to take my boy Chris Michaels in the Gucci Nova with Nate driving it.
Okay, I'll take Gonziolas for a third time. I got 3 bets in the right-hand side on the Pro Mod Corvette that he'll lay down a lap.
All right, so this is a good sign when the quads and the golf cart make it all the way back here. So we might, looks like we just got to get the crew at the top of the track back in place, and we'll be coming back to you guys racing here. I was just talking to the crew chief there for Nate Saylor's team, the Gucci Nova, and He was just saying how much of a good time they're having down here at Rad Torque Raceway. So they're not too far away, so hopefully we'll get to see him up again and again. Especially since, you know, those guys posted on Facebook that they smashed the track record, not just by like a number or two. So all the local guys got some work to do if they want to take that record back. So we'll see what happens tonight.
You want to do 50 actually?
Here we go. I got a lot of money on this one right now.
There he goes, laying it down. Now you hear hold it over there, making look. He's going over to make another bet now. As Gonzi backs up that beautiful C7 Corvette. Gonna Sonny's 959 in that thing. Going up against the Proline Pro Charger in the Gucci car. God, you're not going down without a fight there. His Nate Sailor takes the win light there in the Summit Racing lane. So, oh, look at that. I see some money changing hands there. Looks like Holden had that fork over at 20 to Ryan Martin. Handing another 20 over to one of the Nate Sailor's guys. Just saying, you can't bet against that Gucci car. She is too nice. Gonzi gave it a go, though. So I guess I can walk down over here and put the check mark for the win there next to Mr. Nate. Put a big old W there. All right, that brings us up to our fifth group, which I believe that is Scott Blake and Garrett Richards, two local guys been racing here for many years. Scott Blake in the 68 Camaro. That beautiful Yenko. Nitrous machine going up against Garrett Richards. Shelby 1000 with the Bosch 429 with a big old supercharger on the top, big old screw balloon. Bosch 429. Scott Blake trying to get backed up here. Here he comes, he's got it going. Get the bars all set up there. Holden pointing to the left lane, says he's got it on Scott Blake here. Ran that nitro car. Nitrous. What a good race down there. Scott Blake making it to the line first. Hometown boy with the nitrous motor there.
Woo-hoo-hoo! I finally won something. Doug Groves, I take e-transfer, I take Venmo, I take PayPal. Hell, I mean, I even take cash.
Cash is king, bud.
I'll see you tomorrow at the bank.
All right, I'm going to go put the check mark next to Mr. Scott Blake as he moves on to the next round. So our next group up is going to be Tom Reithmeyer and Ray Layton. As they get ready here, we'll get them fired up and in the lane shortly. There we go, getting the cars fired up. 2 screw blown. We got Camaro SS in the right lane here. In the left lane, we got the blower car there. I believe that's Ray Layton. Uh-oh. Ray Layton now in some trouble there. Definitely seemed like the blower, or sorry, the transmission wasn't really going too far forward there. It was like he was having some trouble, so we'll see if he can get into reverse and get him backed up. That being said, we haven't seen Ray Layton's car, or sorry, Tom Reithmeyer, sorry. Tom is in the left lane. Well, looks like they got things sorted out here. It's, looks like Ray Layton not going to make it into the beams. Tom getting a bye here. Oh man, carrying that all the way to the he was on the back wheels all the way to the 8th mile there. Sorry, the 330.
And he had the wheels hiked on that thing.
Oh
for
yeah,
a solid 400 feet. Amazing lap there for the right-hand side in that beautiful Camaro. And it looks like we'll have the one and only Mr. Fireball Camaro rolling up in the right lane.
Right?
I'll put 20 on Ryan. Take the other guy or what?
Here's Holden trying to get Happy in on $20 on Ryan.
I don't
know if he just want to take Holden's money or if he's actually worried about the car in the other lane there. Oh, wait a minute. Now I get it.
I got to pay the bank back somehow.
There's nobody in the right lane, though. Or the left lane. Ryan got the bye.
I'll race him on foot right now.
You'll race him on foot.
I'll race him on foot.
There we go. 20 bucks and Holden can outrun him.
I'll tree him.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Nitro Funny Car. Final call, Nitro Funny Cars to your staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Nitro Funny Car. Final call, Nitro Funny Car to staging lanes, please.
Ryan Mark coming to the beach for his bye run here. Rocky Mountain Nationals. We're gonna have one more round of these guys tonight. It's gonna be great. I'll be here quickly getting the bars set. Right, there's Holden. All right, 007 MPK number, Ryan Martin bringing it up to the line. Golly. Ryan Martin rotating earth there. Those wheels were just like the perfect amount off the ground all the way down. Like just dragging the wheel. There we go. So now we're going to get our nitro fuel altereds out here. What's up, Holden? You going to go try and make some money in the back there so we can do some more workout later?
I think I might run to the bank. That one.
You're going to go run to the bank? Awesome. Pick me up a Hyundai. All right. Next up is our fuel altereds.
Attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. A fuel dragsters to staging lanes, please. A fuel dragsters to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. A fuel dragsters to staging lanes, please.
Here we go, Hellfire. Papadilla in the mob there in the left lane. Here we go. Fuel altereds here. a little fuel out the pipes there at the end there. 621, 225. The Petilia team looking super happy with themselves. They had a big win there. What a good job there. We got one more coming. Everybody gets a high five. I love these Alter guys. They're just having a great time. So you know a little bit about who these guys are?
Which ones?
The Alter guys?
No, I don't know the Alter guys.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's see here. I got Craig Anstad up here. So, Craig, you got that 2C car, right? What's it take to ride in that 2C car?
Well, today it's all booked up, but tomorrow you can ride it for $200. It's the fastest front seat two-seater dragster on the planet.
Well, that's pretty badass. Let me tell you, I was thinking about it. One day it should be fun. I've been in all sorts of race cars, and drag cars is not one of them yet. So here we go, our last fuel alter car coming up. Tom Bradford rocking that nitro altered. Nothing like the smell of nitromethane in the evening. Reminds me of being at home and having to chop 100 onions.
Attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, A Fuel Dragsters. Second call, A Fuel Dragsters. And CMDRA Pro Fuel. CMDRA Pro Fuel to lane 0. CMDRA Pro Fuel to lane 0. And A Fuel Dragsters to staging lanes, please. A Fuel Dragsters to staging lanes, please.
Well, there we go. Mr. Bradford there decided to do a burnout for us instead there. Got a little too spicy, and she just didn't want to hook up after she let go. Always fun watching the Nitro Alters down here.
Alrighty, sounds like Darren Murado is going to be coming up. So I also have Ron Hodgson up here in the booth with me as well.
You know, if you're driving around looking for something to drive and it's driving you crazy, drive out to Ron Hudson, Buick, Chev, GMC. They got those beautiful Chevy GMC trucks on display here. So come on out, say hi, and talk to us about the Bubble Up Funny Car. We are going to bring the funny car back for one run against one of the no prep cars, and that's going to be a cash bet race. So we'll see what happens. Here comes the funny cars.
Here we go.
Attention to the pits, CMDA bikes, or CMDA Pro Fuel, CMDA Pro Fuel to your lanes, please. And can I get X275 cars, X275 cars to your lanes, please. X275 cars to your staging lanes, please. And X27 X275 bikes to your staging lanes, please. Lane 0.
So we got Dylan Bussey in the left lane in the Unleashed car, running up against Derek Maria in the right lane in that Nitro Junkies cars. These guys get ready to run for round 2 of the Nitro Funny Cars. Squarely all the way down there, Derek Maria winning it there with a 596, 249 mile an hour up against the 606 of Dylan Bussey in the right lane, or the left lane there. So your winner, Dylan Bussey, or sorry, Derek Maria, moving on to the final. So our next round here is going to be Shane Westerfield and Jason Bussey. So it's going to be Jason's last one standing to bring one of those Firebirds from the Bussey team there onto the finals. As they're going up against Shane Westerfield. We just got those guys down the top end there, waiting to clear the cars off, wait for them to get off, and then we'll bring our next round up. Looks like we're going to go have a look there. Boys going to go down, just double check, make everything right. Man, just saying. That nitromethane right up on the line, man. It's like I'm making French onion soup tonight, and all I've been doing chopping onions all, man. Everybody up here has got wet eyes. It's so spicy.
Congratulations, Derek, all the way from Hawaii. Flew into Boise, Idaho, picked his race car up in Boise, drove night and day to get here by himself to race. A long ways from Hawaii to Salt Lake, to Boise, Idaho, to here. Congratulations, he'll be in the final. We'll see who he's going to be in the final against in a few seconds. That's the same car that Ryan Hodgson drove, one of our previous Bubble Up cars that was the 2017 World Champion. Anyways, congratulations, Derek. Great job on that last run.
Alrighty, and attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, A Fuel Dragster. Final call, A Fuel Dragster. Final call, CMDRA Pro Fuel. Final call, CMDRA Pro Fuel to your staging lanes, please. And can I please get X275, your second call, X275 cars to your staging lanes, please. X275 cars to your staging lanes, please. And X27 bikes to your staging lanes, please. That is X275 cars. X275 cars to staging lanes, please. X275 bikes. X275 bikes to lane 0. This is your second call for X275. And police, cops versus outlaws, you are on standby.
All right, here we go. Firing up the cars. This is the semifinal for our National Funny Cars. This is Shane Westerfield. And that Bucky's car, the Bardall, that green car in the left lane, right lane is the car of Jason Bussey. Driving that Firebird. And Shane Westfield comes up to do a burnout. And here it comes.
Left-hand lane, Bucky.
Jason Bussey doing the burnout in the right lane.
World champion from Seattle, Washington. We're really happy to have him back here. In the right-hand lane, Jason Bussey from Riders in Edson, Alberta. Well, this will be a great matchup, right? Two very competitive cars. Bucky sitting number 1 in the Heritage Series points right now. He's here racing for points.
Bucky doing it again, 558 at 257 miles an hour. Shane Westerfield bringing it back out there. He's going to go on to the final. He's going to go up against Derek Maria. We got a great night of racing going on here tonight.
Attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. X275, X275. This is your third call to lanes. X275, X275. This is your third call to lanes. In behind those cars and bikes, can I please get the police, cops versus outlaws, police, cops versus outlaws to lanes, please. Police, cops versus outlaws, police, cops versus outlaws to lanes, please. Diesel semis, you are on standby.
Bucky's car at 259 miles an hour.
All right, looks like
257.
All right, Lance White in that top alcohol dragster. All right, here we go. Lance White back in this beautiful alcohol funny car. Sorry, top alcohol dragster, I'll get it right. So, boys getting ready to roll it up in the beams. Getting out of there nice and quick down the hole there. No time on the board just yet, but well, looks like he tried to outrun Ed on the switch here. Ed, the starter's going to throw the switch in order to enable things, but he got a little spicy, pulled the Cal tabs. But there we go. No time for him this time, but let me tell you, the car looked pretty quick. So, looks like we're moving on to bikes. Up they go, these Nitro Fuel Harleys. Left lane, 770 to 166. There we go, Quinn Olson taking the win there, ran up against Doug there in the right lane. Getting Couple guys, just gladiators, these guys, riding these bikes, man. They wear a titanium chest plate just in case a push rod comes shooting at them. These guys are bad to the bone. We got Eric Barstall. All right. All right, Wayne Lyons. And then Eric Barstall on the left. There you go, your winner in the right lane, Wayne Lyons.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Cops versus Outlaws, cops versus Outlaws. To staging lanes, please. If you're not already there, make sure you're heading on over there. Cops versus Outlaws, cops versus Outlaws to your staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Cops versus Outlaws to your staging lanes, please. Diesel semis, you are on standby.
There we go, left lane your winner at 8:31. Both lanes at 8:31. The left lane though doing 159.91 mile an hour. He really turned up the wick in the top half. So that'll do it, I think. Oh, we got one more bike. Our nitro fuel Harleys out there. All right, so we're just getting the track sprayed here as we're getting ready to go on to our X275 class. So if you want to go get a tasty beverage before we get the 275 cars. Oh, we're done? Oh, I lied. Get a beverage anyways and come on back. These 275 cars are going to be ripping pretty quick here. Hey, I see Neil. Let me go say, no, he's got to go. I missed my window. Neil Richards here. Usually driving the Cream Dream. I know she wasn't ready this weekend, but you've been out here. How's your cars in your stable there been doing so far?
We're going to find out here, I guess, shortly. We're going to try to smash that track record tonight. I don't know if it'll be this run, but we'll see what we can do.
What's the number you guys got to beat?
I think it's been a 4:43, something like that's the track record here. So we should be able to take care of that pretty easily if we get a track out here. So we'll find out.
Excellent. Well, hey, keep it going. Horsepower Solutions, Neil Richards saying that they want to grab a record. 443 for the X275 car, something like that. So it's not doing too bad.
All right, we got some 275 action pulling into the right lane. We got John Cuglietta in that beautiful yellow Mustang paired up against Chris Houston in the Little Merm. A nice teal fox body. Couple nice burnouts there from both cars. In the left lane, we got Chris Houston out of Lethbridge, Alberta. In the right lane, John Cuglietta. John's from Edmonton. All Service Truck Upfitters is sponsored behind the Cuglietta car. Horsepower Solutions and Neil Richards in the left car. Chris Houston in the left lane getting the itch to get this thing into the beams. He says, come on, John, let's get this thing rolling.
There they go, getting them in the lanes.
Houston taking that first bulb, waiting on John. John tickling that first bulb. Both cars now staged. Let's get them on the chip. Here we go. Cuglietta staying in it for a 453 at 163 in the right-hand Napa lane. Chris Houston a 497 at 144.9 with a 7 in the Summit lane. Two great A to B passes. Good job, boys. Next up in the right lane, we got Chris Gould in that beautiful black Camaro known as the Predator. And in the left lane, Bob Cook in a OBS Ford F-150. Bob Cook hanging it out there for you guys tonight. We'll get these cars backed up. Chris in that Predator car put that car together over the course of the winter. This will be about his 8th pass in that car. Bob, on the other hand, in the left lane, is an experienced guy in this truck. We've seen this truck come up through the ranks. Again, tuned by HPS or Horsepower Solutions.
So these cars getting lined up.
Bob cleaning out that fuel in that F-150. Chris getting this thing into the beams, creeping. Look at that Predator. What a beautiful, beautiful looking car. Two turbo cars. Here we go. Get them on the chip, boys. Oh, and Bob Cook has to back out of that one. Chris Gould goes 462 at 167. Taking the win light in the right-hand lane. Next up, in the right-hand lane, we have Jordan Brandon. That car is known as Side Money. And in the left lane, we have Bree Flag with that beautiful orangey red turbo Mustang.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Diesel semis to staging lanes, please. Diesel semis to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Diesel semis to staging lanes, please. Diesel semis to staging lanes, please. And while we got a bit of downtime, we want to say a big thank you to a few of our live drag suite holders out there. Big thank you to Charlie Curry for Right Track Mechanical and Mach 1 Diesel. Jamie Hodson coming in, I believe, in one of those boxes. And Ron Hodgson coming in from Ron Hodgson's Chevrolet Buick GMC. Thank you to Jason Duchesne at Finney Cat and Robert Klein at Londonderry Dodge.
Well, we're getting the signal to fire them up, boys and girls. Again, in the right lane, we got Jordan Brandon in Side Money. Bree Flag in the left lane. Both drivers creeping into that pre-stage. Oh, get them on the chip. Here we go. Jordan's trans brake holds him back. Brief flank in the left lane, takes off. Jordan's still giving us a pass, shaking the tires. Bree goes 539 at 147.6, takes the win in the left-hand lane. Don't count Jordan out, he'll be back later. Looked like a little bit of a trans brake issue. All right, next up in the left-hand lane, we got Trevor Kinsey in that beautiful 70 Chevelle up against Matt Robert in the right lane, twin-turboed S10. Trevor hanging them out there for us.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Diesel semis to staging lanes, please. Diesel semis to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Jet and truck and car, jet, car and truck to staging lanes, please. Jet, car and truck, jet, car and truck to your staging lanes, please.
Trevor Kinsey taking that first bulb in the pre-stage. Matt coming in, he's gonna bump in. Robert in the right lane holding Trevor Kinsey on the T-brake for a little too long there, but takes the win in the right lane at a 572 at 137.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Once again, if you missed that call, jet car and jet truck to staging lanes, please. Jet car and jet truck to staging lanes, please.
Next up, we have the officers versus outlaws. So this weekend, we actually had one officer that was unable to join us for the event. He had to fly home due to a family emergency. His mother's ill, and well, I don't need to say anymore. It's not looking good. So this first pass is going to be a solo pass by Mike Heil in tribute of Scott Halsey's mom. He's going to do us a nice big burnout in tribute to her, and our thoughts and prayers go to the Halsey family. All right, Mike's bringing up that 82 Chevy wagon. Like I say, he's going to hang this one out for Scott Halsey's mom. Thoughts and prayers are with her. Give it up for Mike. There we go.
Smoky Mike.
There you go, Mike Hale out there putting on a smoke show.
I'm going to have to ask Mike how old those tires are because that is some smoke.
Oh boy, here come the Outlaws.
All right, everyone, get those cameras out. This car is going to leave at about 6,000 RPM. No surprise, though, Mike likes to put the wheels in the air. Good A to B pass from Mike Hall, 581, 117. Next up in the right-hand lane, no stranger. The pit boss of the Blue Line Racing Group, Mike Winnick, in his 71 Duster, going up against Tyler Stamler in a 2006 GMC 1500 big tire. Both twin turbo setups here, big tire. Oh, well, Mike must have had an influence on other Mike because that's actually a bigger burnout than Mr. Winnick's usually used to. Mike Winnick anxious to get this on.
It's just a Sierra, you know.
Just a Sierra with a couple snails in that front grille. Mike in the pre-stage saying, come on, Ty, let's get this going. Looks like we got a good one here. Mike Winnick takes it in the right-hand lane, 525 at 137 and an 8. Great passes. Next up, it looks like we had a little Mopar on Mopar crime going on. A dart in the right lane, driven by Kay Bohart. And in the left lane, Scott Graham out of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department in a beautiful 68 Barracuda. Blower versus nitrous. Scott Graham's gonna get the bottle turned on. Kay heating up the wheels on that blowing Hemi. Scott Graham taking the pre-stage, purging that nitrous. Kai lets the bottom ball. Here we go. Oh! Kai gets out with a great reaction time, but it looks like the victory's going to Scott Graham in the left-hand lane. 553 out of 123 and a 3. And last but not least, in the left lane we have Dustin Kalinchuk in a 1991 S10, small block Chevy powered. And in the right lane, Terry Ennis in the big tire Challenger. These two have been going through a few obstacles this weekend trying to get both of these cars figured out. Let's see what they've done to them, and I think they're going to have them work pretty darn good. Terry with the supercharged Hemi in the right lane. Dustin, nitrous-assisted small block Chevy. Here we go. Dustin sleeping at the light, but still takes the win with a 591 at 118. I think something happened to Terry. He pulls a 641 at 106 with a 7 in the right.
All right, so here we go. Getting twisted. Dragster coming up, the 2-seat dragster. So here we go, lining up. We got a rider in there. As they get things going, they get twisted 2-seater. You can come riding this thing tomorrow, $200. There you go, rocking it down there in 875 at 141. Nice and consistent. Yeah, let's do that. Make some noise for Dave Stewart. And then you got Steve in that beautiful white Freightliner.
Bracket racing.
All right, as you can see on the scoreboards up there, they did their qualifying yesterday to find out what they were going to run. So now they're going to bracket race these things. Have you ever seen bracket racing diesels?
Well, I mean, no. But now we do, apparently.
We're going to do whatever we can for our fans. See who's better at the reaction on these guys.
I'm going to say here the full tilt's going to hit that 1099.
We're pulling up. Okay. Now we can get in front of the jet car, right?
Let's see what Dave Stewart can do. If he does a 1099, he sets the world record for a diesel hot rod semi. Let's see what Dave pulls off. I want to see these boards light. And oh man, Steve Borden gets a win light. Leave those boards on. Don't reset that. I want to see the time there in the left lane. I want to see if we get a world record here or not. I'm going to check the app. Let's see here. Dave's been working hard to get a 10.99. 10.94! A 10.94 with a 15 and 126.87 miles an hour. Dave Stewart sets that world record for the diesel semi. Give it up. He's been fighting with that. He tried to do it at Diesel Day. Wasn't able to close the deal. He does it tonight here at Raceway Raceway for the Rocky Mountain Nationals. Woo! Give me a Ric Flair. I gotta send Mario a text there. He's gonna be a happy guy.
Get the music.
I'm up here with Diesel Dave here. Dave, you smashed it at 10.94.17. How do you feel tonight?
Finally. That took a while, but we got her, man. Right on.
Hey, congratulations. Set that world record. I believe it's 126 something mile an hour. Good job, buddy. All right, Steve. Sorry, bud. So, you got to beat Dave. You beat him on the index there. Dave ran a 10.94. He sets the world record, but he still couldn't beat you in that bracket race. How's that?
My hat's off to Dave for the record. Awesome job. Absolutely awesome.
Well, good job on your win, Steve. Enjoy it. Bye. We'll talk to you soon. All right, well, I think we're getting set up for a lot more fun here. I think we got some jet cars coming up. There we go. We got Chuck Haynes there getting the volcano set up. Inside, that's you. Inside, inside. If you guys don't get those sweets, we have to shut down the jet car. Get the sweets, please. Thank you. Give it up for Volcanoes. Chuck Hayes getting that jet car going. Let's make some noise. Make some noise for Chuck. Here we go. Chuck Hayes putting it in the beams. Getting ready to let it rip. Chuck Hayes rockets off in the distance there. 564 at 284.45 miles an hour. That thing was lit. I think I can call that lit. Woo! Who's having a good time tonight out there? There we go. So that was just the first one. Now we got Hayden Profit. He's double the fun because he's got double the jets.
Alrighty, as we see that jet truck coming on in. As a heads up, also, if you're looking to get in on the 50-50, this is the last call for 50-50. Pot's almost at $50,000.
All right, we got Hayden up here in the lanes. We'll go up and have a quick say hey here. Hayden, how you feeling tonight?
Pretty hot.
Yeah, the sun's shining pretty hard right now, right?
Well, the truck's hot, and the sun's in the perfect spot right now, ain't it?
Oh, absolutely. Well, hey, you're just going to go down there by feel, right?
Yes, sir, by Braille.
You've been down this track multiple times. Every time I've come here, you've been here, and it's always a great show. When are you going to play us on the Burner Pops tonight?
I don't know. How about a little tequila?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, he's going to get things fired up. I'm sure we got some tequila sodas somewhere.
Damien, did you bring those s'mores? We were talking about them last night. You were supposed to bring the s'mores.
You were supposed to bring the marshmallows. I was bringing the, oh no, you're bringing the crackers.
I was bringing the crackers.
But where are they?
In the tower.
Oh, crap.
They go after the after the marshmallows, so.
After the marshmallows.
Yep. We're going to get a warm one with these two jets.
I need some, that's for sure. It's been a day. Today's been a fun day.
Today
and I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys out here again. I always love watching this truck. I remember as a kid watching Les Shockley, you know, driving his truck. And I was talking with Hayden about it, and he was saying about how this truck is actually a chassis that Les Shockley once drove. So it's pretty crazy, you know, to see the history. These guys have been doing these jet trucks for a very long time.
Long time. Like, I remember back years and years ago being top end and pushing this one around the corner.
Is that before you got to be a big deal and come up to the start line?
That was before I got back up here.
You got to work your way from one end of the track to the other.
Yep, done
So-
everything start to finish in this track, so. Yeah, they're just pushing one off top end. He didn't quite make the corner, so we just got to push him around the corner, and then we'll get this one fired on up.
All right. So what else? We're going to get a top fuel dragster tonight?
Nope. Nope. Unfortunately, they heard it bad last night. They could not recoup.
We got that 8-fueler coming, though. That's going to be a show.
That's going to be a show. Next, after this jet, we got a nitro funny car back there.
I think we got the bubble up car coming to do a hit.
Bubble up car is coming up to do a hit.
Nice.
As soon as we get this jet and warm this world up some more.
Already, attention, attention. If you are the owner of a bike with license plate GLG14 Gamma Lima Gamma 14 white bike, you are blocking the ramp for a racer. You need to move that vehicle immediately or it will be towed. Tow truck will be heading on out before we make our second call.
All right, here we go. As Aid Profit fires up the first engine. All right, let's make some noise here. Hayden Profit getting ready to fire number 2. There goes number 2. Let's make some noise. There we go, both engines lit and fired. There we go, everybody. Hayden Profit. Driving the hot streak too. Literally torching the tower. Oh, just getting scorched. Make some noise, give it up. Here we go. There we go, ripping down there. 827, 191. Hayden Prophet putting on a show every time. Whew. I need to go get like a water spray. Like where's the water box guy? I need to cool down a bit. All right, well, looks like we might get a pass here by the bubble up car. Nathan Sitko. Uh-oh. So there we go. Looks like some clouds moving into the west-west there, giving us a little bit of a cool break here from that beating sun. That'll be interesting. We'll see how that affects the air. Oh boy, here we go. We got the Brand family over there getting ready to use the super secret prototype t-shirt cannon. Who's looking for some t-shirts? All right, let her rip, Dave. 3, 2, 1. Look at that thing go. Oh, he fumbled the catch. All right, hey, make some noise if you want. We got some others folks over there walking over some t-shirts while they quickly reload. It's like an old-fashioned musket. He's got the old stick there, stuffing that t-shirt down the barrel. And he's going to let her rip here.
Alrighty, folks, we're getting that dragging done, and Damos has been being your handy guide through all this going on today. Just as a reminder, we are not done. We have another pro show coming up before too long here, and there's going to be those Nitro Funny Cars finals happening again tonight as well. So make sure you're sticking around, as there's so much more going on here tonight.
All right. We got some more going out there. David, you almost full? All right, looks like he's stuffing it again. He's jamming it down the top there with that old rod. All right, looks like he's ready. Who's ready for a t-shirt? 3, 2, 1. Good grief, look at the height. That's over. Look out. Dave, the corn dog guy said you got in the fryer, so he'll bring you over a corn dog with a T-shirt inside. We'll get another one loaded up here, folks. Just got to quickly drag the track here and do a quick cleanup here after the jet vehicle. So we'll be rolling again here soon. In the meantime, I got T-shirts to huck at everybody. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. He's making it all the way over there. Good golly, hey, Dave, that thing is no longer a prototype. That puppy works. That is fully tested.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Winners from today, make sure you're heading on over down to that winner circle as we will be doing presentations for the winners from today. Once again, attention to the pits, NHRA winners from today. Make sure you're heading on down to that Rad Torque Raceway winner circle on the return road and getting ready for your victory photos. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Pro to lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, Pro to lanes, please. And coming in behind Pro, can I have Super Pro to lanes, please. Super Pro to lanes, please. That is Pro to lanes, please. And Super Pro to lanes, please. Super Pro to lanes, please. Top comp. In behind Pro and Super Pro, can I get you guys coming into those lanes too? Once again, top comp, can I get you guys ready to come into those lanes in behind Pro and Super Pro? While we're waiting for them to come into the lanes, that bubble up funny car has all the mechanics out there getting it all ready to run. Making sure those hoses are all secured. Everything is right and ready, and they're going to give us a little bit of a show pass.
All right. If you can hear that, we got a Nitro funny car coming up. So here we go. Nathan Sitko and Ron Hodgson's Bubble Up Funny Car are going to do a test pass.
Nathan Sitko getting ready to rip once more in that Pontiac 1968 Firebird funny car. Holy Lanta, that thing does rip. 231 miles per hour and getting a 6:04 on that run, or if you're going by the 8th mile, hitting 188 and 3.98 seconds on that run. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. This is your second call pro, second call pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call pro, second call pro. And coming in behind them, can I have Super Pro to lanes, please? Super Pro to staging lanes, please. And in behind those two, can I have Comp and Super Comp? Comp and Super Comp in behind Pro and Super Pro.
Okay, here we go. We're going to do another T-shirt cannon here with Dave Brandt to the team. So here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Can I get all Outlaw Pro Mod drivers up to the staging lanes for chip draw? Please leave your cars at the trailer. I just need the drivers up to the staging lanes for trip draw. Outlaw Pro Mod drivers, please, to the staging lanes for chip draw.
All right, final call for Pro, final call for Pro, final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. That's final call for Pro, final call for Super Pro, final call for Pro, final call for Super Pro, and final call for Top Comp. Also, Outlaw Pro Mods, make sure you're heading on into those staging lanes, just the drivers themselves for your chip draw. Once again, Outlaw Pro Mods, make sure you're heading on down to those staging lanes for your trip draw.
Can I get all Outlaw Pro Mod drivers to the staging lanes for chip draw? Outlaw Pro Mod drivers to the lanes for chip draw.
All right, Super Pro will be starting off next. Coming up next after them, once again, Super Pro will be going first, and then Pro will be following in, and then Top Comp. Once again, if you missed that last call, if you are an Outlaw Racers, make sure you're heading on down to those staging lanes for your trip draw.
Outlaw Pro Mod drivers, we are going to pair in the lanes, pair in the lanes. All right, how's everybody doing tonight? How was the first pro show? Let's hear it, guys. Let's hear it. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're gonna bring it all back to you guys at about, let's see, what time is it? 8:50. I'm thinking 9:30. We're gonna light the candles and do it all over again. What do you guys think? All right. Well, I don't know if you can see us down here on the start line, but I got a very, very special guest, a friend of mine, someone who made the trip from Oklahoma all the way up here. Let's give it up for Sean, Murder Nova Ellington.
What's going on, guys? Hey, I know we said this earlier, we touched on it a little bit, but we can't thank the fans enough for showing up and showing out this weekend. We were talking to somebody over in the pits earlier, and I let them know, look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Normally, we have a problem with 2 to 3 people a weekend. I've never had a problem with anybody in Canada. You guys, I mean, the stereotypes are real for a reason, and you Canadians are nice as can be, man. And it makes our jobs easier to be out here, and that's truly what makes us want to come back. So when Chevy reached out to us and said, look, guys, we really want to do something, I said, you make something happen, and we'll be there. And he made it happen, and here we are, and you guys showed out just like y'all did last year. So from all of us, guys, we really appreciate it. We appreciate your guys' attitudes. We understand you guys sitting out here in the heat all day sometimes are just aggravated as we are when we get out of the car for making a terrible pass. And you guys are great, and y'all have been great. We really appreciate it.
And Sean's going to be back up here at 9:30 with his Murder Nova, the white edition of Murder Nova, and he's going to make some passes. And I got one more question for you. A lot of people know you for the OG Murder Nova from the show. What made you want to go to the white color scheme? Like, what's the change up there?
Well, look, as I get older, man, and you sit in them cars, I'm not real sure how many people out here has sit in 110 heat in a flat black car in the staging lanes and sweat for 30 minutes. So, plus white's my favorite color. It's always been my favorite color on cars. This is not the OG. The OG will always be flat black. So we just wanted to try something new. And once we made that car white, which for the record, it is a wrap. I could peel it off and it's black underneath it. But once we put that white wrap on the car, we won the championship last year. So at that point, we couldn't really change it this year. So hopefully we can get the thing going straight. We can make a good pass for you guys, unlike what we've done so far. And we can get qualified well in this deal.
All right, well, hey, thank you guys, everybody. Give it up for Murder Nova.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's get into some NHRA bracket racing and then back to Pro Show number 2.
Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All you winners from today, for those who have been decided, make sure you're heading on over to the winner's circle right now as that is ongoing at the moment. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pit. All you winners, if you are a driver that won today, make sure you're heading on over to that Rad Torque Raceway banner on the return road and getting your victory celebrated over there.
Well, I mean, while we have a little bit of downtime here and wait for the track to clear up, figure those of you in the stands who are new to racing or haven't seen this prior, this is bracket racing. Bracket racing is a form of drag racing where the slower car basically gets an advantage. So under the tower currently, we have Cody Baker and Ricky Wilson. Cody says he's going to run a 7:38 to the quarter mile, and Ricky says he's going to run a 7:82. If either driver goes faster than this predicted time, even by 1/10,000th of a second, they will lose and or red light. So in the end, the decided winner has the best light and is closest to their dial-in, or closer to their dial-in with the worst light. There's a whole bunch of variables, but in the gist of it, it is their reaction time and how close they to their dial-in they are added together. And whoever's is less will be the winner. So it's a lot of math that plays into it. You'll hear me calling it out a little bit. You know, sometimes I like to do math on a microphone. And yeah, no, that's pretty much bracket racing. Anybody can do it, quote unquote.
I saw it was on the quad or in a. Oh, here it is. Can you change the song? I'm gonna give away shirts. All right. How's everybody doing down here? We're doing a little cleanup here. So up here I got some shirts and I got some hats. I walked out here in this beautiful green grass with my brand new white sneakers, so this might have been a bad idea, but let's see here. I got a hat right here. Right there. She had the good scream. All right. Let's go down. Who else we got here? Who doesn't have a hat? Who doesn't have a hat? I'm seeing some hats. Here we go. Right here. There you go. Let's see. Pointed that the wrong way. Hang on. Well, that's a large. Oh, I dropped one. Okay. Well, these are all adult shirts, so I can give you guys hat. I'm going to hike all the way down to the end here. These guys have been ignored all day, this whole far grandstand down here. Well, I guess you'll have to see me keep up to me walking. What do we got going on over here? All right. Down to the end. I got 2 left. Here we go. 1. All right. Let's go down to the very end. Is that you, Matt? There's my boy, Matt. He videos all the dirt racing for us. Okay. Oh, man, that was almost as bad as the War Chief throw. All right, there we go, guys. No more. Can you see me? Hey, Holden, can you hear me? Tell your boy there he's good to go.
What'd you say?
I said you guys can go ahead and start making those calls.
You know, while we have some downtime here, I'd like to just get everybody to get a round of applause going for the Rad Torque Raceway staff as they have worked their tails off for making this race happen. So thank you, hats off to you guys. Sure appreciate it. Damos, been killing it on the line with the announcing as well with Luke. And a big thank you to everybody, the Burnout Box guys, the starter Ed, who's been doing this for forever, flipped the switch 500,000 times. A lot of great people out here that make this happen for us. So thank you guys.
So I'm over here standing with Gord from the safety crew. He works with me over on the dirt oval as well. Gord, how long have you been doing this?
I've been here 25 years now.
And were you here before? Were you doing motorsports before that?
Back in the days of Speedway Park, I was hanging out there, learning the ins and outs.
There we go. Gord, one of the long-standing guys here. He always tries at the end of the year to fool me, saying, this is my last year. And then I show up in the spring, and there's Gord smiling, ready to go to work all the time. Always throwing the cone out the dirt track. Always a good time. Good to have Gord here as part of the crew, guys. Well, while the cleanup's going on, don't be shy if you want. You can head over to the Pro Mod pits. I'm sure there's some guys hanging around down there. You can also go check out all your lovely vendors. I mean, right now I could use some mini donuts, I'll tell you that much. Some mini donuts and a Coors Banquet. What do you think, Avery?
That sounds great.
All right, where's Colin?
Well, we still have a little bit of downtime here. I'd like to send a quick, big shout out to my parents who are watching the live stream, Rob and Sherry Fratton. They have been the biggest support of me doing this announcing and the biggest support of me throughout my whole life, racing, everything, no matter what I do, except for buying truck parts sometimes. But you know what? That just happens. So thank you guys.
All righty, I have 50-50 on up here in the tower. Once again, that is the Rotary Club 50-50. They have come on up, and they have given me some winning numbers. If you have an interest in winning that 23,000 pot, once again, 23,230.95. and you will be walking home with $11,547 and the ever important 50 cents. Make sure you're checking your tickets right now as we're about to announce that number. Once again, 50-50 winner number coming out right now. If your ticket has a C, you can start to build hope. If you got a 4, oh, you're looking pretty good. If you're getting a 6, oh, it's starting to get exciting. If you got a 2, interesting. You got a 1, maybe. You got a 0. Oh, only one number left. And if you've got a 7, you are the winner. Once again, if you have C462107, you are the winner of that $11,000 pot for 50-50. Once again, make sure if you have that winning ticket, head on over down to the 50-50 Rotary Club Nisku booth and collect your winnings. Already, attention to the pits. 690 funny cars. You are on your way to those staging lanes here right away. Once again, attention to the pits. 690 funny cars to staging lanes, please. Pro mod, outlaw pro mod to staging lanes, please.
Well, here we go. The semifinal action coming right at you. It is going to be a dragster door car final. Ricky Wilson, right-hand side out of Spruce Grove, the 05 Don Nelson chassis dragster. 782 on the board for Ricky. He'll be looking over his left-hand shoulder trying to find that 738 of Cody Baker out of High River, the 06 A&E dragster. The hardtail on the left-hand side. Ricky says, let's carry it to the 330 cone. Rolls it back in high gear. The winner of this pair gonna meet Laverne Andrews in the two-face Chevy 2 in the final round. So it's gonna be a dragster door car final right here in Super Pro. Two bulbs lit. Who's gonna roll in first? We got a little duel here, and Ricky clicks it in. Cody follows. Here we go. Cody is 15 thou red. Ricky Wilson is headed to the finals to meet Laverne Andrews rolling up here in the Chevy 2. Ricky 31 led out to be 827 with a 3 on the at 130 on the 782 dial. Cody 792 with a 1 at 126 on the 738 dial, and that'll bring up Laverne Andrews out of Lloydminster, Saskatchewan, the 66 Chevy 2. Beautiful two-face paint job on that car. I definitely have a thing for Chevy 2s. Probably one of my favorite cars. And an absolutely beautiful piece in the left-hand side. He says, I'm going to go 825 and meet Ricky Wilson in the final for Super Pro. He rolls in, lights one bulb. Getting the red lights out of the system. Laverne lets go 25 thou on the red side of the bulb. Runs an 8.26 with a 3 on the 8.25, so 13 thou above will make that work as he rolls in around number finals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can I get Pro 690 Funny Car to the staging lanes, please, along with Outlaw Pro Mod. Pro 690 Funny Car to the staging lanes, along with Outlaw Pro Mod behind them. Thank you. Jason Prosler, out of Stony Plain, right-hand side. The 1970 Chevy Chevelle, 1182 on the board for Jason and Larry Menzel out of St. Albert. The 67 Plymouth Satellite, very beautiful car. Street car on the left-hand side with a 1022 dial. Driver's going to be separated by 1.6 seconds, almost exactly. Actually, exactly. Larry off the foot, gonna be doing the chasing here as Jason will be about just past the 60-foot cone by the time Larry's green light turns on. And it is over before it started. Jason Prosler is 120 red. Larry Menzel 49 at the let-go. Rolls through to be 4 thou under. He will move on into round number next as Jason Prosler 1183 on the 1182 dial, 13 thou above, but no good. Larry moves in around number next. Kevin White, right-hand side out of Stony Plain, the 71 Plymouth Duster, 1110 on the board for Kevin. And Doug Klassen, the 96 Pontiac Grand Am out of Medicine Hat, 998 on the board for Doug Klassen. Doug, been absolutely flat nasty in the left-hand side. Winner of this, gonna meet Larry Menzel in the final. Here we go. 3 thou, separate them up front. Advantage goes left-hand side to Doug Klassen. Can he turn it into a win light? Rip, rip, and a win light for Klassen. Doug, 20, take 147 to be 600 above. We'll turn on the win light as Kevin White, 23, and a bunch above. So Doug Klassen going to meet Larry Menzel in the final round here in Pro. And that'll bring up top comp. Left hand or right hand side, Willie Oliver. Willie Oliver out of Mission, BC, 463 on the board. The Baby Blown Dragster M&M car on the right-hand side, and my Uncle Randy Moderson, the 63 split window vet in the left-hand side. 511 on the board for Randy. Little dragster on-door car action right here, right now.
No, I will keep an eye out.
Two bulbs lit, Randy rolls right in. And Willie flickers and follows. Here we go. Oh. Well, looks like a mechanical failure there. Well, a mechanical failure there will give Randy Moderson the win, as I think that's going to be a rerun most definitely. Crosstalk was not on, and neither was the 8th mile time. But Randy Moderson will take the win light on default there. And that'll bring up Mark Bold out of Red Deer, Left-hand side, the 08 Mullis Dragster. Dragster is for sale, by the way, if you're looking for a beautiful 08 Mullis. In the left-hand side, it is for sale. $486 on the board for Mark Bolden. Cody Gravesdigger out of Sherwood Park, the 07 TNT with a $468 on the board for Cody. So Cody going to be doing the chasing by 18/100ths of a second as he tries to chase down Mark Bold. As the drivers start back up after that little mishap we had last run. If you're curious as to what happened, they ran quarter mile. This class is 8th mile. So just a little accident. That race will have to be reran in form. Cody and Mark both in and set in the pre-stage beam. Who's going to roll into stage first? Flicker, flicker. Cody is in. Waiting on Mark. Mark is in. Here we go. Separated by 22 thou up front. Advantage Mark, win light Cody. Gravesdigger 31 takes 6/10,000ths of a second. And if you're curious as to how much he just took and how much he just won by, about 1.5 inches is what he just won by. Very close race. Cody 31 and 16 thou above makes 47 total work. Leaves Mark with 38 thou room to work with, but he puts it 39 thou above. No good. Cody going to turn on the win light there. Darren Williams, left-hand side in his beautiful brand new Dodge Dart on a bye run. Moving on into the quarterfinals right now. Little history on Darren. Had a little mishap here a couple years ago at 2021 Hot August weekend. Made it to the final round and did win, but went upside down into the wall, all kinds of nuts and crazy. Wrecked his beautiful Dodge Stratus he had and is finally back out. I think he said this is past the number 15 on this car. So not very many laps on this car. Been working the bugs out, but I tell you, Darren is a very bad dude behind the wheel, and he gets them out figured out very quickly. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 690 Funny Car and Outlaw Pro Mod, we need you in the staging lanes, please. 690 Funny Car, roll into the lanes, and Outlaw Pro Mod, we need you guys behind 690 Funny Car in the staging lanes, please. Darren Williams, based out of Calgary with a 480 dial on the car. Gonna roll in and take his bye run. He has the pre-stage bulb lit, rolls on in, turns on stage, here we go. Darren Williams is 110 thou red. Perfect red light for Darren Williams. And runs a 489 with a 0 on the 480 dial in. So Darren will be back around for round number quarterfinals. I hear a blower car rolling up into the burnout box. Can't see him yet, but it's Darren Butler in the right-hand side in his 41 Willys out of Crooked, Saskatchewan. 468 on the board for that very, very cool blown Willys. Top sportsman door car, but he'll be looking over his left-hand shoulder trying to find the 468 of a very tough competitor, Mike Crozier. Mike Crozier out of Leduc, the 08 TNT Outlaw Addiction sponsored car. Very, very good racer. Absolutely deadly car. Darren been putting in the work today too as well. Both drivers dialed 468. Gonna be a heads up drag race right here, right now. Door car dragster, pick one. And bet on one. Probably, in my opinion, and I'm pretty versatile at door cars, but probably one of the coolest cars on the property in the right-hand side. I really like that car. Nothing beats a blower door car bracket car, in my opinion. Mike Crozier lights the pre-stage beam, waiting on Darren to roll in. Darren rolls on in. Flicker, 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 and Crozier is in. Waiting on Butler. Butler rolls in. Here we go. 12 thou, separate him up front, advantage. Crozier, can he turn it into a win light? Yes, he can. Mike Crozier, 8 take 20 to be 21 thou above, makes 29 total work, gives Darren Butler 9 thou room to work with, but he cannot get it done as he puts it 29 thou above to be behind by 20 thou, no good. So Mike Crozier moves in around next. Cody Baker, left-hand side, back for his top comp entry. Just ran in the semifinals against Ricky Wilson in Super Pro. Unfortunately for Cody, Ricky laid a smackdown. So Cody's back for his top comp entry out of High River. The 06 A&E Dragster 469 on the board for Cody Baker and Morgan Caron out of High River. Also, 497 on the board. So the neighbors gonna be going at it right here, right now. Morgan Caron lights a pre-stage and Cody follows. Waiting on Cody. He is in, here we go. Separated by 11 thou up front, advantage to Baker. Win light goes to Baker. How about that? Cody Baker, 8 dead, 5, 13 total. Locks out Morgan Caron, who's 19 at the let-go. Break it out by 1 thou, no good. Cody Baker will move on into round number next. Cody Baker absolutely comes back with one. 8 take 5 to be dead 5. Say Cody Baker just had an 8,000ths of a second reaction time. Ran dead on his predicted ET with a 5. So that is 13. 8 plus 5, 13 total. Taking 5,000ths of a second, which is about 3 inches, 4 inches at the finish line. So pretty tight race there. Cody Baker gonna turn on the win light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nitro altered. Nitro altered. If you guys want to roll into the staging lanes behind our Outlaw Pro Mod, we could use you. Nitro altered. Roll on into the lanes, please.
Alrighty, and once again, I will be shouting again those winning numbers for that 50-50. Thanks to our friends at Nisku Rotary Club. Once again, if you are the winner, make sure you are heading on over to that shack there for the 50-50 and collecting your winnings. If you have the ticket C462107, you have just won $11,000 that you are going to be having to take home. Once again, total pot was $23,000. Half that's going to charity, and the winner is walking away with $11,000 tonight. Make sure you're making way on over to that Rotary Club shack and collecting your winnings. Once again, ticket C462107. Well, I can see the food still flowing. We got a little bit of time. We got the Pro Mods and our 690 funny cars in those staging lanes ready to rip. Those Nitro Alters are going to be coming in right away here behind them, getting ready to run as well. But if you are still not having yourself some supper, make sure you're heading on over to those concessions or those vendors that are available for food all over the place. I can see that food truck to the side just beside the stands on the return road there. A couple people lined up on there, so make sure if you have a hankering for a hamburger, you're looking to get yourself something to sip on, make sure you're getting yourself fed up.
I know, it's all crazy. We got the 6-9 funny cars coming up right now. Let's see here. Who do we got over there?
We got Natasha Turek.
Natasha Turek in the left or right lane. That is Max Uremko.
Sweet little Firebird in the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Max Uremko's car.
Too. Smell that raw alcohol as both drivers take it to the 330 cone in the burnout. Come on back.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Nitro altered to staging lanes, please. Nitro altered to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Nitro altered to staging lanes, please.
That's a lot of mile an hour.
I've just gotten word we got the Nitro Funny Cars getting in the staging lane, getting ready to run their final before too long. They're going to be going. We also got some more Funny Cars running, and we have Pro Mods lined up. It's going to be an amazing show tonight.
When they get down there? Oh, yeah. I mean, she'll know. She's fucking doing a hell of a job. Oh, no, it's great. How long was she